Chapter 552. Zhang Sun Xian started to buy a house. He wanted to buy a house facing the street. Luo Aoqing gave him an idea. He wanted to build a tea house for people to drink kung fu tea before others understood. Lantian County was the main county that led to Chang'an by land. From Luoyang to Chang'an, people would come to drink tea in Lantian County. Business in the shops facing the street was not good in winter, so the price was low. Zhang Sun Xian thought it made sense. If he followed the Li family Zhuangzi, he wouldn't make a lot of money, but he wouldn't lose money. He looked for a broker to look at the house and bought a set of tea sets and tea leaves. The Li family Zhuangzi continued to ship out large quantities of kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, tea sets, tea leaves, soap, glycerin, and toilet water. Perfume was not sold. It had been stored. Alcohol was sold, but lighters were not. Every day, the Li family Zhuangzi was busy at Baqiao. People even sent pine cones. Gold, copper coins, silk, and coupons all flowed into the Li family Zhuangzi. The coupons would be used to buy things again. The gold, copper coins, and silk would only go in and not out. Do you know how much money the Li family Zhuangzi has made in the past few days? On November 10th, Bai Gu invited Yao Chong and others to dinner at his home. At Huaizhen Lane. He was going crazy. He even wanted to resign. Whoever wanted to be the Minister of Revenue could be the one to do it. He had promised to pay taxes, but he counted the days. So much money had nothing to do with taxes. How much did the Tang dynasty earn in a year? The Li family Zhuangzi was crazily making profits in Chang'an. The Minister of Revenue was a fierce official at this time. It was inauspicious. Didn't he always study the 5 elements? That was why he was placed in this position. He felt that he was going to die. Didn't I give you 3 sets of tea sets and tell you that there will be better thermos bottles in the future? Just wait. Zhang Shua ate cucumber skin with sesame sauce. There was no chili oil. There was garlic, vinegar, sugar, and salt. It was refreshing. Lu Huaishan used his chopsticks to point at the celery in the celery stir-fried pork. After the new year, not all of the taxes collected will belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu did not ask for food from Li Yi. He sold pencils to make money. Send someone to the market to buy the best ones. Aside from Weinan County, which had lost 70% of its greenhouse production due to the heavy rain in winter, the other counties were selling well. The vegetables in the greenhouse could be sold until March. One batch of crops was better than another batch. When the cucumbers were about to die, the specially bred seedlings would grow taller, and then the seedlings would be split. Soon, there would be another time for cucumbers to be harvested, and the other vegetables would be planted in between. The bigger counties had 50 mu of greenhouses, while the smaller counties had 20 mu of greenhouses. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi were in charge. They hired the commoners to farm the land, and they also paid the rent for the land. In addition, many wealthy families had also set up 1 or 2 mu of greenhouses to try planting. The lighting was not good and the growth was slow, but it could still grow. It was the time for the vegetables in the greenhouses to be sold. Compared to previous years, there was no comparison. Last year, the Li family Zhuangzi only provided a portion of the vegetables to the celestial world, and the rest were for themselves. The greenhouses in the palace were not for sale. King Song sold some to the celestial world, and the rest were bought privately. Ordinary businessmen had money, but they had nowhere to buy. The greenhouses in the 20 counties added up to more than 600 mu. It was not enough to supply the entire capital, and the price of the vegetables was still high. Today's celery stir-fried pork was actually meat stir-fried celery. There was more meat and less celery. It was just a small handful, and it cost 100 coins. The leaves were left to be made into salted vegetables. It would have been better if it was earlier. Bai Gu mumbled. His family had sent someone to buy the vegetables, and he knew the price. For today's meal, the rice was not even charged. The wine was provided by Li Longji, the meat was only 500 coins, and the vegetables were 50 coins. The cucumbers with thorns on the top were priced at 1 to 100 coins. One cucumber was more than 3 taels, so it was 360 coins. Even so, they still had to buy them early. If they were late, the people in the city would buy them all, especially the restaurants. Wei Zhigu took a sip of wine. Long Zai, I know that you want to collect the debt this year, but there will be more money next year. Wei Zhigu advised Bai Gu. He had been the Minister of Revenue before, and he knew how troublesome it was. When there was a disaster in a county, the local government would write a petition to reduce the rent. When His Majesty went to war, he would ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. The Ministry of Revenue needed to tear down the east wall to pay the west wall. Then, when the money came, they would quickly pay it back. Every month, the officials would receive their salaries, and they would have to think about where to get the money. The key was that there was no way to get the money. They could only carefully examine the areas that needed money to see if they did not need that much money. If they could collect the taxes before the end of the year, it would be easier to arrange for next year's budget. Wei Zhigu was actually envious of Bai Gu. When he was the Minister of Revenue, no one gave him so many benefits. When Bai Gu came to be the minister, Li Yi actually gave Bai Gu a big gift. Thinking of the big gift, Wei Zhigu said to Bai Gu, Li Yi has helped you a lot. But I can't give him a tax reduction. Bai Gu picked up his wine cup. The amount of tax he pays depends on how much he wants to pay. If he doesn't pay, you can't do anything to him. What's more, the money is in his hands. He always wants to take it out to build roads and raise soldiers for the Tang dynasty. I feel that he is more useful than your Ministry of Revenue. Zhang Shua laughed as he talked about Bai Gu, not giving him any face at all. He promised. Bai Gu was about to cry. An old man frowned. He also didn't know how the economic account of the tax was calculated. He had just started. Anyway, Li Yi said that he would pay. He was very proactive. Yao Chong was a little jealous. Long Zai, you can contact Li Yi now. He is better than us. Communicate with him more and learn more about the economy. He knows a lot. Although I don't like him, I can't help but admire his knowledge. It's only because King Song saw him first and he was near Chang'an. Otherwise, he would be in another place. I believe that all the local government officials have been bribed by him. Those who stubbornly refuse to cooperate with him will probably be dealt with by him. As Yao Chong spoke, he revealed a look of fear. If Li Yi wasn't near Chang'an and went to Yuezhou, how much trouble would he cause there? Bai Gu nodded. It'll be good if he publishes a book. We can learn from the book. Right now, we can't contact him. What if he publishes a book? Yao Chong shook his head. What if someone else learns it? I'd rather ask him slowly than leak the secret. Yao Chong rose to a higher level. He regarded Li Yi's talent as the secret of the Tang dynasty. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, whoever could capture Li Yi and make Li Yi talk about what he had learned was very powerful. Fortunately, the Li family Zhuangzi was surrounded by a group of Qianyo guards. Besides the guards, there were also winged knights in the Zhuangzi. Even when Li Yi went out, he was also protected by a large group of people. As long as it wasn't a sneak attack, he had his own weapon. It was said that his weapon could easily kill people from 500 feet away. 500 feet, if the enemy general ran to a place where the ballista couldn't hit, and met Li Yi, it was estimated that, Li Yi made so much money, I don't know where he will spend it. Bai Gu was indeed sick. He always wanted more money to go to the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi, who he was thinking about, was now worrying in Zhuangzi. He had too much money. There are so many rich people in Chang'an. When there's a war, I don't see them donating money. When it comes to selling thermos bottles, they go crazy. The production can't keep up with the sales. Li Yi was very unfamiliar with calculating the income on the abacus. At the same time, he despised the rich people in Chang'an. When there was a war with Tubo and Tujue, each family should donate a little and be pacified. Chapter 553. It must be that the patriotism education is not good enough. Li looked at the numbers on the abacus and felt sad. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were now produced by the customers. All the money had been paid. It was not a deposit. Soap, scented soap, glycerin, and toilet water were all gone. Someone bought 10 sets of tea sets for drinking tea. Yes, Zhang Sun Xian bought 30 sets. Was he going to open a tea house? Orders were suspended. No money was collected. Zhuangzi was responsible for production. He first handed over the previous goods to the customers. The number shown on the abacus was 720,000 yuan, plus the income from slowly selling things in Zhuangzi. The money earned in Zhuangzi this year was more than 10% of the rent of the Tang dynasty this year. The soldiers at the border were still suffering. If it was me, the country said that the war was short of money, the people would enthusiastically donate, fight, and beat them. The rich donated more. If they did not donate, they would be beaten by the people during the war. What's the pressure of public opinion? Of course, some people might run abroad. The country will have a way to deal with them. Li Yi muttered that the rich in the Tang dynasty were not patriotic. You don't know the history of the future. If you don't pay to support the army, then use the money to buy luxury goods. Li Yi moved the abacus with his hand. He had a plan. So much money and free iron. I have more money. Take out 400,000 yuan to prepare to repair the road from Luoyang to Chang'an. The rest will be paid when the captives and pandas arrive. As for the extra money, I will lend it out with low interest. I don't know if it will affect the interests of the high-interest loan industry. I can't be hostile to them now. At least, I can't let them see that I am a threat. Li Yi sat there and calculated, preparing for the next step. The interest of the Tang dynasty's loans was high, about 30%. Some were even compounded. When the country's inflation was not so high, the interest of the loans was high, which obviously accelerated the acquisition of land. The productivity did not increase, and the total amount of money did not increase. What increased was the interest. What was used to supplement the entire financial operation? Of course, it was the estimated value of the land and property. It also included the personal freedom of some people. A house was worth 100 yuan. The owner of the house went to borrow money, and the house was worth 60 yuan. When they couldn't afford 160 yuan, they would buy the house directly. Then, the other 40 yuan would be used to compensate for the overflow of capital without the devaluation of the social currency. At the time of equilibrium, land annexation was completed. It didn't matter whether it was reasonable or not. If Li Yi wanted to get involved, then he would have to do the low-interest loan business. He felt that if he dared to jump out, a group of people would fight him to the death. Come on, I'll show you what it means to silently moisten things and boil frogs in warm water. I don't know if the frog will jump out or not. But I know that you will give in step by step while scolding me for being a wastrel. I'll let you see how capital works. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Ha 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 ha. Li Yi stood up and smiled happily. He went out to look for Songde. Along the way, he asked and saw Songde outside the cotton textile workshop. Songde held a pair of embroidered insoles in his hands and whispered to Hu Ernyang while looking around. There was someone beside him, but that person's head was not turned in his direction. Songde, aren't you two getting married yet? The price has increased. 2,000 taels. That's what you get when you get married. Li Yi came over and didn't look at the insoles. He smiled and asked. Dongzhu, I still have things to do. Hu Ernyang ran away. Songde put the insoles in his pocket. Dongzhu, can it still increase? I can wait a little longer. Did you hear that? He can wait for money. Li Yi looked at Songde and said. Hu Ernyang, who had just disappeared, poked her head out. I'm waiting for a good day. After the new year, I'll propose marriage. Actually, I want to wait until the imperial examinations are over and everyone is celebrating. Songde's forehead was sweating. The weather was hot. The lunar calendar was November 10th and the solar calendar was December 14th. Chang'an's temperature was very high. Mass-produce ice chiseling tools and build more ox carts and horse carriages. The oxen and horses will still be fodder. Rent the ice chiseling tools to people with poor economic conditions. The rent is 10 taels a day and the payment will be made once a month. In addition, discuss with the clothing store to allow people with poor economic conditions to rent clothes and shoes. Li Yi explained the details of the rental. Buy a set of clothes for 100 taels. Buy in bulk and bargain with the Meng. For example, when the price was 80 taels, people who could not afford the clothes could contact the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi would pay 80 taels and the buyer would have to pay back 100 taels over 5 years. The total interest would be 25% and the annual interest rate would be 5%. In fact, the clothes bought alone would be 100 taels. This was Li Yi's way of lowering the interest rate. He did not give the money directly so that the lenders would not notice. As for the other things, they could be done slowly. The Li family Zhuangzi would find people to do the repairs if the house was broken down or if the farmers were sick and could not work. As long as Li Yi was willing, he could get involved in any industry. The repayment period he asked for was long and the interest rate was low. Others would not have to borrow money from loan sharks. They could take it slowly and get involved in each industry. When the other party reacted, it was too late. Songde could not figure out the purpose behind this. He was only responsible for taking notes and nodding. He only knew that when Dongzhu spoke, he would never lose money. Even if he directly gave the goods to others, Zhuangzi would still make a profit in the end. Dongzhu, the greenhouses are making money. 20 counties are cooperating with us. Do you want to expand the scale next year? Songde was giving the idea. This year, it was a cooperative model. The commoners were making more money than before. But Zhuangzi was still the one who made the most money. We will talk about next year. Your suggestion to expand the scale is good. We can not only do business in the government, but we can also send people outside. When you get married, we will give you 3,000 taels of gifts. Li Yi encouraged Songde. He had his own ideas. At the same time, he knew how much his subordinates looked forward to ideas. He could not dispel their enthusiasm. Who knows, his subordinates might come up with a good idea that he did not even think of. I am just saying. Dongzhu, I will go back to work. Songde was overjoyed. He jumped up and down as he walked. Li Yi smiled. He did not look at Huer, who was hiding there. He was happy and proud. He hadn't used this method of praising his employees in front of his subordinates' friends and family for a long time. Li family Zhuangzi's workshop became busy. They were ready to provide convenience for the commoners. Newspaper seller, Li family Zhuangzi is providing more things. He has reached an agreement with Qingyi Alliance, Rongyi Alliance, and Jingyi Alliance. The newspaper boy continued to advertise for Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone bought the newspaper and read the content. They realized that they could buy new clothes and shoes at the same price a few years later. They felt that they could take advantage of the situation. The rich were not happy. Li family Zhuangzi only helped to buy cheap clothes. They did not buy silk clothes. Xiao Qi, here is a newspaper for you. Study hard. I can read most of the newspaper now. A newspaper seller threw a newspaper to a child who came out early in the morning to clean shoes. I have finished learning Pinyin. I can read it now. But I don't know what some words mean. I have to read it a few times. The child who cleaned the shoes sat there and laughed. He had to spell a sentence and read it. It was like speaking. He knew the meaning and thought about every word. Chapter 554. It's time to shine your shoes. You can wipe your muddy leather shoes and boots clean. Selling hot fruit juice. Hot fruit juice from a thermos bottle. After the newspaper seller left, the shoe shine opened the newspaper. His eyes looked at the newspaper, but his mouth didn't stop shouting. The newspaper seller allowed himself to give the newspaper to others, but he had to make it clear who he was giving it to and why. Nowadays, there were many newspapers printed and couldn't be sold. The number of newspapers outside the capital office was enough. The newspaper seller would bring it back or simply give it away. They usually gave it to people who couldn't afford it but were willing to learn. For example, the shoeshine seller. There were 4 thermos bottles beside the shoeshine seller's stall. They sold hot fruit juice. Fruit juice was fruit powder with sugar in a small bamboo bowl. First, it was washed with hot water. Then, a packet of powder was poured into the bowl. Next, it was washed with hot water. Their lunch was instant noodles, which they ate by themselves. They also added a duck egg that wasn't salty but was still oily. They were required to eat it themselves and weren't allowed to bring it home. Li Yi could only help with this. Selling fruit juice could also help Zhuangzi make money, so it wasn't a loss. What are you reading? Do you think you can read? A very dirty-looking leather boot picked up the newspaper. The shoeshine seller looked at the newspaper to see if it was dirty or not. When he saw that there were prints, he unhappily hit it with his hand. When he couldn't hit it, he frowned and kept it. Shine your shoes. He looked up at the tubo man. It was obvious. Shine. The tubo man sat there, while the other 3 tubo men stood behind him. Your boots are muddy and haven't been cleaned for a long time. I can only clean them up and polish them. $50 a pair. The shoeshine seller looked at the other party's boots and estimated the time and polish needed. He then gave a price. Do you think you're worth $50? The tubo man suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked the shoeshine seller down. When the child fell, he scraped the thermos bottle beside him. A thermos bottle fell, and with a bang, the kettle exploded. Hot water flowed out. The child rolled to the side and shouted, "Tubo man is hitting me, Tubo man is hitting me." Shua, a group of people surrounded them, and an adult pulled little Seven behind him. That's awesome. The tubo people came to Chang'an to look for trouble. Pierce them and bleed them. Fuck him. Beat him up. Stab him. Capture him. Cut him. Beat him up. Various verbs were used by the people of Chang'an, and personal pronouns were added at the end. A total of 4 tubo people looked around in horror. The saber was at his waist. Just like the leader of the tubo envoys, Bo Qiao, he didn't even dare to touch the hilt of the saber, let alone draw it. He asked me for $50. Don't other people only ask for $5 or $10 to shine their shoes? The tubo man who kicked the child pointed at the child whose face was half exposed and explained. He asked you for $500, and he didn't wipe it. You can just refuse to pay. How can you hit him? According to what you said, we can't talk about the price when doing business in the future. If we do, we'll be beaten. Everyone, look. The tubo man broke the thermos of the Li family Zhuangzi. $200. I didn't break it. He touched it. The tubo man pointed at the child again and said. How could he touch it if you didn't kick him? The tubo man is unreasonable. $200. You want to renege on your debt? The people around rushed forward as they talked, as if a fight would break out at any time. I'll buy it. I'll buy the thermos. $200. Now it's broken. I'll go to Zhuangzi to get a new one. I'll buy it. Okay. The tubo man was quick-witted. He remembered that he could get a new one, no matter how broken it was. Then he could get a new thermos if he bought it. Who has time? Let's go to the Li family Zhuangzi. We can't just let it go like this. How can a child of the Tang dynasty be beaten by others? Someone said. Damn. The tubo people turned the Tang dynasty upside down. I'll go too. Since when was the Tang dynasty so weak that others can come and beat a child? Li Dongzhu said that if someone's clothes and shoes are dirty, he will compensate. But if someone beats someone, that's another matter. Let's go together. The people shouted and crowded around the 4 Tubo people to go out of the city. The Tubo man picked up the broken thermos and took it with him. He wanted to buy a new one. Half an hour later, the Tubo man was brought to the Ba River Bridge. The Qianyo guard asked about the situation, then drew his sword and drew his bow. Dongzhu, a child who was selling newspapers, was beaten by the Tubo man. Let's bring the Tubo man here. What do you think we should do? The second steward, Sun Xian, got the news first. He ran to Li Yi. I'll do it. When Li Yi heard that it was the Tubo man, he didn't let anyone else do anything. He set off with a group of 8 palace maids and eunuchs. The winged knights noticed the situation and immediately followed. There was a large group of them. Li Yi crossed the bridge. Yu Jiang, who had delivered the amber, also ran over and hid in the crowd. What's the situation? Li Yi looked at the 4 Tubo men and asked calmly. The weapons on the 4 men were removed, and one of them was grabbed by the arm. I'm Tubo's new envoy, Isinba. The one who kicked the child first introduced his identity and name. Isinba? Oh, Isinba. You should know who I am. What's the cause? Li Yi was still so gentle. Dongzhu. He wanted to shine his shoes. Look at his pair of boots. I asked for 50 coins, but he kicked me. I couldn't avoid it. Little Seven stood up and began to wipe her tears. Which foot kicked you? Li Yi's eyes looked very gentle. His voice had become the voice of some men on the internet. It was softer than a woman's voice. Anyway, he was disgusted by it, but he used it at this moment. The people around heard it and had goosebumps. Of course, some men and women's eyes lit up. They seemed to like the way he spoke. Li Yi, I'm Tubo's new envoy. I want to compete with you. Isinba noticed that Li Yi's gaze was on his legs. He squeezed back and said weakly. Yes. Envoy, which foot kicked you? Li Yi maintained his voice. I broke a thermos. I'll pay for it. And this child, I'll pay for it too. I'll give him a shovel. Isinba still wanted to hide, but the people behind him held him back. Li Yi smiled. It was very sweet. He had a delicate appearance, and his smile made many people intoxicated. Then, he asked, then which leg did you kick him? Li Yi, have you thought about the consequences? Isinba was angry. Did you think about it when you kicked me? Li Yi smiled. I was just anxious and angry at that time. Isinba continued to explain. I can't do anything now. Look, the people around me are all from the Tang dynasty. They're waiting to see what I'm going to do. At that time, I spread the word that no one was allowed to hit the Shushine child. Now you kicked me. What do you want me to do? I'm also very helpless. Li Yi spread his hands and looked around. The people around him nodded in agreement. That's right, no one dared to do it. What if you, a Tubo person, did it? Isinba gritted his teeth and took a step forward with his right leg. Right leg? Are you going to break my leg in front of everyone? How is that possible? You're an envoy. Go back and tell Butao that the friendship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo can withstand the test. It's like the sun. It will rise after it sets. Look at the weather. Today's sunset will be very charming. The rosy clouds will be red and the clouds will be beautiful. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. He didn't have any intention to make a move. What about the thermos? Isinba felt that he had passed. It's only 200 shovels. Send my greetings to Butao. Li Yi waved his hand. Chapter 555. Isinba left with his 3 companions. Li Yi didn't stop them. Many people didn't understand. Why did he let them go just like that? Why didn't he break their legs? Beating them up was fine too. Li Yi patted little Seven's head. Are you afraid of seeing blood? No. Little Seven didn't understand either. Go to the Honglu temple in the imperial city and wipe their shoes. Li Yi said to Little Seven and turned to cross the bridge. Little Seven brought the things back into the city with everyone. Others helped him carry them. How is Li Dongzhu so weak? It's uncomfortable. Li Dongzhu's words and smile are disgusting. He's so afraid of Tubo. You didn't see it. Those 4 Tubo people were laughing when they left. I know they were mocking him. If we knew this, we would have done it. Many people complained and felt suffocated. Before Little Seven reached the imperial city, the news had already spread. Yao Chong ran out and went to the main hall of the political affairs hall. Zhang Shua also appeared as if they had read each other's minds. Lu Huaishan walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. No one knew why he went out. Do you know now? Do you know now? Li Yi is ruthless. I told you that he's not a good person. Yao Chong said to the 2 of them. He wanted to get their support. That's not what you said before. You said he was good when you first met him. Lu Huaishan expressed his disdain. You changed. I didn't know him well. Who would have thought that he would change? In the future, you can't say bad things about him behind his back. Otherwise, if people spread, Yao Chong shook his head and looked at the 2 of them again. UNG, don't worry. We won't say anything. Zhang Shua wanted to laugh. Yao Chong always said that Li Yi wasn't good. He was the same as the others. He thought that Li Yi was more direct and made his attitude clear. Even if he was scheming, he would let others know. Today, she heard that Li Yi's smile was as sweet as a flower. When he spoke, there was no masculinity in his voice. But this was the most frightening thing. It meant that Li Yi was about to go crazy from anger. Let's wait for the situation at the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Lu Huaishan saw a teapot and tea leaves and went over to brew tea. The water was from the thermos beside him. It was still very hot. Obviously, it had just been filled not long ago. These tea leaves are good. Lu Huaishan picked up the tea leaves and smelled them. The tea from the first tasting was bestowed by His Majesty. He said that we have worked hard and made great contributions. Zhang Shua curled his lips. No one dares to cause trouble for Li Yi. Lu Huaishan instantly understood. The Li family Zhuangzi is making too much money. He's afraid that other people will be tempted, so he wants us to control him. Yao Chong didn't bother to calculate how much money Li Yi had. He couldn't figure it out, unless Li Yi said it himself. On the other side, Isinba and the other 3 arrogantly returned to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He found Buqiao and sat down casually. He didn't look like a subordinate at all. Buqiao, I've won face for Tubo today. Isinba said to himself. What's the matter? Buqiao had been living very carefully recently. I wanted to clean my shoes. That child dared to ask me for 50 yuan. I kicked him and he fell. He even broke a thermos bottle. Then, Isinba began to introduce his great achievements from the beginning to the end. He included Li Yi's performance. His movements and expressions showed that he wasn't a man at all. He was clearly a weak woman. No, a woman. He told me to tell you that the friendship between Tubo and the Tang dynasty can withstand the test. It's like the sun, setting and rising again. He said that the sunset today was charming. There were sunset clouds and fiery clouds. Fiery clouds, my ass. Do you think it's possible? If you ask me, at that time, you. Isinba kept talking. He didn't notice that Buqiao was sweating non-stop. When Buqiao heard the story, his breathing quickened. When he heard about friendship, his heart tightened. When he heard about the sunset and the burning clouds, he was enlightened and understood. The blazing clouds were bright red, just like blood. Before tonight. Otherwise, the sun could set and rise again. People might not be able to see it. You kicked him with your right leg? Butchao suddenly interrupted Isinba. Yes. When I sat there, I naturally put my right leg first. Li Yi asked me at first, as if he wanted to break my leg. When I said that I was Tubo. Guards. Butchao didn't wait for Isinba to finish. He shouted loudly. A group of Tubo people came in. Break Isinba's right leg. Carry him out and put him in front of the Honglu temple. Hurry. We don't want Li Yi to suddenly appear tonight. Hurry. Butchao ordered. Some of the people's expressions changed instantly. They shouted, yes. Then they grabbed Isinba and held him up. They swung a stick at Isinba's right leg with all their strength. Why? Isinba felt aggrieved. With a cracking sound, his bloody right leg was broken. Cut his pant leg and carry him out. Put him outside. Isinba kicked the child who was shining his shoes. He went with the child to Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi smiled and said something to him. Butchao explained the reason. The Tibetans, who didn't understand what was going on when they attacked just now, were instantly enlightened. How could Li Yi smile when he beat the child who was shining his shoes and went to Li family Zhuangzi? Hurry and carry him out so that others can see clearly. Li Yi said sunset clouds. Don't wait until nightfall. If the news doesn't reach Zhuangzi by nightfall, we'll be finished. There are 2,500 horses on the Tujue's side. How many people have died? Butchao waved his hand. He didn't want to talk to Isinba for the time being. Thus, Isinba was dragged out and thrown outside the Honglu temple, which was outside the imperial city. Xiao Qi was sitting there cleaning someone's shoes. Suddenly, he saw a group of Tubo people on the opposite side of the road. There was also someone shouting. He didn't care about the shoe cleaning anymore. He stood up and ran over. The road was too wide. He couldn't see clearly from afar. After a while, he ran back and continued to clean shoes. What's going on over there? The person who was shining the shoes couldn't move. The shoes weren't cleaned properly. Nothing big. It's Tubo people's business. Someone's leg was broken. His right leg is bleeding. Xiao Qi lowered his head as he spoke. His tears fell down. He raised his arm and wiped his eyes. He revealed a big smile. Li Dongzhu is awesome. He forced the Tubo people to do it themselves. He didn't say anything at that time. The person who was shining the shoes understood. He was deliberately taking care of Xiao Qi's business. He also went to Li family Zhuangzi. He was one of the people who felt aggrieved. He thought that Li Yi was weak. Only now did he understand that Li Dongzhu's methods were vicious. The people who were waiting to clean the shoes and to take care of Xiao Qi all ran over to take a look. He really hit him. I don't understand. What did Li Dongzhu do? I'm also confused. I've let Li Dongzhu down. I was scolding him in my heart before. Beautiful. Well done. I took a look. It's the right leg. No wonder Li Dongzhu asked Xiao Qi to clean the shoes on the opposite side of the imperial city. He wanted Xiao Qi to vent his anger. As expected of a second-rank official. When it comes to scheming, one of him is worth 100 of me. Who can tell me why the Tubo people broke their own people's legs? The commoners laughed as they discussed. They didn't have any pity. It was too outrageous. Someone ran into the political affairs hall. Just now, Simba was carried out of the Honglu temple. His right leg was broken and he was bleeding. The person who reported the news ran away. He wanted to continue watching the show. How is it? Yao Chong slammed the table. The Tubo people's business has nothing to do with the Tang dynasty. Lu Huaishan drank his tea happily. This was tea that he had tasted for a long time. Chapter 556. The Tubo people beat up their own people. I don't know why. The Tubo man who was beaten up came to the Tang dynasty to compete with Li Yi. He's so stupid. How can he compete with such a person? I despise him. Dong Zhu of the Li family Zhuangzi is indeed the prime minister. He's magnanimous and merciful. He even forgave the shoeshine boy who was kicked. Li Dongzhu is too gentle. I'm always afraid that he'll be bullied. The Tubo people are so cruel. They beat their own people. They're so cruel. After Isinba was carried out and frozen for an hour, an imperial physician finally came to help. It was not a big problem to reconnect the broken leg. The external flesh wound was also simple. The people of Chang and who knew what happened helped to spread the news. They were all happy. They didn't know what had happened. Anyway, the child was kicked. Li Yi asked which leg had kicked him. Later, they let him go. Not long after he went back, the leg was broken. Li Dongzhu is very good-looking when he smiles. He's also very nice when he talks. So you can't beat up the shoeshine boy. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu will smile at you. If you hit the child with your head, will he ask which head you hit him with? It's okay. Now that our medical skills are good, the imperial physician will go and take a look. There's a cast that can be put on. I'm just afraid that the Tubo people will suffer. It's winter. Why don't we boil some bone soup and have a look? It's the friendship between Tubo and the Tang dynasty. What about the toilet? I have a 20-year-old chamber pot at home. It's made of bamboo. I want to send it there. But it's leaking. Just plug it a little. The people of Chang'an cared about the Tubo people and were willing to send them warmth. In the Honglu temple, Isinba's leg was reconnected and put on a cast. But it was still swollen and painful. Isinba, don't blame us. We're helping you and helping ourselves. Li Yi can kill people with his own hands. He's very good. Butchia sat at the side, explaining to Isinba with an expression of grief and indignation. Isinba had already drunk a bowl of herbal medicine with an anesthetic effect, but his leg still hurt. He didn't say anything. Isinba had just arrived in Tubo. He had only learned the Tang dynasty's dialect well. In fact, he didn't understand the culture of the Tang dynasty at all, especially the art of language. He already said that even you know that there are no clouds, so how can there be sunset clouds and fiery clouds? If you don't believe me, you can go kick the shoeshine kid again and then carry you to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi guarantees that he will still talk to you with a smile. When you come back, we won't break your legs. I'll find a place to hide first. You see what happens. Buizhu had no choice but to persuade Isinba, and even told him a joke. Are you all right now? Isinba still didn't believe it, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't move. How is that possible? You haven't paid for the thermos yet. Butchao shook his head. Compensate him with 200 silver coins. How expensive? Isinba felt aggrieved. 200? The shoeshine kid has to be treated after being kicked by you, and there's also the money in the thermos. Take 2,000 silver coins and send it to Li Yi to see what he thinks. Butchao now knew Li Yi very well. He pondered all day long, and he regarded Li Yi as an enemy that he must kill. At noon, Butchao sent 2,000 silver coins worth of gold to Shao Qi, who was across the road. Shao Qi was eating instant noodles. The Li family Zhuangzi also sent someone to bring him a thermos of water and a small box of soy sauce chicken liver. He was kicked, but nothing happened. However, the footprint on his chest was not cleaned, so he needed to wipe it with water. He was wearing boots made of wool felt that reached half of his calf, a cotton-padded jacket, and cotton-padded trousers. The cotton-padded trousers were connected to a dudu with a strap that could completely cover the front of his chest. This was what the northeastern children wore before Li Yi's time. It was very difficult to take it off. The top button had to be undone first, and then pulled down to the knees. There was no one to help him, so he had to pull it out bit by bit from his feet. It was uncomfortable to wear it, and it was also uncomfortable to take it off. The only advantage was that it was warm. The weight of the cotton-padded jacket and trousers was equivalent to half a quilt. Xiao Qi wore such clothes, and there was also a pig-skin coat that was specially brushed with glue. It was not beautiful at all. However, his small hands were very white. Before eating, he poured hot water into a bamboo tube and soaked the noodles. Everything was prepared. When the water was not so hot, he used it to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he applied hand cream and picked up his chopsticks to eat the noodles. His fingernails were cut short. His hands did not look like they were used to polish shoes, but to play the piano. When Buqiao saw Xiao Qi's hands, he was jealous. How could a child from Tubo receive such treatment? Xiao Qi, does the place where you were kicked still hurt? Buqiao squatted down and asked with concern. It doesn't hurt. I didn't use much strength. If I used too much strength, he wouldn't be able to sit still. I followed the force and flipped over. Xiao Qi was honestly fine. He was just scared and helpless at that time. Now he was in a good mood. Brother Dongzhu was really powerful. When he asked the other party which leg he kicked, that person's leg was broken. It's good that it doesn't hurt. When I heard that someone from Tubo beat you, my heart ached. Sigh. Come, bring this gold back to Li Dongzhu. There is also an unsmoked leg of lamb. You can keep it for yourself. In the future, if anyone from Tubo bullies you, come and tell me first. I will help you vent your anger. Buqiao gave him 2,000 taels of gold and a smoked leg of lamb. He was not worried that he could not bring the child back. He just needed to ask for help, and there would be people to help him. He was not sure about the situation in other parts of the Tang dynasty. Anyway, he knew that the idlers in Chang'an had almost disappeared. The Li family Zhuangzi kept giving them work. Those who did not work and instead caused trouble were dealt with ruthlessly by the government. Do you need me to say anything? Xiao Qi had experienced too many hardships and knew what Buqiao meant. It was just like how he cried when he saw Isinba's leg was broken. He knew that it was Li Dongzhu who did it. At the end of the year, I hope Li Dongzhu will not back down. The friendship between Tubo and the Tang dynasty needs to be witnessed. Buqiao said solemnly. He knew that there was no such thing as backing down would make the other party forgive him. He had to show his toughness after giving the money. Xiao Qi nodded sensibly. I know. I want to tell you that you can't win. Since you think so, we must win. Buqiao got up and turned back. He was afraid. The confidence of the people in Chang and in Liyi was their support for the Tang dynasty. That person controlled the people's hearts and the matters at the border. The latest news was that the southwest barbarians had retreated. They could not defeat the Tang army who used hot air balloons as reconnaissance. The Tang army's logistics supplies were endless. They defended against the attacking enemy. The source was Liyi. Liyi paid for it. He was not in the southwest, but he controlled the war situation there. Oh, why is his leg broken? Tubo is really a barbarian. He beat his own people in the imperial city. Third brother, sister-in-law, are you afraid? In the evening, Li Longji and Empress Wang brought the child to play. The child did not need to be checked. Li Yi acted as if he didn't know anything as he attacked Tubo. Yes. Empress Wang cooperated. Yes. The little fellow said. Yes, we all know. But the person who was going to compete with me had his leg broken. Obviously, he can't compete with me in martial arts. Li Yi was very worried. It seemed that he was very good at martial arts. As he spoke, he scooped a spoonful of chicken blood soup, which did not have so much garlic and sauce, and fed it to the little fellow. This kind of chicken blood soup was fishy. The little fellow took a bite and liked it. He opened his mouth and asked for more. Chapter 557. Li Yi was most afraid of people competing with him in martial arts, such as wrestling, hand-to-hand combat, flying knives within 10 meters, and arrows within 50 meters. He felt that he had almost zero chance of winning these events. He couldn't even shoot arrows within 50 meters with a submachine gun. As long as the opponent shot an arrow, it could kill him, not to mention wrestling and hand-to-hand combat. He could fight with ordinary people, but he couldn't fight with people specially sent by the opponent. Now, Isinba said that he was sent by Tubo to compete. With the condition of his leg, how could he compete? If the opponent said to send someone else, it would be easy to deal with. He could close the door and let Guazi in. Occasionally, he would send someone. I'm from the Tang dynasty. I'm not bullying you. It's just that you're too weak. How about I widen the distance, 1 kilometer? Let's see who's better. I can't kill you with a sniper. No, I don't need a sniper. I'll use a heavy machine gun. It's lethal at a distance of 4 kilometers. I'll be done with a burst of shooting. Since we can't compete in martial arts, let's compete in literature. With your level of technology, I can't kill you. They won't compete with me in poetry. I'm going to get all their funds in one go. It's best if they owe me a sum of money. Li Yi was confident in the competition and asked each other questions. It couldn't be Tubo's people coming over to ask a few questions. If he answered correctly, the opponent would lose, and if he answered incorrectly, the opponent would win. They asked each other questions once and counted as a round. In this way, even if the opponent's questions were too disgusting and he couldn't answer, the opponent couldn't answer the questions he asked. Dongzhu, winged knights report that 10,430 captives and 6 pandas are less than 20 miles away from the west of Chang'an. Songda's voice came from outside the room. The pandas are here. That's great. None of them died. You've worked hard. Li first thought of the pandas. Then he reacted. Captives, more than 10,000 captives. There's labor force, mining and road construction. Third brother, sister-in-law, I'll finish eating first. I need to settle down. Li Yi said to Li Longji and Empress Wang to speed up the meal. Seeing Li Yi eating so quickly, the little fellow's little mouth moved quickly as well. In the end, not only did he fail to swallow the chicken blood in his mouth, it fell out instead. He was so anxious that he almost cried. Li Yi was half full. He put down his chopsticks and ran out. Zhuangzi immediately busied himself, setting up a tent on the other side of the Baishui Bridge. Some of the migrant workers were called to help, while the Zhang family's villagers were in charge of cooking. The latrines need to be built, and the captives need to be placed separately. Hire the winged knights to guard them first. After that, hire people from Chang and 16 guards. Li Yi calculated while waiting. 10,430 people. If they were given tools, what would happen if they rebelled? Put the people from different tribes into one team, 100 people in each team, and use the method of joint sitting. Choose the captain and vice-captain, and use different meals to divide them and not let them unite. Take out a point system. If they do well, they will get points. If they don't do well, they will get points deducted. If they get points to a certain extent, they will regain their freedom. Li Yi calculated that the point system would never allow them to become free. If they were sick or injured, they would get points deducted for medical treatment. If they wanted to eat meat, they would get points for it. They could also find women, and they would also get points. In the slave group, they could be divided into classes. Classes were classes, and the upper class would try to protect their own interests. On the official road less than 15 miles away from Chang'an City, a large group of people were holding torches to illuminate the road. The slaves connected by ropes walked with difficulty. The straw shoes had poor resistance to the cold. They were covered with 3 layers of sacks to keep warm. Some people couldn't stand the cold and were allowed to get close to the torch to warm their feet. Go quickly. When we get there, there will be food, salt, good clothes and shoes. Start running. If you can't do it, just say it. The person in charge of escorting them shouted from time to time. He was afraid that there would be more dead captives and less money. More than 100 captives died along the way. One captive was worth 50,000 yuan. There were 4 caged cars in the team. Mother and children were locked in one cage. At first, the pandas were irritable. After being locked up for a long time, they became obedient. The taste of bamboo always changed. Sometimes they would refuse and eat when they were hungry. But some refused to eat no matter how hungry they were. The escorts went to find a new type of bamboo. The pandas also ate some grass. They suffered a lot along the way. The cooked meat was put in pancakes. The pandas also liked to eat it. There was also a boiled egg every day. That was what they looked forward to the most. The captives were afraid of the cold, but the pandas were not. If it weren't for the fact that no one bathed them, they would look like big ragdolls at this time. Now, they didn't look cute. They were dirty all over. They opened their mouths and showed their sharp teeth. They looked very scary. When the team just reached the west of the city and was about to go south, Li Yi rushed over with the team. Tell them to wear shoes and clothes. Don't freeze to death. Drink some hot soup. Where are the pandas? God, are they cute pandas? Li Yi shouted under the light of a kerosene lamp. When he stood in front of the cage and raised the lantern to look at the pandas that were not sleeping, the word cute could not come out of his mouth. The places where the pandas should be white were now black. The body that should be round was thin. When he looked at the pandas also looked at him. Don't worry, I've built a house for you. There are 4 courtyards. There are fun things in them. I'll find bamboo for you in the future. Li Yi said to a mother panda. Zhuangzi only had dried bamboo at the moment. To feed the pandas, they had to feed bamboo shoots. Zhuangzi had prepared in advance. It was expensive, much more expensive than bamboo. The captives were there in groups to try on shoes and clothes. The ropes were untied at the last minute. They didn't run or resist. They really had no strength. After changing their clothes, they went to get soup. Each person was given a bamboo tube. The soup contained dried vegetables, wheat grains, and boiled chicken. The key was that there was salt. After changing into warm clothes and shoes and drinking a mouthful of the soup with salt, the captives quieted down. Here, these are for you. Eat as much as you want. It won't make me poor. Li Yi inserted an iron stake into the bamboo shoots and reached into the cage for the pandas. Seeing the bamboo shoots, the pandas didn't care about anything else. They grabbed 2 in front of them and started eating. The pandas in the other cages howled. They hit the cages with their claws and used their bodies to knock against the cage. There are all of them. Don't worry, help to feed them. Li Yi was afraid that the pandas would knock the cage open. More bamboo shoots were thrown in. The pandas were as obedient as the captives. They didn't care about tearing off the outer skin of the bamboo shoots. They just ate them directly. With the bamboo shoots in their mouths, the pandas raised their heads slightly. They actually gave people a feeling of satisfaction. The 2,000 non-commissioned officers from the southwest who came over were divided into groups to drink the soup. They drank a different kind of soup, mutton soup. Cut mutton and giblets were put into the soup together with salt, pepper, and vinegar. An hour later, all 10,430 captives changed into shoes and clothes and drank the soup. They were curious. They didn't know their fate. They only felt that they shouldn't be killed. What the non-commissioned officer from the southwest felt was the logistics ability of the Li family Zhuangzi. When the group was 20 miles away from the west of Chang and city, a scout went to report. When the group arrived at the west of the city, the Li family Zhuangzi's clothes, shoes, and 2 kinds of soup were all prepared and sent to the place. Didn't this mean that the Li family Zhuangzi could easily arrange an army of 13,000 people? No, the Li family Zhuangzi's reaction speed was faster than the army. Chapter 558. The sound of galloping horses could be heard. Not long after, more winged knights arrived. They all held crossbows and stared at the captives with unfriendly eyes. "Brothers, drink the soup." Only then did Shen Yong call out to the 200 winged knights. Just now, the 200 winged knights had been on guard on their horses. When others drank the soup, they didn't move. "Eat the jianbing and drink the mutton soup." Li Yi called out to the 200 winged knights. When he brought the team over, the jianbing had already started. There were 5 pots, and there were exactly 200 of them. They were all fried eggs with a lot of chopped green onions. There were no deep-fried dough sticks, only freshly fried crispy skin. The 2,000 people watched and didn't say anything. Just now, when they drank the soup, the winged knights were guarding them. The winged knights were also stronger than them. The strong should enjoy better things. Wah 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 wah. A captive smelled the jianbing and said with anticipation in his eyes, "I'll give you something good to eat when we get back." Li Yi didn't understand, but he could guess. His tone was gentle. "You're greedy, you're greedy." The Southwest non-commissioned officer kicked the captive. The captive ducked and lowered his head. When the winged knights finished the jianbing, the team moved again. The captives didn't need to be tied up. The 3,000 winged knights were enough to slaughter more than 10,000 captives. The huge team circled from the south of Chang'an and turned northeast. They arrived at their destination in the middle of the night. It was a large area at the head of the Ba River Bridge. Torches, lanterns, and kerosene lamps lit up the area where the tents were set up. The 200 winged knights entered Zhuangzi, found a place to set up the horses, and went to the bathing pool to take a bath. They didn't care about what happened after that. They were the most tired along the way, running here and there as scouts. 10 people in one tent, 10 tents in one area. Separate the different tribes and tell them to sit together. Li Yi communicated with the Southwest General Zhou Gang. One tent was a squad with a squad leader. 10 tents were a team with a captain. If there was a problem with one tent, all 10 of them would die. There were problems with 2 tents, and one team was completely wiped out. The interpreters went to explain the rules to the prisoners. The prisoners already knew. They had said so on their way here. They didn't know much about the other situations, but they knew how powerful the team that came to pick them up was. So many winged knights had appeared in the southwest, and the soup had been delivered so quickly. Initially, he thought that he would just find a random place to stay for the night and make other arrangements the next day. In the end, what he saw was a stretch of houses. There were even people who were busy digging ditches. Clearly, they had just received the news and sent people to do it. "Let's eat, let's eat. You've finished the soup and feel better. Come and get your food. Wash your hands." Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker, and the interpreter drove the captives away. A thick bamboo joint was cut in half from the middle, and the position of the bamboo joint was a simple plate. The Zhang family village brought the leftovers over and cooked them in a big pot, just like cooking pig feed. However, there wasn't much soup, so he had to use the shovel diligently to turn it over, otherwise the bottom would be damaged. The captives washed their hands with soap, one basin full of dirty water, another basin, and then their own handkerchiefs. The handkerchiefs would belong to them in the future for washing up. Each person held half a bamboo tube, and the person scooping the rice scooped 2 spoonfuls of mixed food into it. The captives took it to the side and used their hands to grab it. They didn't know how to use chopsticks. It was like pig feed, but they enjoyed it very much. Even at home, they didn't seem to eat as good as this. Tomorrow, take the food from Zhuangzi's cafeteria and send it to Grief Tian Square. Li Yi watched others eat and felt hungry. Although a lot of food was cooked together like pig feed, it actually tasted more fragrant. It was similar to the stew in the northeast. It was stewed food from other places. Together with the staple food, it was stewed noodles, stewed pancakes, and stewed rice. The Zhang family village's leftovers had been sorted and heated. They were sent to Grief Tian Square the next morning. After the tourists finished eating, they couldn't throw it away, let alone feed it to the pigs. There were vegetables and meat inside, and they were given to people who needed it. Of course, it wasn't like the current cooking method, where the same kind of vegetables could be mixed together and heated specially. For example, stir-fried celery with meat and stir-fried garlic with meat, when mixed together, it was more or less the same. Come, eat. Thank you for your hard work. The food from Zhuangzi was delivered. There were dining cars, plates, chopsticks, folding tables, and stools. The local soldiers in the southwest washed their hands, and it was just as dirty. Li Dongzhu, thank you so much for cooking for us. Zhou Gang thought it was just for him. You think too much. There's always food in Zhuangzi's cafeteria 24 hours a day. It's just that I cooked more. Li Yi wasn't greedy for this kind of credit. He was telling the truth. Ha ha ha, Li Dongzhu is really an honest person. Zhou Gang laughed and praised Li Yi. Along the way, he heard a lot of things about Li family Zhuangzi from Qinyong and the other winged knights. Only when they met did he know that Li Yi was really handsome. He looked like a scholar, but in fact, he was a scholar. It was just that he always assisted the warriors. Brothers of the Qianyo guards helped to patrol. The other party didn't do anything dangerous. Don't fight. It's all money if you hurt him. Li Yi also found a tray and was ready to eat. It was already past midnight. The Qianyo guards were dispatched to patrol back and forth. The winged knights didn't patrol. They only cared about killing people. Zhou Gang looked at Li Yi in surprise. How could he command them? The winged knights and the Qianyo guards, His Majesty's private army, the 16 guards of Chang'an, and the Minister of War couldn't do it, right? Zhou Changshi, a total of 10,430 people made it here alive. Of those, 521,500 were killed. Plus 6 pandas, 60,000 jin, a total of 581,500 jin. Do you want copper coins and silk? Li Yi sat opposite Zhou Gang and talked about business. Only when the money was confirmed could the soldiers be at ease. We want exchange coupons, the kind of 1 jin. We've discussed it. For the brothers who are alive, 1 person will get 10 jin. For the dead, 1 person will get 100 jin. The rest will be given to the generals. The compensation from the imperial court will be calculated separately. It can be considered as an explanation for the families of the brothers who died. Zhou Gang didn't say anything polite. He wanted money, and his brothers were waiting. Exchange coupons were useful in Shu. Salt merchants were the guarantor. Many people had to pay more to exchange for exchange coupons. On the way here, he was thinking that he was afraid that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't have enough money to issue exchange coupons, so he just casually printed them. When he saw the Li family Zhuangzi delivering clothes, shoes, soup, and now the tent area of 10,000 people was set up. He admitted that the Li family Zhuangzi had the strength. Not to mention using the winged knights and the Qianyo guards as farmers. He couldn't see the situation in Zhuangzi on the other side of the river, but he could see the light in a 4-story building. But when he thought of his dead comrades, he felt uncomfortable and his eyes turned red. When we go back, we'll settle the price of the pelts. The Zhuangzi gave us a high price. We have to let our brothers get some benefits. Li Yi mentioned the pelts that the captives helped to transport. They were not valuable in the southwest, but the price was different in Chang'an. I thank Li Dongzhu on behalf of my brothers. Zhou Gang clasped his fist. He lowered his voice and said, Li Dongzhu, do you still want the giant panda? Everything, including other living animals. I'll take the pelts of the dead. The price is not a problem. I'm going to build a zoo. Li Yi also said like a thief. Okay, wait for us to go back. Zhou Gang smiled. Do we have to train often? Li Yi asked. Li Dongzhu really knows soldiers. Zhou Gang nodded. Chapter 559. When the two of them talked about training, they looked at each other and smiled. They both understood what it meant. The mobilization of local troops had to be reported to the imperial court. Even if the troops were deployed at a critical moment, they had to be reported at the same time. It was most convenient for the army to catch all kinds of animals alive. There were many people and a wide range of coverage, so it was easy to manage. The local soldiers in the southwest wanted to make money, so they set their sights on the Li family Zhuangzi. The army went into the mountains to catch animals in the name of training. If they caught animals, they could hire boats and find people to raise them all the way to Chang'an. The training did not have to be reported to the imperial court. The local government was responsible for it. In the past, they were unwilling to train on a large scale because it consumed a lot of food and delayed the people in the Chong residence from doing farm work. But now, it was different. They went into the mountains for training and caught animals along the way. For example, pandas cost 10,000 yuan each. The price of other animals could be negotiated. Li Dongzhu, I thought of something. Can you raise animals in the southwest? Zhou Gang thought that animals in different places needed different temperatures. Li nodded, it's just money. We can raise pandas as long as we have bamboo shoots. If we encounter bamboo that they like to eat in summer, we'll see the price. Pandas are easier to raise in summer. I understand. Zhou Gang expressed his understanding. Li shook his head, summer is the most expensive. Pandas are afraid of heat. The temperature is a little low now, so they will help to adjust the temperature. Keep it above 0. Pandas are more comfortable with the cold and heat of spring. It's still the same in summer. We need a lot of ice to cool down. I can't turn on the air conditioner for pandas. We have to build a pool for pandas to go in when they're hot. We also have to build a pergola. When Li talked about pandas, a smile appeared on his face as he explained to Zhou Gang. He said that they couldn't be too cold or too hot. They also had to warm and cool the area. They couldn't eat too much ice. The panda field must have a climbing frame. Pandas like to climb up and sleep. As Zhou Gang listened, he began to calculate the cost of raising pandas for the Li family Zhuangzi. After calculating, he asked directly, how much does it cost to raise 6 pandas a year? Not counting the field, other buildings, and labor costs, the 6 pandas cost 2,000 yuan a year. It should be enough. Li gave a number that was not very accurate. He was calculating the growth area of the Qinling mountain range and whether it should be artificially planted. Lantian County was the mountain where he defeated the 50 Turks. It was part of the Qinling mountain range. Pandas love to eat arrow bamboos. Now, they were eating the bamboo shoots of arrow bamboos. Moreover, they were cold arrow bamboos. After eating them, they hugged them tightly and refused to let go. The main expense was ice money. They had been locked up in a big house. The temperature was okay in a cool place, but they couldn't not let the panda bask in the sun. He had to use an ice blower to stabilize it, make the pillars, and build a glass house. He had to prevent the giant panda from touching the glass as it would shatter if it touched the glass. If it was somewhere other than Chang and where there was not so much bamboo, it would be troublesome. Not counting anything else, 2,000 a year. Li Dongzhu, why are you spending so much money on animals? Zhou Gang began to feel sorry for the money. 2 years of Qianyi, and it was used by 6 animals. In addition to the courtyard, the house, the people working, and the running water, they could fight a small-scale war. Look, it's so fun to keep. Let everyone see what a giant panda looks like. There were many animals in the zoo, and the adults and children could learn from them. There were also some animals in the royal garden, and there were dwarves performing, but it was not open to the public. Li Yi said with a smile. The children were very curious. They could watch the animals and teach them patriotism at the same time. He wanted to tell the children how beautiful the Tang dynasty was and that it was impossible for someone to come and take it away. At the same time, he wanted to see how interesting animals were in other places. He wanted to help the people there to live a good life. As for spending money, it was easy to make money. Zhou Gang didn't know Li Yi's plan. When he heard that there were more animals to be raised, he thought of the days in the Zhichong residence and felt sad. He was not Yao Chong, Bai Gu, and the others. He didn't know Li Yi. He knew that Li Yi was rich, but it was Li Yi's own money. The soldiers fought so hard and died, and the people behind them spent a lot of money to raise animals for fun. For a moment, Zhou Gang was depressed and ate in silence. Zhou Zhangshi, I'm researching new weapons. The money I spent was countless times more than the money I spent on building the zoo. There are some results. My next step is to make good steel, which is more than what I can make now. When the new weapons come out, it will be easier for the brothers to fight. If possible, no one will die. If you help me catch animals, won't the brothers have more income? Li Yi's ability to read people's expressions was needless to say, but most of the time, he didn't say it. If he didn't say it, he could still be friends. Now he knew Zhou Gang's thoughts. He was a warrior on the front line, so he had to take care of his emotions. Sure enough, when Li Yi picked up the weapon, Zhou Gang's mood instantly improved. Li Dongzhu, your hot air balloon is so useful. In the jungle war in the southwest barbarians have nowhere to hide. We can always ambush in advance. Zhou Gang gestured and pointed to the sky with his hands in the shape of a hot air balloon. There were many mountains in the southwest. Once the hot air balloon rose into the air, there would be some movement if they wanted to ambush in the mountains. From one mountain to another, it was impossible to see the situation at all. The hot air balloon floated high. From the ground, they used binoculars to look at the flag signals. The small force of 100 people always had 0 casualties. Li Dongzhu, once the wind was too strong and the hot air balloon was tied by a rope. It swayed violently in the sky, so the people above untied the rope. Everyone looked for it. Later, they ran more than 70 miles before they found the hot air balloon. The wind was too weak. The hot air balloon that fell rose again and then fell again. If it weren't for the lack of alcohol, they would have been able to fly back by themselves. Speaking of hot air balloons, Zhou Gang told Li Yi a story. In the future, we won't use alcohol. The burning value of alcohol is low. We will replace it with gasoline and diesel. I will sell all the kerosene and keep the gasoline and diesel for the brothers. Li Yi told Zhou Gang about the hot air balloon in the future in advance. Li Dongzhu, have you been thinking about war? Building things with the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Finance, and the General? Zhou Gang was a little embarrassed. Just now, he had criticized Li Yi for spending too much money for fun. No such thing. Li Yi waved his hand, I don't have any cooperation with them. They just build the shell of the hot air balloon. I provide things. Ah. The things you make in Zhuangzi are not under their control? Zhou Gang understood the meaning of Li Yi's words. Why should they control me? My technology in Zhuangzi is not leaked. If I give it to them, it will be over. Li Yi held the wine cup. The imperial court doesn't care about you. His Majesty doesn't say anything. Zhou Gang found that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. How could there be such an existence in the Tang dynasty? He could make all kinds of military equipment and still be free. Look, the Qianyo guards and the winged knights, one is on the periphery, and the other is in Zhuangzi. As for His Majesty is very good, the Empress is also good, and... Anyway, you know that I will spend more money to help my brothers. When Li Yi spoke, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. Li Dongzhu, you are really our brother. In the future, when you go to the southwest, we brothers will take you to play. Zhou Gang was moved. It doesn't matter who takes who to play. When I make something good, I will take you to play. Li Yi drank. What does Li Dongzhu like to play? Zhou Gang said and winked. You can ask the former winged knights, they know. Li Yi also winked. Li Dongzhu, I'm ready. Your medicine is too effective. Shen Yong took a bath and changed his clothes. Chapter 560. Useful? Li Yi already knew the answer. It was sent back together with the battle report from the front lines. He wanted to hear more about it from Qinyong. We are not local soldiers from the southwest. When the House of Subjugation changed places, we did not go to the southwest. When we went there, we would get malaria if we were bitten by mosquitoes. When Qinyong said this, he smiled bitterly. Obviously, the physical fitness of his feathered forest flying cavalry was still passable. That means you didn't use the toilet water. What did you use the toilet water for? Li Yi directly found the problem in Qinyong's words. I saw that the locals were easily bitten and couldn't bear it, so I gave it to a woman. What's wrong? Qinyong was explaining when he saw Li Yi's special smile, so he admitted it. Then you wasted the big honey pills that I worked so hard to make. Do you know that the big honey pills require the medicine to be heated? And, well, it's a waste of honey. Li Yi almost blurted out the key to making the yellow wormwood honey pill. Li Yi didn't have the ability to use ether to extract the useful substances from the yellow wormwood. What he used was to wash the wormwood, cut it into pieces, and soak it in cold distilled water. There wasn't much water, so he soaked most of the useful substances in the wormwood into the water. Then, he used the water and other boiled wormwood powder. On the other side, he boiled the honey. After boiling, he made the big honey pills with the wormwood. The main thing was the water of the wormwood. It couldn't be heated. The other wormwood powder didn't have any treatment effect. The purpose was to make people unable to distinguish the ingredients of the big honey pills. Because the wormwood was not sterilized at high temperature, even if it was washed clean, the moisture in the wormwood would easily go bad. A large amount of honey was used to sterilize it. The water used was distilled water. It could be stored for a long time, about a year. Otherwise, it couldn't be stored for a month in a place with high humidity and hot weather. The big honey pills were wrapped in a layer of steamed wax paper and sealed with wax. The wormwood wasn't expensive, but the honey, processing and packaging weren't cheap. When the winged knights went, they brought a pile for the other soldiers to use. Some people didn't use the toilet water and got malaria. The toilet water he brought them contained artemisia, which was a pyrethrum, which could be used against mosquitoes. Li Yi had given him double insurance, but in the end, he had eaten a lot of honey pills. Qinyong chuckled at Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, the big honey pill is effective. You'll get bumps, diarrhea, and fever. You can eat that. Is that so? Li Yi glared at Qinyong. Qinyong shrunk his neck and looked for a plate to scoop up the dishes and wine. Even though he drank the mutton soup and ate a jianbing, it was not enough. Even if he ate 5 of those huge crepes, he would only be 60% full. When they were in Zhuangzi, there was a lot of meat, so it was still okay. But on the way back, they were exhausted. They couldn't eat well and kept running around. Zhou Gang watched from the side. He found that the winged knights were afraid of Li Yi. It wasn't the kind of fear that came from a life-and-death battle. It was a kind of love and respect, and at the same time, a little fear. He couldn't figure it out. Li Yi looked like a scholar. What did he have that could make the winged knights afraid? When the winged knights were injured on the battlefield, they bit on a wooden stick and had their wounds cleaned with soap and alcohol. Even when they were stitched up, they didn't show such an expression. Qinyong came back quickly. The plates were filled with braised pork. Battalion Commander Chen, I see that you seem to be giving in to Li Dongzhu? Zhou Gang asked as he thought about it, but he said it tactfully. You can say that you're afraid. What do you mean by giving in? I'm afraid. It's not shameful. You'll know when you experience it. Qinyong said casually, not caring about what others thought. Zhou Gang smiled, that's good. Li Dongzhu said that he might come to our place next year. I said that I would bring him to play. He said that he could bring anyone. I'll learn more. Dongzhu said that he would bring you to play. Qinyong suddenly shivered. He looked at Li Yi, who was eating with his head lowered, and then stared at Zhou Gang. Zhou Gang sat up straight. He felt that something was wrong and nodded carefully. Okay, it's good to bring you to play. Let's drink. We're not in charge today. Just drink. Don't get drunk. Chen Yong's mood suddenly became better. It could be seen from his expression. Zhou Gang felt that something was wrong. What's the story? It's like this, ahem. Li Yi coughed. He probably didn't eat well. It's like this. Dongzhu is rich, and he knows how to make fun things. Chen Yong quickly changed the topic. Zhou Gang was even more certain that there was a problem. He thought of the medicine that Li Yi and Chen Yong had mentioned when they were talking. He turned his head and asked Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, are you selling that big honey pill? Yes. We'll wait for the Tubo and Turks to come and sell it in a few days. How can one not be worth one? I made it with mugwort. Li Yi finally raised his head and emphasized mugwort. Now, many people felt that mugwort could cure all diseases. In fact, mugwort was useless for malaria. The Chinese saying behind the elbow was to hold the artemisia, soak it in water, and drink it. Artemisia was a general term. The artemisia he found happened to be yellow artemisia. Soak it in water and drink it, and it was effective. If he changed it to other artemisia, he would drink it for free. He collected a large number of artemisia for the purpose of making others unable to guess. Even if he made the big honey pill, there was a hidden scheme. This was the thing he wanted to trick the foreigners who bought a large number of newspapers. He took it out and asked them if they wanted to buy it. There was a lot of malaria in your country. Who would have thought that Tubo would come over to steal the technology? He saved the money and could trick them again. I can't afford to buy a single artemisia. Zhou Gang thought of the people in his country. Usually, when they went into the forest, they would smear grass juice with a strong smell to drive away mosquitoes. It's not the same for our own people. Let's see how much the honey of the big honey pill is worth. Add some money and sell it. But you are not allowed to smuggle it to Tubo and Tujua. I still want to rely on this to make money and support the army. Li gave an internal price and added some money to the cost. Artemisia was cheap. Other artemisia were made into mosquito coils and sold. Li Dongzhu, can I bring back 20,000? It's easy to die from malaria. Zhou Gang was ready to buy some. I'll give you 20,000. Li Yi was generous. Li Dongzhu, why are you so good to us? Zhou Gang was touched. Because you are at the border, and there are always wars at the border. I'm enjoying life at the rear. You don't have enough to eat, warm clothes, and can't be treated when you are sick. I'm afraid the enemy will come in. Li Yi was still telling the truth. The better the front line was fighting, the more relieved he would be in the rear. Li Dongzhu, your medical skills are amazing. Zhou Gang thought of an angle to praise. Li Yi smiled, I'm just dealing with it. He knew the role of the big honey pill, but he admired the author of the emergency prescription, Gu Hong. Chapter 561. Traditional Chinese medicine was usually boiled. Boiling 3 bowls of water to make 1 bowl of water. There was also baking, turning it into powder, and drinking it with water. But Gu Hong knew that wormwood should not be heated and should be cold. How did he come up with this idea? Could it be that he encountered malaria and tried all kinds of preparation methods with tens of thousands of herbs? No. Li Yi understood a little. Looking at the prescriptions for malaria prevention pills, there were croton, realgar, borneal, plum, and even musk, erica, pinellia, and caeconia. Look, it was all about the 5 elements: monarch, minister, assistant, and messenger. In other words, when dealing with malaria, the system of Chinese medicine was to deal with diarrhea, fever, and diarrhea. Can a person still eat croton when they have diarrhea? Chinese medicine dared to prescribe using poison to fight poison and directly eliminate the internal evil. He was not blindly using medicine. He had his own complete set of medical theories. What should he do if the internal fire was strong? Cupping. Wasn't this the system of Chinese medicine? At first, the West objected. The West was rich at that time, and many people thought so. In the end, when it was Li Yi's time, foreigners who played basketball knew how to cupping. If that thing was useless, why would they pluck it? There was also scraping, massage, acupuncture. Even Li Yi himself hadn't fully understood this system and was always making mistakes. But he admired the seniors. The seniors practiced, modified, and organized the system. The Chinese medicine he learned at that time was sorted out by the seniors, and the latecomers did not have any major contributions. Because of Western medicine, diseases were treated quickly and all kinds of medicine were taken, including bone setting. Chinese medicine did not need to look at the radiographic films. It could be done by touching the bones. Unless the bones were too broken, surgery was needed. He also knew that this was not a problem with Chinese medicine. It was the xenophobic nature of Westerners. Now that the big honey pills were useful, Li Yi was not prepared to deal with the Westerners. The Westerners now. Zhou Gang did not know that Li Yi's mind was filled with the pride of Chinese medicine. He was thinking about how to treat malaria in the future. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. None of the 20,000 big honey pills will be spread. He promised. Don't. You have to think of a way to spread tens or hundreds of them to the Turks and Tubo. Let them know about this thing. When I took the initiative to sell the medicine, I was at a disadvantage, so they came begging me to buy it. I don't really want money, I want horses, cows, or sheep. If they have the ability, they can transport the yaks to Zhuangzi alive. I can still feed them. I don't want the dogs there. They have low IQ. Li Yi hurriedly corrected Zhou Gang's mistake. Doctors were supposed to treat illnesses and save lives. How could they restrict the flow of medicine? Are the people outside not human? They had to pass it through. Since it was difficult to pass it through the southwest, they decided to pass it through the Shu lands, which was slightly to the north. Li Dongzhu, I know. Zhou Gang laughed twice. He could take out a portion of it to sell for money, and it wouldn't be a small amount. He also knew how to hype things up. If he didn't use 10 bottles, how could he show the good of the medicine? Who said that soldiers were stupid? If soldiers were stupid, how could they fight? Zhou Gang just didn't play tricks on his own people. When he talked to Li Yi was also straightforward. The captives didn't think about the future at the moment. They grabbed the rice with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths. The more they ate, the more they liked it. It tasted good. It turned out that the people of the Tang dynasty usually ate this. Why wasn't the food in the place they fought not as good as here? Why is there a group of people? Do they look different from us? The stall owners who were waiting for dawn at the bridgehead were awakened by the people next to them. They were very unhappy. They looked around and found that there was a group of people who were obviously different from them. Southwest barbarian captives, get up and eat. The Li family Zhuangzi sent food and told us that we can also eat. The person who shouted said with a look that said, you should thank me. Ah, food from the cafeteria? Thank you. Sure enough, the person who was woken up thanked him. They only had free soup here. The Zhuangzi didn't give them food. Otherwise, how could the stall owners survive? The people who were doing business got up, found a place to wash their hands and faces, and went to get plates to eat. The captives looked at them and misunderstood again. They thought that the Tang dynasty was so rich that the people could eat food from any place. It's coming, it's coming. Another batch of braised pork is ready. Make way. The farmer pushed a cart with big buckets. They knew what the soldiers liked to eat. They ate it every day and didn't get tired of it. Big pieces of braised pork were scooped into the trough with a spoon. The non-commissioned officer of the Southwest hurriedly lined up to get them. They were staring at the meat now. It was very tiring to come all the way here. As soon as the big buckets of braised pork were removed, a dining cart with mushroom-stewed chicken arrived. The non-commissioned officer of the Southwest finally experienced how powerful the Li family Zhuangzi was, which the winged knights showed off along the way. From receiving the news to receiving the food, to setting up the tents, cooking the food for the captives, and eating and drinking on their own side. The Li family Zhuangzi had arranged for nearly 13,000 people from the beginning to the end. If the logistics could be provided to such an extent, how could they not defeat the enemy? No wonder the winged knights said that if the Li family Zhuangzi could support the logistics, they could capture Tubo's Zanpu in one go. The logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi were simply unreasonable. How many people and money had they invested? How long could this kind of logistics last? After eating, the non-commissioned officer of the Southwest squeezed into the tent of the Qianyu guards. They thought that the tent would be messy and waited to enter. Under the light of the kerosene lamp hanging there, they found that they were wrong. There were bunk beds in the tent and wooden beds. There were 2 stoves placed some distance apart in the middle. The stoves had iron cylinders as chimneys that extended out from the top of the tent. In the bunk beds, the bedding was laid flat, and the pillows were placed on the right side of the bed. There was a big cabinet next to each bed. There were crossbows hanging in the cabinet and armor below. Everything was neat and tidy, without the slightest bit of disorder. Including towels, soap boxes, toothpaste boxes, and hand towels, everything was so neat. The soldiers of the Southwest were stunned. This was the 16 guards of Chang'an. It was indeed extraordinary. They thought that only the winged knights could take care of the tents well. They didn't expect the 16 guards to be even better. The winged knights also had a lot of messy things. The Qianyu guard's tent couldn't be seen. Someone ran out and whispered in Zhou Gang's ear. Zhou Gang waved his hand and the other party ran away. He said that the Qianyu guard's tent looked special. It was too neat. Zhou Gang said. That's not normal. We don't have the conditions to go to the winged knights of the Southwest. Going to Zhuangzi to see the winged knight's tent is better than the Qianyu guards. Chen Yong was not convinced. The winged knights were the best in terms of internal affairs. Moreover, the battalion commander's cooperation was suitable for battle at any time. The Qianyu guards were stunned when they encountered a surprise attack. Zhou Gang thought for a moment and admitted that the winged knights rushed to the Southwest and brought a lot of things. They were all for war, and they were so neat. In the rear, where there was no war, it was guaranteed to be better. Li Dongzhu, if you were in the Southwest, what kind of logistics could you provide? Zhou Gang envied this kind of logistics. They could send you a lot of food in the middle of the night. That depends on how much I want to do. If there is no war, it will naturally be slower. If there is a war, our logistics will change to war mode. Li Yi still didn't lie or brag. He could do it. It was a matter of money. Chapter 562. At the end of the morning, when it was almost noon, the Li family's farmstead delivered another breakfast. Get up and wash up. Each of you will get a set. Your good days are coming. The Qianyu guards had already arrived. They knew what happened last night and began to wake the captives up to wash up and eat. When the captives opened their eyes from the thick straw mats on the ground, they realized that yesterday was not a dream. They could finally find a warm place to sleep and eat. The soldiers from the Southwest were also woken up. They rubbed their eyes in a daze. What will you do if there is a war? Hurry up. Yesterday, each of you was given 2 taels of baijiu. Rest here for 2 days. You have to bring the money back. The winged knights patiently said. They were all their brothers. To be honest, these people from the Southwest were seriously unqualified. If the winged knights reacted quickly, they would have been punished to tears. Everyone got up. The Southwest captives learned how to brush their teeth. The first time they brushed their teeth, almost everyone bled. They had never brushed their teeth since they were young. Once they did, the probability of bleeding was very high. However, it did not delay anything. It was just that when the toothbrush touched the gums, it would bleed normally. After washing up, it was time to eat breakfast. The Li family Zhuangzi reacted quickly last night, and it was even better during the day. They made tofu soup, steamed yellow rice, and pickled vegetables. They gave them a spoon and told them not to pour the soup on the rice and eat with their hands. They also gave them a pair of chopsticks and told them to eat with chopsticks and pickled vegetables. They could not learn immediately. It was impossible that they could not learn. The Qianyo guards also ate at the side and taught the southwest captives how to use chopsticks. It was their first time using chopsticks. The captives wished that they could use one chopstick in each hand to pick up the pickled vegetables. The soup was easy to make. There was a clay spoon. The yellow rice could be eaten with the spoon and chopsticks. Eat and practice slowly. It's good that I haven't made beans and pickled vegetables for you. You are not allowed to use your hands to pick them up. Are you babies? The Qianyo guards corrected the way the captives used chopsticks. It was too stupid. Li Longji did not go to the morning court today. He had a reason. He was looking after more than 10,000 captives. He said that he wanted to watch the captives eat, so Zhuangzi set up a table and surrounded it with glass frames that could be pieced together. This operation was very natural. Under normal circumstances, the Li family Zhuangzi could set up a table at any time and maintain the temperature. It was so normal that Li Longji left the Li family Zhuangzi and didn't like anyone else. Why were they so slow? How is this a problem for my brother Yi? You don't even know how to use chopsticks. As expected of a barbarian. Empress Wang had finished feeding the baby an hour ago and changed the baby's diaper. Now she despised the captive. This time, the little fellow didn't cooperate and fell asleep. He was lying in the pram, his two small arms hugging a giant panda doll that was about the same size as him. It was made of silk and cotton. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Anyone who doesn't know how to use chopsticks is a barbarian. Li Yi agreed with this point. Brother Yi. Li Longji picked up the spine from the pickled cabbage stew with vermicelli. There was too much meat and he didn't want to eat it. Li Yi reached out his chopsticks to help. He and Li Longji controlled their strength at the same time. The two worked for a few seconds. Li Longji got the meat he wanted and Li Yi went to pick up something else. This was the essence of the Chinese people using chopsticks. Ordinary people couldn't learn it. Picking up beans with chopsticks was nothing. That was a routine operation. Two people using chopsticks to tear the meat was the real test of their basic skills. If they didn't use enough strength, they couldn't tear the meat. If they used too much strength, the meat would splatter everywhere. Both parties needed to control their strength at the same time to reach a balance. Many people don't know that the most awesome moment is when they use chopsticks to divide the food. It's just that everyone is used to it. Li Yi sighed and praised the chopsticks. How is it awesome? Isn't it just like that? Empress Wang didn't understand. It's different, sister-in-law. When a few people eat fish, they have to flip it over. Oh, it's called rowing. They need to control their strength at the same time. Tearing the meat is a kind of cooperation. We Chinese people, even if we don't know each other, each person has a pair of chopsticks. We can know the strength of both parties in a few breaths. Li Yi said with a smile. He was too proud. When he thought about it carefully, he understood that it was a foundation. Brother Yi, is it easy to manage 10,000 people? Li Longji looked across the river with a pair of binoculars and showed a worried expression. There are so many people in the Tang dynasty. Is it easy to manage? Li Yi asked. It's not easy. Li Longji shook his head. My 10,000 captives are easy to manage. They won't move around. They will only be in a certain area. Arrange for people to supervise and select the people among them to form a hierarchy. Li Yi didn't care. Captives were people who were deprived of political rights. Bai Qi was able to kill so many people because they had lost the will to resist. Many people would always think that if they were obedient, they would be good to them. This was a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome. During Li Yi's time, many criminals used this to bully people. In fact, the real bully was not the criminals, but the law. Many people knew that murder was illegal, so even if they were bullied, they didn't dare to do it. They were afraid of being punished by the law. Therefore, when an organization with the power to enforce the law was corrupt, it was the most terrifying. For example, Dongzhu, someone reported that someone wanted to take advantage of the situation. Li Yi was thinking about the psychology of the people when Song De ran over. Okay, let the person who reported it be the patrol. He can choose 100 of his people to patrol together. Li Yi smiled. Sure enough, the captives might not appreciate it if you treat them well. What about the person who wanted to cause trouble? Song De asked. Take him away, isolate him, and then tell others that the person who wanted to cause trouble is living a happy life. Li Yi's smile didn't change as he told Song De what to do. Song De ran off and followed Li Yi's instructions. Uncle, aren't we killing those people? Empress Wang understood. They are labor, bought for 50,000 each. Put them alone and don't come into contact with others. Their ambitions can be used. Li Yi didn't care at all. There were more than 10,000 captives. Was he not allowed to have the spirit to resist? Those who stood up could be heroes, or they could be tools to help stabilize the other captives. He didn't want to play tricks with the people and soldiers of the Tang dynasty, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to play tricks. A leader with no ability would find an opportunity to kick out the troublemakers. A leader with ability would turn the troublemakers into tools. Ostracizing them and making things difficult for them only proved that the leader was useless and didn't have any other ability. The true essence of politics was the power struggle behind the victory of the alliance and the victory of the alliance. There were too many things involved, including each person's background, compromise, and attack. Not everyone can stand in that position. It's too tiring. Those who play with people lose their will, and those who play with people lose their virtue. Li Yi muttered. At the same time, he felt that he wasn't a good person. He had to use tricks to deal with the captives. Moreover, these tricks would be a blow to his own heart. After a long time, people would get used to it and wouldn't feel anything wrong. Chapter 563. They're going to live a good life with wine and meat. Who else wants to drink and eat meat? The captives bowed their heads like quails and tried hard to learn how to use chopsticks. They didn't believe it. The informant was rewarded with a bowl of the worst wine and a drumstick. He was promoted and became the inspector of more than 10,000 captives. He was allowed to choose 100 people to patrol with him. The quality of life improved all of a sudden. His people would be grateful to him, while the other clans hated and feared him. Li Longji put down his binoculars. He will lead his people to bully others. When the other clans resent him to a certain extent, he will be dealt with. Li Longji knew how to operate and was very familiar with it. Later on, the other clans would have inspectors who would not patrol their own clans but other clans. More than 10,000 captives were managed just like that. Let's go and see the pandas. After lunch, it was almost noon. Empress Wang wanted to see the pandas that looked like dolls. The little guy was holding the sleeping pandas and looked cute. The group went to the pandas. There were 4 courtyards spaced apart. The pandas with children continued to take care of them. At this time, the pandas were very angry. The farmers were spraying soap water at the pandas with the water will used to put out the fire. When the soap water touched their eyes, the pandas felt uncomfortable and roared at the people standing on high ground. Especially the mother panda, who was trying to hide her child behind her. Her roar made people feel sad. Is it enough? Empress Wang looked at the child lying in the pram beside her and felt that it was too cruel. The pandas were hiding and the young ones were shouting at their mothers. The mother panda's roar was full of grief and helplessness. Change to warm water. Fill the small pond with warm water and continue to heat it up. The person in charge of the panda's living arrangements ordered. The water wheel with soap water was removed and immediately replaced with warm water without soap. The water continued to spray the pandas, especially their eyes. After spraying, the pandas realized the situation. The mother panda used her paws to wash her face. When she saw the situation, she quickly moved aside and exposed her child. She used her paws to wipe the child's face. On the other side, the blended warm water flowed through the ditch into the cement pool in the panda park. When the panda saw this, it immediately ran over and stretched out its claws to scoop it up. After tasting it, it found that it was very good and rolled its body inside. She sat in the water and used all her strength to wash the soapy parts of her body. It was very uncomfortable when it touched her eyes. The big panda also threw the child into the water with its mouth and rubbed the soapy water off like a human. When she was washing them, their fur got wet and stuck together, but it didn't affect the cuteness of their black and white colors. This is what a panda should be like. The black one isn't good looking at all. It's just that it's skinny. Eat it for a few days to make up for it and it'll turn into a ball. Lee smiled when he saw them playing in the water. He didn't know if the 6 pandas were lucky or unlucky. Although he had lost his freedom, he could eat and sleep more peacefully. In the future, they will use soap and water to wash themselves, and then change to clean water. The impact of the water gun is strong, and their eyes are uncomfortable. Lee introduced the intelligence of the giant panda. The giant panda would try to learn. Empress Wang compared the rag doll panda with the giant panda in the water. We have to fatten them up quickly. The skinny ones look a little fierce. The giant pandas in the garden washed for a while. The small ones were hungry and went to their mothers to eat. Then, will a large group of giant pandas move out together? Empress Wang thought of the situation of a large group of giant pandas. When the children grow up, one day, the mother panda will refuse to breastfeed them. Then, it will be time to part. The mother panda will leave that territory and look for a new place. Lee shook his head, indicating that giant pandas didn't live in groups. Many times, after the mother panda raised her children, she would give the relatively safe place to her children and leave alone. Why don't they stay together? There are many giant pandas, and they can fight together if they encounter an enemy. Empress Wang was a little sad. Everyone continued to watch for a while. When the children were full, the bamboo shoots and the bamboo that was hurriedly transported from Lontian County were thrown in. The giant pandas didn't even look at the bamboo. They ran straight to the bamboo shoots, picked one up, and began to peel it. There was a lot of food. They didn't even eat the bamboo shoots that weren't good. Their behavior was very different from last night. On the other side, the captives finished eating and began to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. The interpreter was responsible for teaching them sentence by sentence, even word by word. If you don't understand and don't do your job well, you will be taken away to eat meat and drink, the interpreter threatened. The captives were very obedient. They found that they had a great chance of surviving. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been given shoes, clothes, towels, and things to brush their teeth. Unless the people of the Tang dynasty wanted to eat people, they would first fatten them up before eating. In the political affairs hall of the imperial city, Yao Chong and the others gathered together to drink tea after eating. More than 10,000 captives were bought by Li Yi. Looking after them is a big problem. Yao Chong was talking about serious matters. Li Yi will give corresponding money to whichever team is sent to look after them. Will this money be counted in the Ministry of Revenue's account, or will it be counted in the 16th Guard's own account? Lu Huaishan looked at the problem from another perspective. The Ministry of Revenue gave money to the 16th Guard, but the 16th Guard ran off to do private work. How would the cost be calculated? The imperial court needs to find laborers to work. If they find Li Yi, should they give Li Yi money? It would be a pity if they don't use more than 10,000 captives. Zhang Shua thought of a different problem from the other two. The main thing is whether they can be forced. When the owner buys slaves, they belong to the owner's family. The imperial court can't touch other people's family property. Yao Chong was fair. More than 10,000 captives were a large number, but the relationship between the captives and their owners did not change. Legally speaking, the imperial court was not allowed to seize other people's things. Lu Huaishan picked up his teacup. The imperial court doesn't need to care. Li Yi can arrange for the captives to dig mines and build roads. Can't others use the roads he built? He's always wanted to build the official road from Chang'an to Luoyang. Now that the manpower is here, let's wait until spring next year. Zhang Shua took a sip of tea. He was worried. There were too many captives, and it looked dangerous. The imperial court needed to send troops to help manage them. The transfer, cost, and affiliation involved in the process all had to be determined. When other people bought slaves, they could just bring them home. The government didn't have to worry. More than 10,000 southwestern barbarian soldiers were like a large army camp. How scary. The three of them were worried, but Li Longji was in a good mood. He wasn't worried. Brother Yi, the imperial court sent troops to protect Zhuangzi because there are military secrets in Zhuangzi. How are you going to deal with the extra captives? Li Longji directly threw the question to Li Yi. Give money to the Ministry of War. The Minister of War is Yao Chong. Put the money in his hands. I'll take care of the food of the 16 guards. Li Yi did the math. The money couldn't be given to the Ministry of Revenue. It was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. Unless the Ministry of Revenue could take over the Ministry of War, Yao Chong could figure out what he wanted to do with the money. Zhuangzi was responsible for food. If the soldiers of the 16 guards took money from Zhuangzi, wouldn't they be raising private soldiers? Li Yi continued to talk about the captives. In December, if they can understand the general language, they'll be sent to Lantian County in batches to dig mines. Where there are coal mines, they'll send people to dig coal in exchange for food. Those who aren't rotated will continue to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. Those who speak well will be rewarded with meat. At the same time, they'll be used to obedience. Chapter 564. It's time to eat, it's time to eat. In the blink of an eye, it was December. Today was the first day of the lunar month. Li Longji's family was not around. There was a court meeting at Hanyuan Palace in the morning, and all officials of rank 5 and above had to attend. The captives took some time to get used to it. When they heard that it was time to eat and the sound of pots knocking, they lined up as fast as they could. Each of them held half a bamboo tube and a pair of chopsticks in their hands, waiting for the others to get their food. The 10-man squad leaders were responsible for taking care of their own food. When it was their turn, they got their food first. The rice was steamed from old wheat with some bran in it. Li Yi said that bran was coarse grain and was good for the body. The vegetables were pickled vegetables. They were given a chopstick and placed in the bamboo tube at the same time. The 10-man squad leaders had an extra spoon of stewed vegetables. The oil of the pickled vegetables could be seen. They were also given an extra spoon of rice. The 100-man squad leaders had it much better. They had a plate with the same staple food, but they could eat whatever they wanted. Other than the pickled vegetables stew, there was also a meat stew. For the past 2 days, they had been eating chicken bones stewed with gray cabbage. The gray cabbage was wild vegetables collected by the roadside and the river to dry in the summer. Chickens, ducks, and geese could be eaten. Occasionally, people would eat it too. The chicken bones were indeed chicken bones. Most of the meat had been shaved off, but some of the internal organs were still attached. Even so, the squad leaders had to be careful when eating. They were afraid that it would be gone if they ate too much. While eating, they looked at the squad leaders of other squads with hostility in their eyes. Oh, it was called competition. The Li family Zhuangzi's people had agreed with them that there would be competitions in the future. There would be competitions in terms of work, learning the Tang dynasty dialect, and management personnel. When the reveille was blown, the squad that was the fastest would get extra points, and the slowest would get points deducted. After a month, on the 1st of January, the evaluation would begin. There was a month from December to January to improve. When it came to January, the evaluation would be held once every 10 days. The squad leader with the least points would be replaced as the 10-man squad leader, and the squad leader with the best performance would be selected as the squad leader. Squad leaders competed with squad leaders, and so did 10-man squad leaders. If they could not do it, they would be removed. In order to have more rice and dishes, the squad leaders and 10-man squad leaders were extra strict with their subordinates. There was no luck involved in the elimination of the last team. It was guaranteed that a team leader and a squad leader would be eliminated every 10 days. As for the patrol inspector, he brought 100 men with him, so he had one more dish to eat. It was the meat that was shaved off from the chicken skeleton. It was all minced meat that was directly fried in chicken oil. They thought that everyone was a bad guy. If anyone in the group was caught breaking the rules, they could add an extra dish to the stew for the next 10 days. The 16 guards, who were in charge of watching over them, seemed very relaxed and didn't need to worry at all. Every team had people from different tribes. They used to be comrades, but now they had become spies. Actually, in the southwest, the various tribes were also at war with each other. The fight against the Tang dynasty was a temporary alliance driven by Tubo. Tubo did not expect them to defeat the Tang dynasty. Tubo only needed people to harass the Tang dynasty. This year's Tubo people are very powerful. Instead of fighting the Abbasid Caliphate, they have to think of a way to fight the Tang dynasty. Moreover, they can even ally with the Abbasid Caliphate, the Turks, the Southwest Barbarians, and the Khitans to fight the Tang dynasty. Li gave Tubo a positive evaluation when he and Li Qingqi were having breakfast. I wonder how they did it. Li Qingqi frowned. The most important thing is to break the enemy's plans. The Tang dynasty was unstable in the past few years, so it gave others some ideas. At the same time, the Tang dynasty was too arrogant. They never took the initiative to ally with the Turks and always waited for foreign countries to come to their court. Tubo fought the various tribes while lowering their status to ally with them. The Tang dynasty needed a reason to attack, so Tubo could attack whoever he wanted. Li analyzed the reason for the current situation. Should we also lower our status to get in touch with the other tribes? Li Qingqi asked for a solution. No. We can't lower our dignity as a big country. Others are used to the strength of the Tang dynasty. Once you show weakness, they will bite even harder. Li refused to take the initiative to make peace with others. If the Wolf King showed weakness to the other wolves in the wolf pack, he would not be far from death. This won't do, that won't do, sigh. Li Qingqi felt uncomfortable. Let's have a meeting. Gather all the tribes and send people to participate in the malaria medicine distribution meeting led by the Tang dynasty. Li thought of a good idea. Previously, he was still thinking of selling the malaria medicine directly and exchanging it for horses and other things. Now, he had a new idea. The medicine could not be bought with money. It had to be accompanied by political concessions and compromises. They will come. Li Qingqi's eyes were filled with expectation. He understood. The Tang dynasty would hold a meeting. All of them would come and discuss how many large honey pills to give to each other. Do they have malaria? Do they die after getting it? Li asked. Yes, they have a lot of malaria. Sometimes they die of malaria. Some can survive, but then they get sick again. I don't know the reason. Li Qingqi felt that he had a high chance of success. In the face of life and death, if there was a way to solve it, people would naturally rush to get it. Mosquitoes can be spread by adding wormwood toilet water to prevent it. I can even develop a soap with wormwood. There is only one thing that can cure this disease. There is another thing that has a lot of side effects, cinchona. It is in a place far away in the sea. This thing is. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. You can keep it a secret in Zhuangzi. When Li Qingqi heard that Li Yi was going to talk about the specific thing, he refused to listen. It's okay. They won't do it. When I was talking to Zhou Gang, in order to not let him know, I even mentioned that I heated it. Li Yi said with a smile. He even guarded against Zhou Gang. Li Qingqi also smiled. This was his brother Yi. He was muddle-headed when he needed to be, and shrewd when he needed to be. Sometimes, those who looked silly always suffered losses. Once he was serious about something, others couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. The people of the Tang dynasty also need to eat it. Honey is too rare. Some people eat it casually and make incense. The incense will burn out in a little bit. Li Yi mentioned the main raw material for making big honey balls, honey. Sugar was expensive enough. The price of honey could be imagined. Beekeepers need to chase flowers. Another way to raise bees is also okay. At the beginning of spring next year, let the people of the 20 counties in the capital government raise bees. Li Yi wished that he could raise thousands of boxes of bees himself, but he knew that he couldn't. There were not enough flowers. It's really hard for beekeepers. They have to put the beehives in the car and pick them by themselves. They have to go to wherever the flowers bloom. If the weather is bad and there is a heavy rain, many bees will die. How can we raise bees with the traditional method? Buy a box of bees from the beekeeper? Li Qingqi knew a little about beekeepers, but he didn't know much about the traditional method. No one told him about it. The traditional method of beekeeping is to let the bees fly by themselves. In winter, if you make a box of bamboo or wood, sparrows will fly in and make it their nest. The same is true for bees. Build a home for them first. When they find it, they will find it when the beehive is divided. In spring and summer, there will be bees flying around the eaves. Some bumblebees will make nests in the cracks of the walls. Li Yi said slowly and let Li Qingqi recall. Chapter 565. Li Qingqi was indeed thinking about it. Yes, we can always see bees flying around. How do we catch them? When making beehives, use cow dung to seal the gaps. It can be a bucket or a box. Li Yi began to talk about how to make bumblebees. Make a beehive and add a beehive frame into the beehive. This way, it will be more convenient to get honey. Without a beehive frame, there is no way to shake the honey. You can only cut the honey with a knife. Put some sugar and honey in the artificial beehive. You can also make other beehives into powder and put them in. When the other bumblebees are about to split their nests, they will find a place that looks good. The bumblebees will observe first. When it is about time, they will start to build a home here and bring the queen over. Some of the bumblebees want to go back after bringing the queen back. At this time, if they spray water, the smell of the bumblebees will be washed away by the water. They can only stay in their new home. Li Yi's explanation was very detailed. Li Qingqi listened in a daze. He did not understand why Li Yi knew so much about how to deal with bumblebees when he did not raise them. Brother Yi, you can operate in 20 counties next year. I believe that this year's greenhouse will make money. The people will believe you. Li Qingqi did not want to be a bumblebee. It was troublesome and easy to be stung. The key is to restrict others from making incense. Some people spend a lot of money to compete for incense. Instead of using honey, it is better to use elm tree powder. Li put down his chopsticks and stopped eating. Li Qingqi had finished eating long ago. He had been waiting for Li Yi. After listening for a while, he said, "The imperial court should issue a decree. I will think of a way to talk to His Majesty." Okay. I believe that His Majesty has foresight. Give me the honey first. I will make more big honey balls. Li Yi nodded. I will leave first. Li Qingqi knew what he was going to do. He said goodbye and left. Li Yi went to give lectures, especially to the 220 students. They will have an exam in 3 months. The location of the Ba River Bridge seemed to be more prosperous. The people in Chang'an would go to the place where there were captives. More than 10,000 captives were all bought by the Li family Zhuangzi. How much land can you farm with so many people? Lend 2 to my family, and we won't have to worry about next spring. You only know how to farm and not mine. Li Dongzhu has a lot of mines. They don't look fierce. Because the soldiers of our Tang dynasty are fiercer. They are afraid. I'm eating extra food to save money. You have to work. Otherwise, you might as well raise pigs. Pigs can be killed for meat. Have some hot soup. It's cold. Are you here to drink the free soup? The commoners watched and made fun of him. Some people went to drink soup. There were pork bones, lamb leg bones, duck and chicken bones in the soup. Every day, there would be something different. It all depended on what Zhuangzi ate. When it was time to eat beef, there was also beef bone soup. However, the beef bones were not cooked for a long time. When they were fully cooked, they would be scooped out and the bone marrow inside would be knocked out. In Zhuangzi, there were children who were 1 or 2 years old. The bone marrow was given to them to eat. There were no green onions or coriander in the soup, only salt. There were some stingy people who could cook their own soup at home, but they insisted on bringing food over to eat. After eating, they would go back. They did not think that walking was tiring. The captives who were being watched and practiced talking and being obedient at the same time were envious. The soup was free, so they had nothing to do with it. They could only drink plain water. When they were thirsty, they would report. Only when they were allowed to drink water would they take a bamboo tube to drink. Unconsciously, they had a kind of understanding that their status was not as high as the people of the Tang dynasty. They were slaves. After a long time, they had subconsciously defined their social status. Some of them were originally slaves. They were the slaves of others in their ethnic groups and came out during the war. It did not matter now. It was all the same anyway. At noon, Yao Chong and his group hired a special rental car. They brought food and rushed to the place where the captives were settled. They did not get off the car. Instead, they looked out of the car window. Get me some soup. Yao Chong was ready to eat, so he ordered the servant to serve the soup. I want all of them. I feel comfortable after drinking a little, Baigu said. He was purely having a bad taste. He felt that he had taken advantage of Li Yi by drinking a bowl of free soup. Zhang Shua put out the food in the food box and glanced at the place where the captives were. The captives were lined up with chopsticks and half a bamboo tube in their hands. The slaves are given 3 meals a day. Li Yi is benevolent. Zhang Shua said sarcastically. He wanted to say that Li Yi was stupid. Lu Huaishan took out his chopsticks and said, "We've been on the road for so long. Our bodies are tired. We can only work after we recover. The chaff is still very fine." Zhang Shua saw the rice at the place where they were getting food. It was wheat rice, which was not as good as rice and noodles. Even rice, yellow rice, and sorghum rice were better than this wheat rice. The wheat that had not been milled had a layer of skin that tasted very bad. Baigu took a bite of the braised eggplant and said, "This kind of food, 3 meals a day. If all the people of the Tang dynasty can eat it, it will be good." Yes, that day will come. No, we have to eat better than this. Yao Chong did not eat. He was waiting for the soup. He saw that the captives were eating the same food as Zhang Shua. 3 meals was enough. Oh, the food is limited now. They can't eat as they wish. Don't give them the soup. Very good. Wei Zhigu looked at the captives. In his mind, he saw the Ministry of Works organizing a project and then a group of people working hard. In the past, the Li family Zhuangzi did not have much labor. The migrant workers had their own jobs. He only found it interesting that Baigu was always thinking about the tax that Li Yi sold. Now that there were more than 10,000 laborers, he had the same problem as Baigu. He was thinking about how to persuade Li Yi to work for the Ministry of Works for free. If it really did not work, the Ministry of Works could also provide 2 meals a day. The captives did not know that someone was thinking about their work. They lined up obediently. First, they washed their hands according to the rules. Their handkerchief must not have any smell. No one cared how they washed it. If there was a smell, points would be deducted. Every individual point added up to a total point. If all individual points were deducted, the total point would be deducted. Whoever had points deducted would be beaten by others, especially the squad leader. If it were not for the rule that they could not cause internal injuries or negative external injuries, the squad leader would want to kill someone. Li Dongzhu has shown mercy. Today, I'll add a spoonful of fermented bean sauce for lunch. It's better than pickled vegetables. The person in charge of getting the food said loudly. Thank you, Dongzhu. The captives immediately shouted. If anyone did not shout or reacted slowly, points would be deducted. Did you see Li Yi's methods? Yao Chong said to Bai Gu. What does it have to do with me? As long as I'm the Minister of Revenue, I won't forget the Li family Zhuangzi's tax. If you have the ability, take my life. Bai Gu put on a fearless expression. What are you talking about again? Eat. Zhang Shua persuaded with a smile, provoking Bai Gu. If you're not afraid, why are you acting like this? Drink the soup, drink the soup. Look at how bad the soup that the Li family Zhuangzi gave the people is. Bai Gu mumbled as he looked at the soup that had just been brought. There were pieces of meat and oil floating in the soup. There was nothing else to be found. It looked murky. Bai Gu scooped it up with a spoon, blew on it gently, and drank it. There's nothing dirty in it. Xiao Yi is okay. He praised. He can't hear you praising him. Zhang Shua despised him. Was he afraid now? I'm not praising anyone. I'm just saying it from the bottom of my heart. Later, we'll see the panda. He spent everyone's money to buy it. What's so good about it? Bai Gu changed the topic again. He looked at the captives who were so obedient outside and felt slightly guilty. Chapter 566. So this is an iron-eating giant panda? Zhang Shua saw the panda that had become fatter. It looks like a bear. It has a small head and numb feet. It is black and white. It can eat copper, iron, bamboo, and bones. Its joints are strong and straight. Its skin is wet. Bai Gu recited the description of an iron-eating giant panda. The 5 of them got off the carriage and stood at the top of the panda garden. They were all wearing headgear that protected against the cold. Only their eyes and mouths were exposed. The headgear was invented by Li Yi, including the earmuffs. The earmuffs could cover the chin. Those who knew how to knit sweaters could use wool. It was very simple and had a good insulation effect. At this time, the 5 of them were using it to hide their identities and protect against the cold. It's very warm. I can feel the heat in front of such a big garden. Yao Chong stretched out his hand to feel the heat. A tourist beside them laughed after hearing that. The giant panda is Li Dongzhu's baby. They have to control the temperature and use the floor heating. They said it should be maintained at 16 to 18 degrees. Good heavens! They can't stop eating. If it wasn't for the temporary suspension of the Li family Zhuangzi's bamboo shoots, they wouldn't eat bamboo, another person said. The one who is feeding the child is looking at us. It's not fierce. Lu Huaishan saw the panda feeding the child and thought of his child when he was young. They even gave him canned meat. They fed him 5 bamboo tubes at a time. Li Dongzhu said they couldn't give him fresh meat. They would develop a habit of eating fresh meat and would think of eating humans. There were sausages, smoked chicken, roasted lamb legs, and boiled eggs. They ate much more fiercely than humans. Recently, they have been feeding the panda a mixture to let it gain weight quickly. It's still okay in winter. It's just a matter of burning coal. It needs a lot of ice to maintain this temperature in summer. This year, the icehouse has to be expanded by 2 times. The zookeeper beside them saw that the 5 of them were in a luxurious carriage and thought they might be shopping in Zhuangzi. He explained patiently. The 5 of them nodded and didn't say anything. They continued to look and turned to another courtyard. There were 2 giant pandas, one big and one small. The big one was sitting there eating bamboo while the small one was crawling around. It crawled and crawled until it reached a smooth cement slide. It stood up and looked around. It looked like a human. It also had 2 legs and a small belly. Then, it seemed to have thought of something and raised its head. His head was raised, and his body leaned backward. He lost his balance and sat down on the slide. Amidst many people's cries of surprise, it slid down and sat there, looking around blankly. Ha ha ha, the audience laughed loudly. It was too fun. Now I know why Xiao Yi insisted on spending so much money to buy one. Seeing a giant panda makes people feel good. Lu Huaishan stopped laughing and lamented. Pandas look different from other animals. Bears can't be compared at all. Bears look fierce. Pandas had coarse skin and thick flesh. The color of their bodies, especially their eyes and round heads, gave people a sense of fun no matter what they did. When you're in a bad mood, you can feel better by looking at the panda. If it weren't for the high price, I would also want to raise one. It's more interesting than dogs and cats. Wei Zhigu's heart was melted by the cuteness of the panda. He finally realized that the giant panda's every move had a special rhythm. He could look at it all the time, even when it was sleeping. It was fun. However, he gave up when he thought of the money needed to own a panda. Even if he got one without spending money, he wouldn't be given 10,000 yuan. So what if he got it? He had to feed the bamboo every day and have a garden to maintain the temperature. It couldn't be too cold or too hot. Especially when it was hot. When the temperature was high in summer, he couldn't afford to use ice. Didn't you hear the people in Zhuangzi say that they needed to cool down the temperature? Obviously, they couldn't just throw a pile of ice inside. Otherwise, Li Yi wouldn't have done that. Let's go. We came here to see the captives. I can't get enough of the pandas. We'll come again when we have time. Yao Chong realized that staring at the pandas was addictive. He told everyone to go back and see the captives again. Why go to the southwest? We also have them in the mountains here. It's just that they're not easy to catch. They run away when they meet people deep in the mountains. Wei Zhigu thought of something. Pandas didn't only live in the southwest. He told the others and went to the village owner. Tell Li Yi that other than the southwest, there are also people around Chang and who have seen pandas. I'm Wei Zhigu. Minister Wei. When the village owner heard the name, the first person he thought of was the Minister of Works. Yes. Wei Zhigu replied and got into the car. The village owner didn't dare to delay and ran to find Li Yi. Li Yi was teaching the 80 nurses. The students didn't have classes in the afternoon. The students were reciting a lot of fill-in-the-blank questions for the imperial examination. There was no need to learn poems. The students communicated with each other and pointed out the problems in the poems. They asked for poems to be improvised. They would immediately write a poem when they saw something. It required a regular rhythm, and most of them were 7-character and 5-character poems. As for the current affairs, Li Yi told them not to worry and that he would arrange it. The other students were guessing what the political strategy of the Tang dynasty would be and what kind of current affairs would be. Li Yi wasn't. He knew the situation and he could still change it. Since there was still a long time before the exam, they could discuss the current affairs a month in advance. Dongzhu. The village owner who was in the panda park ran over. What's the matter? Li Yi motioned for the students to wait and walked to the door. Usually, if it wasn't a big matter, they would have to wait for him to finish the class. Minister Wei Zhigu and a few others came in a car. Minister Wei said that pandas are not only found in the southwest, the village owner reported. Yes, it's the Tang dynasty now. Pandas are widely distributed. Okay, I got it. Li Yi was slightly stunned. After that, he went back to class. After the 2 classes, he went to find Songde. Put up a notice in the newspaper. Ask people who have nothing to do, especially hunters, to form teams to look for pandas in the mountains. As long as they find traces of pandas, they will give 100. If we follow the traces and find pandas, they will give us 1,000. They don't need to catch them. They just need to see them. Emphasize that they don't catch them. They don't know how to control their strength. He had forgotten about Li Yi's arrangement. He thought that there were only pandas in that small area. There were many pandas now, and they were widely distributed. Chang'an was in Shaanxi, and pandas could be found in Shaanxi. He already had pandas in the wild back then, not to mention in the Tang dynasty. Songde went to make the arrangements. Li Yi sighed. I should have known earlier. It's too late. The breeding season of pandas is over. Li Yi was sad. The probability of wild pandas giving birth to twins was not small. But the female panda would only keep one and the other would be eliminated. If they knew this year, they could send people to look for the female panda in advance. When the female panda gave birth to two and threw away one, they could bring the other one back. It could be raised. Next year, we have to check the situation in advance. Catching pandas is destroying their lives. It's not a problem to pick up the one that they don't want. Li Yi felt that he had missed out on a lot of opportunities. Pandas were so cute. Wouldn't it be a pity if they gave birth to two and threw away one? There was no chance this year. Without a mother, how could the little panda survive? The breeding season of pandas had passed. Unless there were special circumstances, such as finding a mate late. Chapter 567. Newspaper seller, here's your chance to get rich. Experienced hunters, here's your chance to get rich overnight. Li family Zhuangzi, the newspaper boy once again shouted out the advertisement of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were hunters in Chang'an City who made a living by hunting, as well as in the other 20 counties of the capital government. They were experienced hunters who could sell their meat and fur when they hunted wild animals. It was also dangerous. Usually, the men of the same family would go out to hunt or find a partner to take care of each other. Winter was a good time to hunt. When it snowed, animals and footprints would be left on the snow. In winter, snakes needed to sleep and mosquitoes were gone. However, there was little to eat in the wild in winter. If they were not careful, they would die in the mountains. If they were injured and couldn't come back, there would be no herbs to pick nearby, and there would be less food. Therefore, they would catch rabbits, roe deer, and pheasants. When spring came, they couldn't catch them anymore. Spring was the breeding season for animals. They had to let the animals breed. It was not right to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Hunters had their own rules, which they emphasized over and over again when teaching their apprentices. If the apprentice's temperament was not good, they would not teach the apprentice some secret skills. They would just let the apprentice leave, and the apprentice would be considered a master. Hu Feng was one of the few hunters in Chang'an City. With his hunting skills, he was 49 years old this year and bought 2 houses in Chang'an City. He had taught more than 100 apprentices, all of whom were good at hunting. Many of them were eliminated. In the past 2 years, he was lucky and got 4 mountain guard dogs. There were 5 of them in his family. The other one was too old, so he kept it. When it died, he would bury it with the other mountain guard dogs he had raised. The mountain guard dog he raised was bigger than ordinary dogs. When it was on the ground, it reached people's thighs. When it stood up, its front paws reached people's heads. The key was that it was smart. It didn't need to be tied up. In the workshop, the dog didn't bite people at all. It also didn't bark when it saw people. If someone thought this kind of dog was stupid and stole from Hu Feng's family, the dog would teach him a lot of things. Master, the newspaper is here. It says that they are looking for pandas. If they find traces of pandas, the Li family Zhuangzi's people will find them. If they find pandas, they will find 1,000, a 15 or 16-year-old boy ran over, waving a newspaper. He was very happy. This was because he had seen pandas before. In autumn, there were 2 of them. One was big, and the other was very small. They were carried away by the big one. At that time, the 4 mountain guard dogs and the bow in his master's hand should have been able to kill it. However, his master had said that he could not kill the ones who raised the cub, so he brought him away on his own accord. Since they couldn't kill him, they could let the Li family Zhuangzi capture him. Master, the giant panda, 1,000 goats, and the ones raised by the Li family Zhuangzi are all living well. The little disciple passed the newspaper to Hu Feng with an expectant look. Hu Feng took the newspaper and read it. Sure enough, there was a reward for the Li family Zhuangzi. All right. If it was someone else who wanted it, I wouldn't tell them. If I did, then the elder and younger ones would be killed. But if the Li family Zhuangzi wants it, then let's go look for it. Hu Feng abided by the rules very strictly, but in reality, he should not say anything. The reason why he relented was that the Li family Zhuangzi was really good to the giant panda. They had a separate courtyard, specially found bamboo, and painstakingly preserved bamboo shoots until now. There was also a floor heater and a hot pool. He went to the garden to see the giant panda, and the panda was clean. Call your senior brothers and go with me to the Li family Zhuangzi to get the reward. Invite the village head as well. Hu Feng decided to earn this money and told his little disciple that this was his last disciple. He didn't understand the freedom of animals, and his thoughts were simple. The giant panda could live a better life in the Li family Zhuangzi. Except for Hu Feng, the other hunters in the capital knew about it before noon and found each other to form a team. The Li family Zhuangzi required more than 10 hunters to set off, or else they would not pay. At the same time, they also asked the village head in Chang'an to be a guarantor, and the elders in the county or officials above the level of county magistrate to write a letter of guarantee. They didn't know why they had to be guarantors, but they knew that the Li family Zhuangzi was afraid that they would have an accident in the mountains. Before they set off, they had to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to register. The reason for the registration was not clear. Just after lunchtime, Hu Feng arrived at the Baishui Bridge with the 12 apprentices who had finished their apprenticeship and the little apprentice who had closed the door, as well as the 4 mountain guard dogs. Li Yi was wearing a white coat with his hands in his pockets, and he personally greeted them on the bridge. The palace maids and eunuchs were on the left and right sides, and the winged knights were vigilant. Hu Feng and his apprentices greet Guanlu Daifu Li Dongzhu. Hu Feng bowed slightly, and his apprentices bowed together. The 4 dogs didn't move, and their eyes looked around. Master Hu, please. Li Yi returned the salute and looked at the 4 dogs. He knew that these were the mountain guard dogs that were specially trained by hunters. In addition to fighting power, this kind of dog was most liked for its intelligence. How smart were they? Rescue dogs couldn't compare to them. Rescue dogs were released to find people who had an accident. After finding people, they ran back to report and then took people to rescue them. Mountain guard dogs were the owners who told the dogs to go home to get something because they were hungry. The dogs ran back home by themselves and waited for people to give them something. They would then give it to their owners. When their owners were injured, they could also help catch small prey and bring it to their owners to eat, and then run back to find people to help. Li Dongzhu, I am the manager of Yonghe Square. My name is Xia Maotian. Li Dongzhu, do you like these dogs? Another person smiled and greeted Li Yi. Hu Feng and others' faces changed, and the apprentice clenched his fists. I don't like them. I hate dogs the most. Li Yi's expression was calm. Then why does Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi have so many dogs? Xia Maotian asked with a smile. Do I need to explain to you? Li Yi was annoyed. Was the manager stupid? What reputation did he have? If he took other people's dogs, all his previous efforts would be in vain. What's more, he couldn't raise this kind of dog at all. Master Hu, since you are indeed a person with roots, I will lend you 2 binoculars. Don't lose them, Songda. Li Yi ignored Xia Maotian and turned to talk to Hu Feng with a smile. Songda took 2 boxes and took out the binoculars. Hu Feng didn't know what it was. He took it and looked at it. Then, his mouth opened and saliva flowed out. Li Dongzhu, I don't dare to take this kind of treasure. Hu Feng instantly thought of war. If you don't take it, how will you find the pandas? I asked you to be the guarantor because I want to confirm your home. There are also some compressed biscuits. Take one if you are hungry. It can last you half a day. Don't eat too much. Otherwise, your stomach will swell after drinking water. In addition, there are new kerosene lighters, anti-frostbite ointments, high alcohol to promote blood circulation, and eiderdown clothes. The farmers will tell you what to do. Remember it and then go find the pandas. Li Yi told them the things he wanted to lend to the hunter team. He couldn't let others take risks for the pandas. He had to provide the necessary support. If you meet the pandas who are giving birth and there are two of them, the pandas will throw away one of them. Bring milk powder and a bottle. Li Yi thought of the low probability. He didn't care about other animals, but pandas were really cured. In the world, except for some special religions that rejected pandas as pigs for some purposes, everyone else liked pandas. Pandas' appearance and movements were naturally cute. Even koalas couldn't compare. Chapter 568. Zhigu, Li Yi owes you a favor. Look, after you came up with the idea, Li Yi immediately took action. Bai Gu found the Ministry of Works from the Ministry of Revenue's office. I owe him a life. He's willing to raise pandas, so I reminded him. What's wrong with that? Do I need him to return this favor? Wei Zhigu looked for tea leaves to make tea. He disagreed with Bai Gu's words. What I mean is, if the Ministry of Works has any work, you can ask Xiao Yi. He's easy to talk to. Bai Gu knew that Wei Zhigu was taken care of by Li Yi when he was sick. He's easy to talk to, not easy to bully. Do you want to bully a gentleman? There were scholars who did that before. Li Yi said that it was because we didn't meet by chance. Those people still don't know the situation and are still thinking about the imperial exam. It's impossible to let them pass. Wei Zhigu wasn't willing to use this as a favor. He was the Minister of Works. If he wanted to work for the Ministry of Works, he would directly ask Li Yi. Bai Gu was anxious. Xiao Yi has a way to save money and can do things. Do you admit it? I only know that he's rich. Wei Zhigu still refused. After all, the Ministry of Works had to pay for the Ministry of Revenue. Forget it, forget it. I'll write a letter and ask him what he can do for the imperial court with those 10,000 prisoners. Bai Gu gave up on asking Wei Zhigu for help. You should find someone to get dental implants. Didn't Li Yi promise you 2 coins for a tooth? Wei Zhigu turned to encourage Bai Gu. If I really find someone to get dental implants, Her Majesty will pull out that person's teeth. Are your reading glasses okay? Bai Gu changed the topic. Dental implants weren't good. It's only 200 degrees. It's fine if you don't wear them. Didn't Li Yi give me a magnifying glass? It's the same with a magnifying glass. When the tea was ready, Wei Zhigu poured a cup of tea for Bai Gu. It was a very simple tea with no kung fu involved. Xiao Yi has been too close to the military recently. Bai Gu moved the teacup closer to himself. He is closer to His Majesty. Wei Zhigu then brought over a plate of watermelon seeds. They weren't the kind of large seeds that were meant to be eaten as they were smaller in size. I know. I'm just saying that he might be up to something big. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be close to the military. Bai Gu was furious. It was as if everyone else was a good person and he was the only bad person. As he spoke, he grabbed a handful of melon seeds. Then, Wei Zhigu took out a pile of pine seeds and pinched them with a pair of small pliers. Didn't Li Yi tell you that there are 2 iron mines? The one nearby should supply him with enough iron. You mustn't stop him. The Lantian County's mining tax was collected in advance. Once it was paid to the Lantian County's yamen, it was given to the Ministry of Revenue, right? It was given to him. Now, it's 6,000 yuan. Mining is rich, so how can iron stop him? I don't know what he's thinking about all day. Recently, he has been collecting petrolatum from various places. He calls it oil, and King Song is helping him find it. Li family Zhuangzi has a new chimney. It's a pity that the fire is burning. How much water can it burn? Bai Gu placed the melon seeds back and grabbed a handful of small pine seeds to munch on. Now that his teeth were healed, he wasn't afraid of breaking his other teeth. At most, he could just get them inserted again. Dongzhu, I've asked the elders. Look at the sky, it's going to snow again. In Li family Zhuangzi, Songde found Li Yi and told him about the weather. The people in Li family Zhuangzi came later, so they didn't know much about the weather in Chang'an. When Songde went to deliver the leftovers from the Zhang family's village, he would greet the neighbors. Some of them grew up in Chang'an. Now that they were old, they understood the weather better. Some of them had rheumatoid arthritis, and they would feel uncomfortable whenever there was rain. All in all, they judged that it would snow tomorrow or tonight, and it would be very heavy. Keep an eye on the greenhouses and send the news to other places. Someone must stay at night and sweep the snow on the greenhouses when it snows. Li Yi trusted the judgment of the elders, especially those with rheumatoid arthritis. When the weather changed, they would be the first to feel it. When he used to forecast the weather, other than looking at the satellite images, he also had to calculate the probability of similar weather conditions in a certain area in history. A weatherman didn't just look at the satellite images, he also had to practice observing the weather. Heavy snow was a good thing for the winter wheat, but not for the greenhouses. It might be difficult for the team to go up the mountain to find the pandas. Songde expressed his opinion. No, it's more convenient for them. When the snow falls, it will only take a short time for them to find traces. When the snow is over, give the captives tools to sweep the snow and clear the roads around Chang'an. In addition, clear the road from Zhuangzi to Lantian County alone. There are 10,000 people. If they are spread out, they can do it quickly. Li Yi decided to let the captives play a role. After sweeping the snow, he began to arrange them to go out in batches. Those who should go to the quarry would go to the quarry, and those who should go to the coal mine would go to the coal mine. The food for the workers was different. There was no more bran for the staple food. At the same time, they were given more chicken racks and dried vegetables. The amount of staple food was no longer limited. As long as they could eat, they would eat as much as they could. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the strength to work. They took turns to let the captives know that if they went to work and ate well, their points would increase more. Anyway, it was after the new year. If they didn't do well in this 10-day period, they would have less opportunities to work, and their points would be even less in the next 10-day period. Therefore, when they were given a chance to work, they would work hard to keep this chance to continue working. In the future, when it came to work, which team was not allowed to work, the people in that team, from the captain to the lowest level, would be anxious. Once they were given a share of work, their enthusiasm would increase. Turning forcing others to work into others actively asking them to work. Li Yi didn't use this method in Zhuangzi. It wasn't that he didn't know how to do it, but that he didn't want to. It was too wicked. It was a trick of the mind to play on the body. In other words, it was playing with people. Heaven, earth, forgive me. Ah, if you don't object, it means that you agree. Li Yi found an excuse for himself. Sure enough, what the old men said to Songde came true. It began to snow heavily at night, and there was no strong wind. Under the light, the snowflakes were not in pieces, but in pieces. A lot of snowflakes fell together. This kind of snow was more sticky. It was most suitable for snowball fights and snowmen. As long as you held a small snowball and rolled it on the snowball would get bigger and bigger. At the same time, because of the stickiness, the soil and sand on the ground would also be rolled in. When this kind of snow fell on the house, it wouldn't fall down easily. It would gradually increase in thickness. Some houses in the snow disaster were crushed like this. This kind of crystal-like dry snow was less harmful. The people of each county and Li family Zhuangzi guarded the greenhouses. When it snowed, they immediately used long bamboo poles and brooms to sweep the snow down. Early the next morning, the prisoners' food changed. More than 10,400 people, 5,000 people were selected to remove the snow today. Their staple food was steamed buns made of whole wheat flour, the kind that was not white enough. Their points were higher than the other teams recently. Therefore, in addition to steamed buns, there was also tofu stewed with dried fish and some dried vegetables. It could be called dried fish tofu pot. It was a good dish in any space-time. The selected teams happily ate a full meal, took the snow removal tools, and set off valiantly and spiritedly. Chapter 569. Chang'an City had a circle of gates. In addition to the gates in the north that connected to the Forbidden Garden, there were 13 gates in the east, west, and south. Yanxing Gate, Chunming Gate, and Tonghua Gate were in the east of the city, close to Zhuangzi. The other gates were far away, so the captives were not allowed to enter the city. They had to go around the city. They split into 3 teams and ran forward. Their tools were snow shovels and shovels made of bamboo, with a waxwood pole attached to the back. The winged knights were responsible for guarding the city. The other 16 guards of Chang'an came out to help with the snow removal work. In the past, the 16 guards did not work. There were special cleaners on the streets of Chang'an. They swept slowly and then piled the snow in the corners of the streets. This year, the 16 guards were more diligent. The winged knights were closer to the people. They were responsible for security and honor, so they found there was nothing to do. The winged knights were behind the palace, ready to attack at any time. It was not their turn. So they volunteered to work. If they did not work hard, they would be eliminated. Yao Cheng agreed. The main reason was that Li Longji wanted the army to work. The army was now training. They took turns to protect the Li family Zhuangzi. There was no war. Was clearing the snow not part of the training? Go! With the addition of the 16 guards, the snow in Chang'an began to be transported out. It turned out that the cleaners were only responsible for driving the carts. The carts of snow were sent a few miles outside the city. The Li family Zhuangzi contributed a lot of ox carts and horse carriages. After a heavy snowfall, the snow removal activities began. There were captives and 16 guards. The people watched the fun and swept the snow off their houses with long bamboo poles. The 16 guards are working for the people. It's not easy. Go, kill 500 sheep. Ask the people in Zhang village and the riverside settlement to cook mutton soup. Before class, Li Yi thought that the work was hard, so he wanted to help them. By the time he finished his class, it was already noon. Buckets of mutton soup and piles of bamboo tubes were being delivered to various places. The 16 guards were listed as having 200,000 people. In fact, there were only 140,000 people. Where did the 60,000 people go? 500 sheep meant that on average, 280 people drank the soup from one sheep. It was definitely not enough to eat the mutton, but it was still possible to drink the soup. In the end, more than 300 people drank the soup made from a single mutton. The offal and mutton were all cooked in the soup. Bucket after bucket, they kept bringing it in. Seeing that there was soup ready to drink, everyone prepared their own meals. Did you see that? Li Yi is showing off his wealth. He killed 500 sheep just like that. Bai Gu ran to the political affairs hall to eat with the 3 prime ministers. What he showed was his logistical ability. 500 sheep is enough as long as he has the money. Turning 500 sheep into soup in one morning and sending it to the place requires more than just money. Lu Huaishan did not agree with Bai Gu. What he saw was the scale of the Li family Zhuangzi's influence. Obviously, the Li family Zhuangzi did not use his full strength. Otherwise, he would have been able to prepare a meal for all the officers and soldiers of Chang'an's 16 guards. Yao Chong drank a mouthful of the mutton soup that he had specially brought from outside. The mutton and offal inside had been minced and boiled. Half of the large pot of mutton soup was scooped out first. Hot water was boiled on the side, and the soup continued to boil. The half pot was brought out in buckets, along with some minced meat. He smacked his lips. The taste was not bad. The vinegar and salt were added, but there was no pepper. He probably thought it was too expensive. Yao Chong drank 2 more mouthfuls. In autumn, the Li family Zhuangzi took over the transport ships from the south. He specially bought grain and supplied it to the 16 guards. It was enough to last them a month. That's why he's rich. He's showing off. Bai Gu's eyes were filled with money, and so was his brain. At this time, Zhang Shua said, he's showing the captives Zhuangzi's strength. If they work for him, they'll have good days. Lu Huaishan also drank 2 mouthfuls of soup. I think he's showing us Zhuangzi's ability to mobilize people. Otherwise, he could just find a random place and see who can do what he's doing now. The people in the government hall were discussing Li Yi. Li Yi was drinking mutton soup and eating pancakes in the Zhuangzi. The soup he was drinking was the same as the others. There were only minced meat and no large pieces. Songda was sweating a lot as he worked. He accompanied Li Yi to eat and drank a bowl of soup to replenish his water and salt. Dongzhu, the people at the stall said that Dongzhu was showing them the strength of the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed 500 mutton to make mutton soup. Songda was very proud. He now had a lot of power. How can there be so many thoughts? I saw the 16 guards move. What about eating? It's cold and sweaty working. Let's kill them and give them soup. Li Yi was just as he said. He didn't have any other thoughts. The 16 guards were sweeping the snow. The people were happy to see them and felt safe. They drank some hot soup to warm themselves up. If it weren't for the fact that pork wasn't suitable for making soup, he would have killed a batch of pigs. The best pork soup was bone broth, unlike mutton soup. Songda was stunned. So simple. He talked about another matter. Dongzhu, the captives who didn't work are anxious. They want to help clear the snow in the surrounding area. It's good that they're anxious. Tomorrow, let them clear the road from Zhuangzi to Lantian County. Those who work today can rest. Li Yi had a smile on his face. Play tricks and balance. No matter how many subordinates they had to make them feel threatened. In January, a team leader and a squad leader from each team would go down to work. They would work hard. After a long time, they would focus on competing with others and forget that they were captured to do manual labor. They spent all day thinking about how to increase their points instead of when to join forces with others to attack Zhuangzi and escape. The captives who were mentioned by Songda and didn't work continued to eat rice with bran and some salted vegetables. Those who worked drank mutton soup and ate the biscuits sent by Zhuangzi. The salted vegetables were replaced with shrimp oil. There were a few types of salted vegetables and it was delicious to eat. The winged knights recorded everyone's performance and gave them marks. Those who worked fast and mastered the skills well were given 5 points. Those who were worse were given 4 points. Those who didn't know how to do it were given 3 points for those who looked clumsy. As for those who were lazy, they didn't. The captives were afraid of being given low marks and implicating themselves. They would be punished when they returned. They didn't have names, only numbers. The numbers were embroidered on their clothes. The squad leaders and team leaders looked at the winged knights nervously. They wished they could stand at the side and see how many marks they gave, even if they couldn't read. While everyone was busy sweeping the snow, a group of experienced hunters walked through the forest with difficulty. Each team had 2 binoculars. There were more than 50 people in a team. There were also some who brought their apprentices to broaden their horizons. There were less than a dozen people who worked hard for 1,000 stallions. Hu Feng's team had 14 people. Guan Shan's apprentices followed along with 34 dogs. 10 of the 34 dogs followed beside Hu Feng's team while the rest ran out to look for prey. They didn't know about pandas. Anyway, they came back to report when they found prey. If there was danger, such as a bear or tiger, they would bark to remind them. If it was a wolf pack, they would bark even more. Moreover, the sound of their barking was different. Hu Feng could judge the situation by the barking of the dogs and prepare in advance. He had 4 mountain guard dogs. His 12 apprentices hadn't found a real mountain guard dog yet. They only had hunting dogs. Everyone was not nervous. With 34 dogs and 14 people, they could handle any animal. Even if it was a wolf pack, it was impossible to meet more than 20 wolves on this mountain. It wasn't a grassland. A pack of less than 20 wolves could be easily dealt with by the dogs. "Master, there are people over there." The apprentice held the binoculars and reminded him. Chapter 570. They're not hunters. I don't know any of them, and they don't look like hunters either. Hu Feng also raised his binoculars. He was familiar with all the hunters from the capital and other nearby provinces. He could even tell who was behind the traps just by looking at them. He didn't know the people he saw through the binoculars. Their actions didn't match their identities as hunters. 1, 2. I can see more than 50 people. They don't have hunting dogs. They have bows and crossbows in their hands. They don't wear the uniforms of the Tang dynasty, but they look like soldiers. Hu Feng began to analyze with a serious expression. "Master, should we go over?" A disciple beside him asked softly. "Go back. We'll keep an eye on them." Hu Feng shook his head. He didn't want to get involved. The 12 disciples looked at each other. The weakest one nodded. "I'll take Xiao Guang with me." After that, he took the binoculars from his junior brother and passed it to the others. He dragged his junior brother and left the dog behind. "Li family Zhuangzi. Dongzhu, Yu Jiang, who gave you the amber, said that he has doubts and wants to see you." The second steward, Sun Xian, ran over to Li Yi. "It's good that he has doubts. I like to solve people's doubts. Arrange for him to be in the house." Li Yi seemed to be in a good mood. Yu Jiang hadn't come to look for him since he gave him the amber. Hu Feng thought that he would wait until the new year. He didn't expect that he couldn't take it anymore. Yu Jiang was first arranged to take a bath and change his clothes. After making sure that he didn't have any weapons on him, he was brought to the living room. There wasn't such a long table this time. The winged knights stood beside the two of them to protect them. "Brother Yu, are you used to living here?" Li Yi asked someone to serve tea and snacks. "It's a good place. Chang'an is indeed a prosperous place. Li family Zhuangzi is better than the other places I've been to. I've learned a lot from it." Yu Jiang praised Li family Zhuangzi first. He wanted to praise it as a paradise. "However, I have many doubts. There are obviously many things in Shu, but why can't the people in Chang'an compare?" Yu Jiang changed the topic. He said that the people in Shu were worse off than the people in Chang'an. Transportation isn't convenient enough. There's only one waterway in the Yangtze River. It's fine when it's flowing downstream, but once it's flowing upstream, it'll require a tracker. Li Yi was very patient as he explained some of the problems in the Shu lands to Yu Jiang. The main reason was that there were many mountains and land roads were difficult to travel, while water transportation was not convenient enough. In addition, there are many mountains in Xianzhou of the Tang dynasty. The lives of the local people are not as good as those in Chang'an and even worse than those in Shu. The local paper was not bad. The mountains were high and steep. Further up, Hunan province was very good. There were plains, which were good for planting. It was the same for Hebei province. The northern region of Hebei province was now occupied by the Khitans. If it was properly developed, it wouldn't be any worse than Jiangnan. In the northern part of Hebei province, there were many mountains, but they were close to the sea and were rich in natural resources. especially since it's easy to breed tussa silkworms. Compared to mulberry silkworms, tussa silkworms can not only spin silk, but their cocoons are also not as poisonous. Li Yi rambled on. As he spoke, the topic changed from Sichuan to Anhui. Similarly, he talked about the mountains from Anhui to Hunan, Hunan to Hebei, Hebei to northeast. There were many mountains in northeast as well. Tangshan and Dalian had many mountains. The mountains in Dalian were not worse than those in Chongqing. Many buildings were built on the mountains and went all the way down. Like Ganjingzi district, they could climb the mountains there. Yu Jiang was attracted by Li Yi's words. So the northern part of Hebei province could breed a large number of tussa silkworms? So the rice that was grown from the land was good? At the same time, it could also grow wheat. Also, soybeans could be grown at the riverside. There was no need to worry about soybeans, and the land was fertile. Continuing to the northeast, there were many wild animals in the mountains, such as black soil, beaten roe deer, and scooped fish. Also, the northeast was called a cold-water region. The fish grew slowly, but they were delicious. The main problem in the northern part of Hebei province of the Tang dynasty was that the planning was not good. If I were a Khitan. Just now, I mentioned Shu lands. Shu lands could also be planned. The roads that were used now were the roads built by the previous dynasties, such as Ziwu Road, Taurus Road, Lianyan Road, Qishan Road, and Lizi Road. This included the Qinsong Road that was built on the surface, the Qinsong Road that was built on the surface, the Qinsong Road that was built on the surface, and the Baoxia Road that was built on the cliffs. We needed to pass through the Iluo Road of the Luo River, the Maikong Road of the Maikong Mountain, and the Wuguan Road of the Qin and Chu Wars. These roads could be built properly and advanced with money. Then, it would be much easier to go from Shu lands to other places, especially through the Western Turkic Khaganate. Li Yi then changed the topic back to the Shu lands. He named a series of roads. Yu Zhang's thoughts were not on Shu lands at all. He had been thinking about the development of the northeastern part of Hebei province. Li Yi took a sip of tea. As a Shu person, brother, you must be very anxious. How can the roads be built in Shu lands, right? Right. How can we grow soybeans and make the black soil provide enough food? Yu Jiang said. Then, he realized that Li Yi was not talking about Shu lands. He smiled embarrassedly. I was distracted. I have never been to the northern part of Hebei province and was curious about it. Li Dongzhu, you are talking about Shu lands. Building roads requires manpower and money. In the end, it is a matter of money. There are so many roads, and it is best to promote commerce. When commerce is established, taxes will be collected. The imperial court collects taxes to build roads, and the merchants earn money to pay taxes. The various counties in Shu lands can use the existing local resources and introduce suitable resources to create an ecological environment with local characteristics of agricultural products and high added value of handicrafts. Drive the local people to find a new way out, with economic development as the center. At the same time, pay close attention to law and order, maintain stability, and integrate the local culture into the products. Use preferential policies to attract more merchants to develop and invest, and take good measures to protect the commercial environment. Li Yi started talking again. Every word was very useful. Yu Jiang, he found a serious problem. He did not understand. What was Li Yi talking about? In fact, compared to Shu lands, the northern part of Hebei province is easier to develop. It is just that the local Khitans are not focused on development. They only want to fight and are stupid. If I was there, I would not fight. My foundation is not stable. Fighting the Tang dynasty, so many people died. There is nothing to gain. Take a look, I will get you a map. Li Yi left for a while and went into the study. He soon came back with a rolled-up piece of paper in his hand. He drew this map according to the map of his time, the Tang dynasty, the Song dynasty, and other dynasties. It was Shandong, Tianjin, Hebei, Beijing, Liaoning, and the northeast. He did not draw it because it was too tiring. He took some time to draw it after meeting Yu Jiang. The scale was not very accurate, and some mountains and valleys were not shown. The map was placed on the table and slowly unfolded. Yu Jiang looked at the map and his breathing quickened. The names of the places were marked, and there were also important rivers. There were also official roads now, and the distance was also marked. What are these circles? He asked the contour lines. It shows the height. Brother Yu, look at this circle. To the next circle, it is 400 meters, which is more than 130 feet. As for the next circle, by comparison, this place is a river valley. Li Yi explained how to look at the map. Chapter 571. Yu Jiang's legs were trembling. He tried his best to control his trembling hands. He slowly raised his hand and gently stroked the map. In his eyes, the map in front of him was a priceless military map. He had never seen anyone who could draw a map in such a way. What a genius! If he could get it, as he thought about it, he glanced at the winged knights. The winged knights had a short knife in his hand and was ready to attack at any time. He glanced at Li Yi, who was pointing at the map and explaining it to him. He took a deep breath and let go of the wrong thoughts. Li Dongzhu, how did you get a map of Hebei province? Yu Jiang asked with a smile. To prepare for war. I have a new thing that is most suitable for use there. A dozen of them can cover a large area. The small boats of the Khitans are useless. They don't know how to make large warships. We have them in the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, I thought of a way to let them make money. Otherwise, they would have been dismissed. Li Yi bragged to Yu Jiang about his contribution to the Tang dynasty's navy. He mentioned how much the seafood from Bohai Bay could be sold in Chang'an and how good it tasted. The key was that it was easy to catch. The Khitans couldn't do anything about it. Yu Jiang felt a pain in his chest. Money was being earned by the Tang dynasty's navy. After making money, they could use it to support their navy. Brother Yu, look at these places. There are wild red pine trees. The pine nuts are delicious. If you go by water, you will reach Great Song after crossing the bay. I am a Khitan. I can pick pine nuts and sell them in Great Song in exchange for things from Great Song. Also, let me tell you, why do I want to fight in Hebei province? There is a big iron mine there. The iron produced is very good. You have been here for some time. Do you know the iron mine in Biao County? It is a small mine. There is a big one in Hebei province. Li Yi lowered his voice as if there was a business deal to be made. Where is it? Of course, Yu Jiang knew about the iron mine in Biao County. Some of the stones there were even lumps of iron. I can't tell you. It's a military secret. If I tell you, you'll be detained. Li Yi's finger was about to point at the map when he suddenly retracted it and shook his head regretfully. Yu Jiang wanted to grab Li Yi's hand and pull it down. Why didn't he know that there was such a big iron mine? Li Dongzhu, that place is so cold. What's the point of occupying it? At this moment, Yu Jiang was afraid of fighting. Li Yi had said that they had weapons, so they could fight a large group of people at once. Don't be afraid of the cold. Let me tell you, there's a local thing that can be used to keep warm. It's very easy to find. That thing, this is also a secret. Forgive me. Li Yi stopped at the crucial point. He was very tight-lipped. He rolled up the map. Let's not talk about the northern part of Hebei province for now. There are some ores in your hometown that are suitable for making cement. You know about cement, right? It's used to build roads in Zhuangzi. It's only useful for building city walls. Naturally, it's also good for building houses. If you want to, you can contact other shoe merchants. I'll send people over to build a cement factory. It can increase employment and solve the problem of building a city. As Li Yi spoke, he had already rolled up the map and put it aside. Yu Jiang tried his best not to look at it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would die here. He took a deep breath and drank tea. He felt his face and fingers go numb. Li Dongzhu, don't you need to keep the cement a secret? Yu Jiang recalled Li Yi's last words. Other people don't know that I'm building a factory. You can find people to invest money. You can get half of the profits. Who asked you to give me amber? I like it. Sure enough, when Li Yi mentioned Hu Pe, his expression changed. Yu Jiang didn't want to find people to build a cement factory in Shu. Shu was so far away. What did it have to do with him? Li Dongzhu, about the cement factory, let's talk about it when the weather gets warmer. What do you think I can do now? Yu Jiang looked at Li Yi expectantly. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Bahui Bridge has now become a market. It needs to be managed. You can go there and help manage it. Li Yi talked to Yu Jiang about management. At the same time, he told Yu Jiang that he could pay Senjin a month's salary. Yu Jiang agreed. He also wanted to go there often. Now, he had a reason. Li Yi smiled and walked him all the way to the courtyard. Brother Yu, if there's anything else in the future, we can talk about it together. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. I've benefited a lot. Yu Jiang cupped his hands and walked away with seemingly relaxed steps. When he returned to his room, he directly lay on the bed. He felt weak and stared blankly at the canopy. After chatting with him today, he obtained a few useful pieces of information. Li Yi had developed a powerful weapon to fight against the other side. Li Yi was likely to encourage the Tang dynasty to send troops. Li Yi had a detailed map. Li Yi knew where to find a good iron mine. Li Yi also knew that there was something warm there. Li Yi, yes, pick pine nuts. It's too late now. Wait until next year. Don't forget to sell them to the Song dynasty. Where was he referring to just now? Send people back to look for that iron mine. Make the area bigger and take it slow. The Tang dynasty's navy is rich. They won't be withdrawn. They can send troops to fight at any time. Yu Jiang looked at the ceiling and muttered. He also found that the Li family Zhuangzi was heavily guarded. Whether it was a sneak attack or a direct attack, his men couldn't break in. Li Yi was also timid. He had to shower and change his clothes before meeting him. He couldn't bring anything with him. We should write to the Tubo and Turks and ask them to think of a way. Li Yi has always been thinking about attacking the surrounding area. Moreover, he used his talents to create weapons. Yu Jiang decided to let someone else do it. He placed Li Yi in the same position as the Tubo and Turks. He must be eliminated. I wonder if we can make use of the more than 10,000 captives from the southwest. How do we get in touch with them? Yu Jiang thought about it again. The soldiers were there, but he couldn't use them. In Zhuangzi, the map was opened again. Guozi looked at it. Li Dongzhu, do you have a map of the southwest like this? Guozi looked at the map carefully. Yes, I can only draw it after a few days. It includes the Tang dynasty, the southwest barbarians, part of the Tubo, and part of the Turks. Li Yi agreed. If it was tiring, then so be it. Then what you said about building a cement factory in Shu. Guozi took Li Yi's words to heart. It's useless. What's the use of building a city? It's better to create more weapons and not rely on the city walls. We can fight outside to prevent them from going around the city. Unless it's a dangerous pass, we can just package it in Zhuangzi and ship it there. It's impossible to put the cement technology outside. Li Yi refused to go out to build a factory. The security measures in other places could be easily taken advantage of. At that time, Tubo would learn to build a city and it would be difficult to fight against the Tang dynasty. Hu Feng and the others who were following them on the mountain finally confirmed that those people were not soldiers of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, they were also soldiers. They should be hiding on the mountain because they know that the hunters are going to enter the mountain. They are moving and are afraid of being discovered by the hunters. Hu Feng analyzed the behavior of the group of people to his disciples. His disciples nodded. One of them asked, "Master, they will leave traces in the snow. Why don't we follow the traces?" What he meant was that the others were walking in front of them. If they encountered the wild beasts first, it would save them a lot of trouble. Chapter 572. No, don't follow their footprints. If they turn back and find our footprints, we will be injured if we fight. Hu Feng was unwilling to fight with 59 soldiers. He had counted the number of people on the other side. There were only 12 of them left, plus 34 dogs. He was confident that he could kill them. However, many dogs would die, and his apprentices might be killed too. In the mountains, the other side was obviously not as skilled as hunters. Hunters were best at moving for a long time in the mountains, especially when they were good at tracking. When they were being tracked, they could set small traps to erase the traces. After it snowed, it would have a great impact on the erasure of traces. Others could tell where the snow was not right. Hu Feng led people to track. The distance was far, and he had binoculars. He was not afraid of the dark. If the other side did not light torches at night, they would be seeking death. He had dogs in his team. If he tied a rope, the dogs would lead him. The 34 dogs were all taken back at the moment. They would not be let out. If they encountered other large animals, the dogs would be exposed. The sky was getting dark. Those people lit torches as expected, and their speed slowed down. It seems that they are looking for a place to spend the night. We should also look for a place. Hu Feng judged from the swaying of the torches and the movement of the figures. The 11 apprentices had no objection. It was just spending the night in the snow mountain in winter. It was a common thing. Not long after, there was a bonfire there. Hu Feng led the team forward. There was a hunter's hut in front of them. It was in a natural semi-cave piled up by a few big stones. There were firewood, rice, salt, dried meat, and flint. According to the rules, hunters came here to rest temporarily. They just needed to make up for what they had used. If there was no rice, they would put more prey after they had finished hunting. The hunter's hut had the most salt. Every hunter would bring more salt and put it in the hut. Usually, the hunter's hut was in a secluded place where other animals could not enter. Not long after, Hu Feng and others arrived at the location. There was no one there. The place was small, and only 6 people could enter at the same time. There was dry firewood, a lot of shelled grains, and stone tools. He arranged for everyone to keep an eye on another group of people outside and take turns to rest inside. The dogs did not need to care about them. They huddled together to keep warm. They also changed to the inside when it was cold outside. Along the way, they hunted rabbits and pheasants with bows. Now they made a fire and the dogs ate them raw. Chang and city lit up at night. The newly made ice lanterns were used one after another. The rules were the same as last year. The merchants and wealthy families paid for the advertisements. With the soldiers sweeping the snow, the streets look clean. In the past, they were all piled up in a corner. When there was too much snow, they moved them out. In the end, all the snow at the bottom froze. I wonder if the soldiers will still help if it snows again. There's snow there that hasn't been cleared. The work isn't meticulous. There's an ice lantern over there. There's no snow around, so the ice lantern should be melting by now. The commoners came out at night to shop and look at the ice lanterns. They gave positive comments about the 16 guards' participation in the snow removal. The ice lanterns in the palace lit up. Li Longji had not gone to look for Li Yi for a few days and was upset. Therefore, he asked Yao Chong and the others to come over for dinner. It was still hot pot. At the same time, he prepared vegetables for Yao Chong and the others to bring home as a reward. There's a new report from the southwest. The southwest barbarians have retreated and captured more than 1,000 captives. Li Longji talked about the happy news. This subject requests that you send someone to investigate Li Yi's use of the money to buy the captives. Yao Chong did not mention the southwest. He was staring at the money. They had agreed that the money from selling the captives and pandas would be given 10 cutlasses each for the living and 100 cutlasses for the dead. As for the injured, it would be adjusted according to their injuries. When more than 1,000 captives arrived, there would be no shortage of money. They would all be given out. During war, the generals did not dare to move for fear of affecting morale. After the war, when money was involved, the generals would give him money to distribute. If he embezzled it, it would not affect morale but the reputation of the imperial court. Yes, the imperial court. Don't look at how Li Yi had paid the money and the soldiers from the subduing Chong manor belonged to the imperial court. Yes. Li Longji agreed. Send out the first imperial inspection team and keep a close eye on them. Your Majesty, the left Imperial General Guo Qingguan has submitted a memorial to clean up the remaining Western Turks who have not surrendered. This subject believes that this cannot be done. Yao Chong spoke of the second matter. As you say. Li Longji smiled. Li Yi had said it, and it was indeed accurate. Quozha Governor Zhang Shaosong has led troops to attack Aduada. The current situation is unknown. Someone has reported that Zhang Shaosong embezzled resources. Yao Chong spoke of the third matter. Zhang Shaosong was still fighting, and someone had already begun to impeach him. If he's embezzled, then so be it. Give him a promotion and place him in Quozhu. Li Longji was still smiling. As expected, Zhang Shaosong was a coward and had contributed too much. Perhaps there really were people who did not see eye to eye with him. However, none of this was important. Zhang Shaosong could fight, so he should be placed there to continue defending and intimidate the western regions. If he contributed too much, he would be promoted. If he was really greedy, it was fine. He could just treat it as a reward. Yao Chong and the others were dumbfounded. Your Majesty, Zhang Shaosong has embezzled resources. Yao Chong reminded. When he's done fighting, ask him how much he embezzled. If it's less than 500 taels, give him 1,000 taels. It's only 1,000,000 taels. If he embezzled 1,000 taels, then don't give him any more. Li Longji's words caused Yao Chong and the others to be even more stunned. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be allowed to continue. Lu Huaishan could not hold it in any longer. If the generals at the front lines are not punished for embezzling resources, the other generals will follow suit. Zhang Shua added, if they are not punished because of their contributions, the front lines are afraid of raising bandits. One matter at a time. Zhang Shaosong has won consecutive battles. If we punish him, will the other generals still dare to fight? Remove Zhang Shaosong from his post. This will cause pain to those close to him and delight his enemies. Li Longji did not accept the advice. He believed in Li Yi's words. If Li Yi said that it would be fine, then it would be fine. If Zhang Shaosong won the battle and was punished, the people who were beaten would be happy. They thought that the Tang dynasty punished Zhang Shaosong because they were afraid of them. Why? Who did the Tang dynasty need to lower their heads to? If they were not happy, they would beat them. Seeing Li Longji's firm attitude, no one said anything more. They knew that Li Yi must have been the one who came up with the idea. They trusted Li Yi this time. When the battle report came back, they would ask Zhang Shaosong how much he embezzled and see what he would say. The pandas have gone back to sleep. Let's go back too. There were still people watching the pandas in the Li family Zhuangzi's garden. In order to prevent them from freezing, there was also a free soup prepared here. There was only one pot. People from Chang and city brought their children to the Zhang family's village to play. When they talked to the children were so sleepy that they dozed off, but they still waited for the pandas to come out. The pandas went into the cage by themselves. There was a rope hanging from the cage. When the pandas went in, the fence was lowered. Only then did the people in charge of cleaning enter. The cage was a big one made of iron. It was said that the pandas were iron eaters, but the pandas could not bite it. The cage was placed in the room. There was hay and a fire passage below. The temperature was suitable. The most important thing was that there were bamboo shoots. The pandas went in by themselves and no longer hated humans. Seeing that someone hung a kerosene lamp and cleaned it, the pandas just looked at it. Then, they got into a comfortable position and began to sleep. They could get up to eat when they were hungry. When they went out to play, the cage had been cleaned when they came back. The tourists were addicted to seeing the pandas, and the Zhang family's village made more money. It was almost midnight when Hu Feng's 2 disciples came to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was woken up. He looked at the 2 disciples and asked, "Will Master Hu and the others take action?" Chapter 573. Master probably won't fight recklessly. The disciple who had just finished his apprenticeship understood Hu Feng better. Li Yi was changing his clothes. He wanted to go personally. He didn't want the winged knights to suffer any casualties. The winged knights outside were preparing. There were 3,000 winged knights in Zhuangzi. 2,000 of them were dispatched. They were changing their clothes. They usually wore black or red clothes. After a quarter of an hour, Li packed up and walked out. 2 eunuchs followed behind him, each carrying a box. One box contained Li Yi's flying device, while the other contained a sniper rifle. The 2 disciples couldn't care less about their fatigue. They were responsible for guiding the way, so they could only rest in the car on the way. The disciple who had finished his apprenticeship was called Guan Linfang. The one who hadn't finished his apprenticeship was called Hu Xiaoguang. He had no relatives. Hu Feng had brought him from another village. Guan Linfang didn't care about fatigue. As a hunter, he sometimes had to keep track of prey. Xiaoguang hadn't finished his apprenticeship. He was a little excited. This was his first big encounter. By the time they arrived outside, the 2,000 feather forest flying cavalry had finished assembling. It was that fast. They were dressed in camouflage. Because they were in a snowy forest, the environment was very cold. The winged knight's camouflage was white with a mix of yellow and light brown. They tried to match the environment and not be pure white. The bows and crossbows were also changed to the same color, one set after another. They included tactical backpacks, snow boots, and scabbards. "You 2 get in the car and rest." Li Yi called out to the 2 hunters who were stunned by the neat formation of the winged knights. After getting in the car, the team set off. The other cars followed behind to load the supplies. The winged knights were still riding 3 horses each. They rode 1 and led 2. The winged knights didn't wear armor. They didn't expect to fight in close combat. They shot arrows from afar. The team crossed the bridge and sped up. The people in front carried kerosene lamps. It took them more than 2 hours to reach Lantian County. They still had to enter the Qinling Mountains from here. The other places were far. Moreover, the place where they found people was also this way. 1,000 people stayed behind to guard the things. 1,000 people followed Li Yi up the mountain. "Little Guang, come up." 2 winged knights carried a folded stretcher. "I'm fine, I'll rest in the car." Little Light shook his head. "Obey the order." The winged knights glared. Xiao Guang helplessly went up. Guan Linfang did not need it as he had good stamina. When the sky was about to brighten, the winged knights at the front stopped and relayed a message to the back. "Simple battalion commander found." Lights out. The kerosene lamps were extinguished one by one. Everyone grabbed the person in front of them and moved forward. Xiao Guang was put down. He looked at the other telescope in surprise. It was so dark, but he could still see it. "I'm going to find the master," Guan Linfang said and ran to the front. He had to look after the dog in case it barked. About half an hour later, Guan Linfang came back. "Tell everyone not to touch the dog. The dog is under control. Spread the word, don't provoke the dogs." The winged knights began to spread the word. Let's go. We can't see the situation there from where Master is, and we can't see Master and the others from there. Guan Linfang whispered again and led the large group into the cave. When they arrived, a few kerosene lamps were lit again. 34 dogs crowded there to take a look, but did not make a sound. Li Dongzhu, you came personally. You must be tired from the journey. Go in and rest. Hu Feng came out to greet him. Master Hu, we brought hot ginger soup. Have a sip first. Li Yi did not refuse. He wanted to go in and discuss the situation with Hu Feng. The others came out to drink the ginger soup and eat the meat buns that the winged knights brought. I brought some for the dogs too. Can they eat it with seasoning? The winged knights took out some more buns. Eat it once in a while. The hunter took the buns and went to feed the dogs. The dogs sniffed and ate in big mouthfuls. They still did not bark and did not fight with each other. Look at them. They didn't bring much baggage. They are soldiers. I don't know if they have a camp in the mountains. I can't tell where they are from. Hu Feng explained the situation in the house. He gave 2 useful pieces of information. One was that they were soldiers, and the other was that they had little baggage. Baggage was little. If they wanted to resupply, they must have a place. Li Yi listened and could not tell where they were from. Tubo, Turkic, and Khitan all had heavy snowfall in winter. It was hard to tell from their behavior. People from many places came from the Tang dynasty. It was very complicated. Li Dongzhu, pandas don't live here in winter. It's too cold and there's little food. Bamboo can also grow here. But why do they eat bamboo in a place that's not warm? Hu Feng was still thinking about the pandas. 1,000 ding for one. As long as you find the enemy, I'll give you 10,000 ding. Li Yi was straightforward. In front of the enemy, the pandas were at the back. No matter how cute and important they were not as important as discovering the enemy. No need for money. It's our duty to discover the enemy for the Tang dynasty. Hu Feng waved his hand. The government will also give rewards if they discover the enemy. My reward is even more. Because I think they are doing this to deal with me. Li Yi made his own judgment. Of course, he knew how important he was. Didn't you see the spies sent by Khitan directly give him the amber with the coal spirit? This was his value. If he ran out and was caught by others, he would not die. He would be raised and interrogated for all kinds of technology. When he could not come up with new technology, his life would end. I've brought you a pure white cloak. I didn't think about this before. I thought you had encountered a wild beast. Since you have encountered a possible enemy, you should cover yourself with a cloak in the pure white snow with no other vegetation around. Li Yi apologized. When hunters entered the mountains, encountering an enemy and encountering animals were 2 different things. Li Dongzhu, you are thoughtful. The compressed biscuits are delicious. Hu Feng admired. Duck-down clothes were light and warm. The compressed biscuits were delicious. After drinking a little water or chewing a mouthful of snow, one would feel full. Delicious? Li found it hard to accept this praise. Whether it was in the past or now, he had never felt that the compressed biscuits were delicious. After taking a bite, he was tired of it and it was very hard. The non-hard ones were for ordinary people to eat for fun. The military compressed biscuits were hard and had higher calories. Eating them was like drinking oil. A compressed biscuit costs a lot, right? Hu Feng took out a half-eaten compressed biscuit. Master Hu, there are buns. Don't eat this. In the future, if you want compressed biscuits, you can get it directly from Zhuangzi. It's free. Li Yi stopped Hu Feng from continuing to eat the biscuits. He went out for a while and came back to give Hu Feng 2 big meat buns wrapped in oil paper. Hu Feng did not stand on ceremony. He took a bite and swallowed it. Li Dongzhu's buns in Zhuangzi are also delicious. If you sell the compressed biscuits, we will pay for it. I'm not selling. I'll give it to you. You have done a great service. I've also given you the duck-down clothes, but not the binoculars. Li Yi made it clear. He would give what he could and take back what he could not. Hu Feng took another bite. I know. It's a military weapon. If I take the binoculars, I will be killed. He knew that the Tubo and Tujue knew that he had the binoculars. They would definitely think of ways to kill him and snatch it. When the sun rises, they will leave. Master Hu, do you still want to participate? Li Yi waited for Hu Feng to eat the 2 big buns and handed him some water. I know that the winged knights are powerful. But on the mountain, it's better to be experienced hunters like us. I'm afraid that you will be injured if I don't follow. Hu Feng proudly puffed out his chest. He had a look of, I'm more experienced than you. Thank you, Master Hu. Li Yi thanked him. Chapter 574. There was no snow today. It was dawn, and the 59 people were cooking. Smoke rose from the kitchen. They are very experienced in surviving in the wild. Kitons. Li Yi observed through the binoculars and came to this conclusion. He exchanged his binoculars with his lifespan, so he could see further with a higher magnification. When the group of people started the fire, they dug branches from under the snow. There were pine branches and other branches. The outside was covered with snow, but there were still things that could be burned under the snow. Usually, this kind of situation was common in the Northeast. Experienced people would choose to dig out the snow under the trees to look for things that could be burned. Pine branches were the easiest to burn. There was also pine oil on the pine trees. Once a flame was lit, it would save a lot of trouble. Li Dongzhu, it seems that they are not afraid of being exposed. Guozi moved closer to Li Yi. They think that they moved fast enough. The smoke now can't spread too far. Li Yi started to estimate the combat power of the 59 people. From the speed of eating and the way they reacted, they were indeed soldiers. Even when they were eating in the morning, they did not forget to arrange sentries. Half an hour later, the group of people finished eating, put out the fire, covered the burned area with snow, and left. Li Yi's team followed them in a parallel line. When they reached a mountain in front, they took a detour to increase the distance between them and the other party. It was noon, and more smoke was floating in the valley in front of them. Is this a large force? Are they going to attack the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi was puzzled. He started to doubt if he had made a mistake. They were not Kitons, and they were not targeting him. If they were Kitons, they would have to avoid many troops from the Tang dynasty to come from such a far place. What about the logistics? Should he carry them? He signaled the others not to move, and he and Guozi sneaked over. Along the way, they paid attention to the snow and whether there were people on the trees ahead. They are indeed Kitons, and they are an army organized by Kitons. There are no women, old or weak. When Li Yi got a clear view, he was sure. Hairstyle. Different hairstyle. The hair of the 59 people he saw before was no different from the people of Chang'an. Now, he saw more people. Their hairstyle had a distinct Khitan characteristic. There were also many hats on the side. It was obvious that the other party was hiding their identity by wearing hats. Now that they were in a safe place, who would be willing to keep wearing a hat? Looking at the scale, there are more than 300 people. Should we fight? Guozi raised his binoculars and estimated the number of people. 1,000 against 300, the result of a sneak attack was inevitable. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. The other party had chosen a good location, a valley. This gave his side an opportunity to attack from above. Was it possible to achieve 0 casualties? Could he persuade them to surrender? More than 300 people were going to mine, and they didn't even have to pay 50,000 each. What a good deal. He raised his head and looked around to see if he could create an avalanche with a loud shout. No, that little bit of avalanche was not enough. Find a place to rest and harass them at night. Let's not fight now. Li thought for a while and decided to slow down. The two of them went back and explained the situation. Hu Feng listened there and gave an idea. Li Dongzhu, ask a dog to find a place to bark at night. Li Yi suddenly looked at Hu Feng. Master Hu, you are awesome. In the future, I will not only take care of your compressed biscuits, but also the flint and kerosene of your kerosene lighters. Guazi smiled as he understood what was going on. I will ambush them first. I want to catch them alive. Now I will rest. Li Yi had a new idea. The people around him didn't know what he was thinking. They just cooperated with him. They also ate compressed biscuits and waited for the snow to fall. Then they rested and waited for the night to come. Time passed little by little. They continued to eat compressed biscuits for dinner. It was dark. Hu Feng began to give orders. The other dogs stayed away and were not allowed to cooperate when they heard the dogs barking. They needed to use a cover. Otherwise, who knew which dog would bark with them? Everyone continued to rest. They all felt uncomfortable. At the end of the night, it was almost time. Hu Feng brought one of his mountain guard dogs to the location requested by Li Yi. Li Yi hid himself, lay down, and put the night vision scope on the new gun that came with it. The other winged knights were either near or far. Some of them had already circled to the other side of the valley and formed an encirclement. Li Yi waved at Hu Feng, who was holding the night vision scope. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The barking of the dogs sounded in the silent night and spread out. Many of the Khitans were awakened. A team of 10 people came out with crossbows. They listened to the direction of the barking and moved forward with their backs bent. 10 minutes later, they were about 20 meters away from Li Yi. Li Yi felt that they were too close and didn't attack. When the 10 people left and were about 30 meters away from him, he opened fire. There was a slight noise from the silencer. After the first shot, he immediately changed to the next one. Ah! One of the Khitans let out a muffled groan. His hand went to his buttocks and touched something. He pulled it out forcefully and took it off. Ah! Another Khitan made a noise. The others didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to make a sound. Ah! Not long after, the third person was hit. Something pricked me. It seems like a needle was placed on something. I. The first person didn't finish his words and fell to the ground. Li Yi continued while the Khitans stopped and looked for the enemy. He wanted to catch as many people alive as possible. He was using a tranquilizer gun, the type used in Barbecue 901. Based on a person's physical condition at night, it would take about a minute to anesthetize them. Moreover, it had a range of 40 meters. It was faster than killing animals. This gun and the special drug were made in China. If he used a drug like ketamine and injected it into the muscle, the anesthesia would take 3 to 5 minutes. The dosage was 6 milligrams per kilogram and the effect would take about half an hour. He wasn't using a tranquilizer gun. It would take about 10 seconds. The Khitans had never encountered such a weapon before. When the tranquilizer gun hit them, it was like being pricked by a needle. One could feel the entire tranquilizer gun. It was useless to pull it out. It would be injected in 0.1 seconds. They weren't in a good mental state at night, and the drug soon took effect. When the 10th person fell to the ground, he was still wondering what the needle was. Was it an enemy or a special beast? Li gestured and the winged knights ran over and dragged the 10 people away. At the same time, they tied them up and gagged them. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. The barking continued. The Khitans were stunned. The barking of the dogs meant that hunters had appeared and the dogs had discovered the situation. The previous 10 people were sent out to deal with the hunters. They had to kill them quickly and not let the hunters escape. Why was there no movement? There were no sounds of killing, and the dogs were still barking. Not long after, 20 Khitans followed the sounds and came over. The barking of the dogs gradually faded away. The 20 Kitans chased after them. They thought that the hunters had discovered the situation and wanted to escape. Li Yi raised his gun and chased after them. He had adjusted his strategy. If he got too close, the Kitans might be pricked by the needles and shout. Even if they shouted, the Kitans in the valley would arrive and the 20 Kitans would fall. There are needles pricking me. When Li Yi finished off the 20 Kitans, they finally reacted. By the time they shouted, they were already numb. Chapter 575. On the night of the 5th day of the lunar month, the moon could not bring light to the night, and the stars in the sky did not seem to provide any help. Under the cover of darkness, the barking of the dogs gradually faded away. The shouts of the people echoed in the mountains and then slowly dissipated. Ha Siga, Ha Siga. Someone in the Khitan camp called out together. This was the name of the last person to fall. The camp clearly needed more information from him, but there was no response for a long time. More people came out with torches, bows, and crossbows. There were more bows than crossbows. I thought you guys would continue to send small groups out. Why are there so many of you? No, the situation is tense. Retreat. Li Yi was worried. The enemy was too cunning. He could not launch a sneak attack and had to retreat. The soldiers in front of the winged knights turned and ran. They could not wait for the enemy to get close. 20 people were dragged away, leaving all kinds of traces on the snow. After a while, the Kitans arrived. Seeing the messy footsteps and the situation on the snow, they seemed to understand a lot. They were ambushed. 30 of their men were ambushed. 30 of their precious crossbows were gone. There's no blood. A small leader observed and felt his hair stand on end. 10 people were ambushed, and there were no traces of battle. 20 people were on alert, but they were still ambushed. Only one person shouted, "There's a needle stabbing me." There was not a drop of blood in the entire area. If not for the footprints on the ground, he would have thought that his brothers had encountered something unclean. He could not understand. 20 people were ambushed. Under what circumstances did they not bleed or shout to kill? Were the hunters of the Tang dynasty so powerful? Killing without a sound? More than 100 people. They followed the traces and chased here. Continue to lure them further away. Scatter the dogs to other positions. Bark. Li Yi did not want to face more than 100 people. He arranged a strategy at the last minute. Other than the winged knights who surrounded the valley in other places, the other winged knights carried the 30 captives and ran. Their footprints were the most obvious. Most of the 100 people chased after these footprints. 5 people chased after the dogs. The dogs only had footprints of one person and one dog. 5 people were enough to deal with them. I'm going to help Hu Feng. You guys go first. I'll be back in a while. If it's really impossible, I'll kill them. They don't have many crossbows, but their bows are very accurate. Li Yi was worried that his men would be injured or killed, so he asked them to be vigilant. Do you have my permission? Guazi was unconvinced. The winged knights were actually similar to the Khitans and Turks in that they specialized in horsemanship and crossbows. Moreover, the enemy had lit a torch and was definitely a target. Li Yi ignored them and ordered his men to put down his aircraft. He stood on it and started it. With a sharp whistling sound, he flew out with a whoosh to chase after the 5 people. The 5 people holding 3 torches and the other Khitans could hear the sound of the jet, but they were unable to pinpoint its location. Li Yi flew far away, and soon, the sound of the airflow disappeared. He landed, found a place to lie down, and covered himself with the cloak. About 3 minutes later, 5 people followed the footprints of a man and a dog. They passed by Li Yi. When their backs were facing Li Yi fired. Ah, I've been hit. What's this? There's a needle. The first person who was hit reacted quickly. He reached behind him and took out the tranquilizer bullet. The team stopped and went forward to look. Ah! I've been hit too. Another person was shot. What direction? Behind? Yes. It should be there. The third person was shot when he asked the first two people. However, there was no one there. When the fourth person was shot in the stomach, he had an idea. Lie down in the snow. Look for snow. The fifth person was shot and killed. Li Yi lay down and waited. The 5 people held torches and searched vigilantly. Plop. The first person to fall was numb. It's poisonous, the second person said in a daze. Got it. The third person casually fired the arrow before he fell. The remaining 2 looked at each other and shouted together, it's poisonous. Before the 2 finished shouting, they fell together. Their physiques were different, so it was not necessarily the case that they were shot first. It's considered poison. Li Yi stood up. He walked over, took out a small knife, and cut the strings of 4 bows and 1 crossbow. He tied the hands and feet of the 5 people and tied them diagonally. The 5 people were numb. He had to leave for a while and bring more people back later. They would not freeze to death. Guazi was on the side. As the team ran, a few people would split up and go to the side. Footprints were left on the snow. The Kitans did not split up at all. The leader shouted, "Don't split up. You'll be ambushed." The Kitans listened to him and continued to move forward. After running for dozens of steps, there were footprints of a few people splitting up to the left and right. They continued to chase. Finally, they stopped. The leader was sweating. Besides the heat from running, he was also scared. The footsteps in front were still so messy. By now, 200 people should have split up. The number of the enemy's main force was still the same. This meant that the enemy's numbers far exceeded his team. When he thought about the positions of the people who had split up, the leader had an epiphany. He was surrounded. Not good. Go back and prepare to break out. The leader quickly ordered. Poof. The torch in one of the Kitans' hands suddenly fell to the ground. There was an arrow stuck in the torch. Poof. Another person's torch scattered into sparks. He was still holding it. However, there was a hole where the torch was loosened. An arrow was nailed to the trunk of a nearby tree. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. I know you can understand the language of the Tang dynasty. Put down your weapons, Guazi shouted. After shouting, he immediately lay down. Sure enough, someone shot a crossbow at him. Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. More people shouted. Screech, a sharp whistle was mixed in with the shouts of the winged knights. Something suddenly flew over the Kitans. 2 things fell at the same time. The 2 items fell to the ground with a bang sound, followed by a chi sound of smoke curling up. My eyes hurt. Ah, cough, cough. The smoke spread. All the Kitans who were affected by the smoke started to cry, have runny noses, cough, and have difficulty breathing. Whoosh, Li Yi landed. He heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered, if it wasn't to capture you alive, would I have to use dimensional reduction? It's too easy for 1,000 winged knights to take care of you. I don't even need to shoot with my sniper rifle. The surrounded Kitans who had gathered together and were ready to fight their way out encountered tear gas for the first time. They weren't prepared at all and didn't know how to deal with it. The more they couldn't breathe, the more they gasped. They threw away their weapons and couldn't hold their torches. They ran like headless flies. After running out of the smoke, they threw themselves on the ground and stuffed snow into their mouths and smeared it on their faces. This was a normal reaction for people who felt pain in their eyes and throats. It didn't need to be taught. Hurry up and drag the people inside out. Li Yi was afraid that someone would die from inhaling too much smoke. The winged knights didn't hesitate. They took a deep breath and rushed in. Soon, they understood how uncomfortable the enemy was. They couldn't control their tears at all. It was killing. They grabbed people and dragged them out. After dragging them out, they started to look for snow to smear their faces. There are 5 more over there. Hurry up and find them. Otherwise, they will freeze to death. Li Yi continued to give orders. 20 winged knights ran out. The Kitans had completely lost their ability to resist. When Guozi ordered people to tie them up, he curiously moved closer to the smoke. Chapter 576. Cough, cough, cough. Ayah, Li. Mother of God, ah. Guozi was hit. He ran to Li Yi and squatted down to scratch the snow. He looked up at Li Yi, asking if he had anything that could make him better. Li Yi took out a water bag and poured some water on Guozi's face. Guozi quickly rinsed his mouth and washed his face. His tears were still flowing and he couldn't recover in a short period of time. I didn't think of this before. I should have thrown 2 tear gas grenades into the valley and captured them alive. Li Yi stood there and reflected. Why did he use the tranquilizer gun? What a waste. But it could be used to capture animals in the future. For example, if he met a panda, he could estimate its weight and consider shooting it. Ah, huff, huff, Dongzhu, on the battlefield, the smoke can't compare. Guozi felt better. His eyes were swollen and his nose was running uncontrollably. Wait for me to plant more peppers. I will let you use them on the battlefield. The effect is not bad. Li thought of the chilies. They were still being planted in the greenhouse. They could already be harvested gradually. He was waiting for them to mature completely. Then, he could harvest the seeds and eat the skin. Chilies were like cucumbers, eggplants and tomatoes. They could bear fruit gradually. The harvest period was quite long. Can it compare to this thing of yours? Guozi ate a mouthful of snow and spoke more fluently. Far from it. This is unbearable. Li Yi knew the effect of tear gas grenades. He was curious like Guozi and tried it when he was overseas. The feeling of rubbing essential oil or peppers on the eyes was far from comparable to tear gas grenades. The captured Kitans were lying on the ground and rubbing their faces against the snow. They were all crying sadly. The winged knights who went into the smoke to drag the captured Kitans were also crying and coughing. Li Yi came to a Kitan and squatted down. I am doing this for your own good. Look, I don't need to use any tricks. I can only kill you. Are you touched to be alive? Woo woo. The Kitan rubbed his face against the snow. Are you touched to tears? Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Li Yi comforted her with a smile. Woo woo, this time, the Kitan was really crying. Sad. I'm already like this, and you're still bullying me. What do you mean I'm moved to tears? At 1:00 in the middle of the night, the winged knights who were not in charge of encirclement gathered together. Including the other 5, a total of 160 captives were connected by ropes. Their situation was much better now. 30 of the captives were the first to be drugged. They thought they would die after being poisoned. He didn't think that he would be able to regain consciousness. He didn't think that there would be any major problems. Li Yi handed the tranquilizer gun to someone else and held the sniper rifle himself. The winged knights did not ask anything, as if it was natural for Li Yi to conjure a gun. Hu Feng and the others were full of doubts, especially about Li Yi's ability to fly by stepping on that thing. They had heard about it a few months ago, but they didn't believe it. How could humans fly? Now that he believed it, it was indeed possible to fly. Tell them, when we reach their camp, shout from outside that the people in the valley should surrender. Otherwise, I will use smoke to smoke them and kill their people at the same time. Li Yi walked in the middle of the group. He was in a good mood and captured 160 captives alive. The credit was given to the winged knights, and the captives were his. These captive slaves were different from the slaves bought in the market. If you want to kill a bought slave, you need an excuse. But if you want to kill a captive slave, you can kill them as you wish. In theory, as a secondary grade 2 civil official, capturing captives was considered a military merit and could be rewarded. But the captives must be returned to the imperial court and will be dealt with by the imperial court. The winged knights went to threaten the captives, and Guazi had a snowball in his hand. He wiped his eyes from time to time. Li Dongzhu, you captured the captives to let them work in the mines? Do something else first. Prepare to change. Li nodded and then shook his head. Change what? Guazi wiped the snow and tears on his face. Change the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured by them. When the Khitans occupied the northern part of Hebei, they invaded the border and captured many people of the Tang dynasty. Li pointed to the northeast with a determined look in his eyes. He continued, Tubo also captured many of our people. They don't have any slaves for the time being. I plan to buy them with money when you hide and the others go there again. Zigong to ransom people? If you are willing to spend money to buy them, Tubo will be more willing to come and capture people. Guazi reminded Li. That is something you should be ashamed of, and not something I need to consider when buying people back. Li looked at Guazi. One day, I will conquer that place and take revenge for those who died. I will save all of my people. Guazi pursed his lips and took a deep breath. You can do it. I believe in you. Li, who knew how powerful Guazi was in history, smiled. In history, Guazi was always temporarily placed in a certain army as a general, and then he won one battle after another. Sometimes, the soldiers didn't know the general, and the general didn't know the soldiers. If the soldiers had poor combat skills, Guazi would lose the battle. Now, he was helping to provide weapons, maps, and at the same time, train the winged knights. Under Guazi's lead, they shouldn't lose. At 1:00, the group of captives arrived at the valley. The captives stood at the top of the valley and looked down. The people below lit torches and fires and waited. Guazi lit a kerosene lamp and shook it. In less than half a minute, kerosene lamps lit up around the valley. Under the light of the kerosene lamps, the figures of the winged knights wearing white clothes and holding crossbows appeared one by one. The Khitans in the valley panicked. The captives despaired. So many winged knights? Like the winged knights who captured them, each of them carried a bow and a crossbow. They couldn't fight a battle. The winged knights had more people and better weapons. They had the higher ground. What was even more frightening was the one who could fly. He could throw smoking things into the valley. Surrender, we've all been captured. They're the winged knights. They have powerful weapons. We can't fight back against them. Surrender. The leader cried. He didn't want to see his own people being shot to death. If they surrendered, they might still have a chance in the future. The other captives also shouted, their voices filled with desolation. The Khitans in the valley became even more chaotic. They looked for cover and raised their heads to look around. Do you want me to waste tear gas? Let the captives dig the snow. Dig out anything that can be burned. Gather them into balls and throw them down. Li didn't want to exchange for tear gas anymore. The situation was clear now. The captives could only dig for grass. They used their hands to dig out the snow and looked for dry grass. The other winged knights were rolling snowballs. If anyone in the valley wanted to charge up, they would roll a big snowball down. The sky gradually brightened. The people in the valley could see clearly how many winged knights there were. When the first big ball of smoke rolled down, everything would be over. On the evening of the 6th of December, 10 winged knights ran back from Lantian County. They didn't enter the Li family Zhuangzi and went straight to Chang'an City. They entered through Yenching Gate, ran horizontally to Vermilion Bird Avenue, turned north, and went all the way to the Imperial City. When they arrived at the Imperial City, they didn't get off their horses. Instead, they shouted, urgent military situation, and only dismounted when they were not far from Xingqing Palace. Your Majesty, we've caught them. We've caught them. The leader of the winged knights shouted as he ran. Chapter 577. We captured 390 Khitan non-commissioned officer. There were no casualties on our side, and no casualties on the enemy side. There were 400 enemy soldiers who infiltrated, and 10 of them died of illness. The captives have been sent to Lontian County and will be back tomorrow. Everything is fine. The winged knights reported to Yao Chong and the other two. Since it involved the enemy, the Prime Minister and the Minister of War had to understand it. When they left yesterday, the winged knights had sent a message to Li Longji, and Li Longji had been thinking about it. Yao Chong understood the content, but what he didn't understand was, there were no casualties on the enemy side, and there were no casualties on our side. There were 390 enemy soldiers, 1,000 winged knights, 14 hunters, and 34 dogs. Is that enough? Yao Chong repeated the key points, the number of people and dogs. The winged knights ignored him. As the Minister of War, he had no right to command the winged knights. Could it be that the Khitan soldiers traveled through mountains and rivers just to seek refuge with the winged knights? Zhang Shua joked. He naturally found the problem. There were 390 Khitan non-commissioned officer. They had infiltrated all the way here, so they must be able to fight and survive in the wilderness. Facing the winged knights, no one was injured, and in the blink of an eye, they became captives. Were the winged knights that charismatic? Prime Minister Yao mentioned one person, and Li Yi as well, Lu Huaishan reminded. With Li Yi around, nothing was impossible. He was the embodiment of magic. How did both sides manage to capture the Khitan soldiers without casualties? Li Longji also found it interesting. What kind of battle did both sides go through? It couldn't have been a game of dice, right? Whichever side had more points would win, and the other side would surrender. More or less, it was owner Li, bright Minister Li Yi who took action. The feathered forest flying rider answered and closed his mouth, not saying anything more. How did they fight? Yao Chong was anxious. Yes, Li Yi fought, but what did he do alone? Buy it with money? The feathered forest flying cavalry was silent and didn't say anything. When the matter is over, send me a battle report. Li Longji stopped asking. He knew that Li Yi must have taken out another special weapon, and the weapon had to be kept a secret. What about captives? Zhang Shua raised the issue of the ownership of captives during the war. Li Dongzhu said that he will stay. He wants to find an opportunity to exchange with the Khitans for the Tang dynasty people who were captured by the Khitans. The winged knights resumed the way they addressed Li Yi. Hearing his words, Li Longji and the others were momentarily speechless. How could they not know that the abducted commoners were being bullied? Not only the Khitans, but the Turks and Tubo also liked to abduct people. The men who were snatched away became coolies, and the women, knowing was one thing, but he couldn't think of a way to save her. In the end, Li Yi used his methods to capture people alive to exchange for the women. After a dozen breaths, Yao Chong slowly said, the Tubo soldiers who can infiltrate and survive in the mountains are valuable. One of them can be exchanged for several Tang dynasty people. He's a true national scholar. Lu Huaishan sighed. It's getting late. You may leave. Li Longji's good mood was gone. Yao Chong and the others left regretfully. In the past, Li Yi could come up with ideas and make farming tools. At the same time, he could also make money for his own zhuangzi. But now, he's changed. Yao Chong's voice was low, and he appeared to be very sad. Isn't it just a powerful weapon? If he can't equip it, he would definitely give it to the winged knights first. Lu Huaishan was open-minded. Li Yi wasn't a threat to others. As long as you didn't provoke him, he could deal with anyone. If you offended him and targeted him personally, it was negotiable. Just admit your mistake and apologize. He wouldn't punish people to death. If you offended him and harmed the people, he would calculate, including impeachment. He didn't say who he would kill directly. If you bullied him for the sake of the people, he would accept it. Like Baigu, who always suppressed him with righteousness, he wasn't angry. Instead, he helped him think of a way. As for the enemies, they should be killed. This time, the situation was special. Li Yi was actually able to capture them alive. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, there was nothing he couldn't do. Eat meat. It's hard in the mountains, isn't it? Eat some food. If you don't know how to use chopsticks, use your hands. Fu Shun is occupied by you. Don't the locals use chopsticks? In Lantian County, there were 390 captives behind the Drunken Immortal restaurant. They weren't captured by the Federation, and there were pigs to eat pork bones. Li put his hands in his pockets and stood beside the leader of the Khitan army, Bacharka. As soon as he mentioned chopsticks, Bacharka picked up the chopsticks on the table and ate cucumber with garlic paste. He used his actions to prove that he knew how to use chopsticks. It was just that he was used to eating meat with bones. The other Khitan captives also ate. It was indeed delicious. Life in the mountains wasn't easy. They didn't run because Li Yi used his sniper rifle to shoot a big tree a kilometer away and a pheasant about 300 meters away while escorting them back. Under the circumstances of exceeding his standard, every shot hit the target. Li Yi didn't expect to be so accurate. It would be fine if he could hit the target with 3 shots. How long would it take to run a kilometer away? He could shoot many times. There should be 1 shot that could hit the target, right? Of course, there was an opportunity now. One of the captives would suddenly go berserk and kidnap Li Yi or even kill him. However, the Khitan captives didn't move, especially Bacharka. He always felt that this Li Yi wanted to make him move and then kill him to establish his authority. Look, you are still a tribe. You fought with the Tang dynasty. You couldn't beat them, so you ran to the Turks, and the Turks attacked you. You took advantage of the fact that the Tang dynasty's forces were concentrated in Tubo and occupied the place. Aren't you still living a hard life? Our people help you do some work, but you always bully our people, right? Li Yi said as if he was chatting with an old friend. No, I didn't bully them. Bacharka quickly shook his head. You didn't bully them well. Otherwise, I would have taken thousands of winged knights to your place and slaughtered them. Let's not talk about other things. My gun is good, right? It's so far away. I can kill whoever I want. By then, your people. Li Yi shook his head and looked very regretful. Bacharka swallowed and whispered, we also bully each other. We don't only bully the Tang dynasty people. Yes, that's not civilized enough. If you want to learn, learn from the Tang dynasty. As for me, I have an idea. You. Li Yi began to explain the relationship between the 2 sides and the future development of the 2 sides to Bacharka. He told him that when they were in the Tang dynasty, he taught them how to plant beans and learn culture. When they learned enough, they would go back and exchange with the people of the Tang dynasty. They wouldn't be killed. They would work and be given food. When they went back, they would teach the advanced technology and culture to others. Then they would trade with the Tang dynasty and build a friendship with each other. When the winter was hard, the Tang dynasty would prepare a place for them. They would bring animal fur, ginseng, and pine nuts to the place of the Tang dynasty to live. They would go back when the weather was warm. They would visit each other often. There was no need to fight and kill. Bacharka nodded in agreement with whatever Li Yi said. If he didn't agree, he would be killed. If you want to run, you can run. I'll fly and chase after you. When I catch you, you can run. I don't want to kill people. You can tell them to try. In the end, Li Yi was ready to leave, so he added to Bacharka with a smile. Bacharka shook his head. We won't run. We want to learn how to plant beans. The Khitan captives next to him nodded in agreement with their boss. We know you can fly and that's smoke. Brothers and sisters, please vote for us. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 578. Dongzhu, they won't run away. Li Yi went upstairs to eat. Guan Xiaotan came over with a plate of braised pork ribs, worried that the captives would run away. Li Yi took his hand out of his pocket. At the same time, he took out a pistol. He washed his hands. They won't run away before they fully understand the situation. People are the most courageous in their first battle. At that time, we blocked them in the valley. They held on until dawn, and when we started to smoke, they surrendered. They held on until dawn and surrendered. Their morale was gone. After that, I showed them my weapons and told them that we would all live a good life together in the future. War has a purpose. They are not war planners. If they let go of the spirit of carrying out the mission, their willpower will not be strong. Guan Xiaotan sat next to him and listened carefully. When Li Yi was eating, he turned around and took out a notebook and pen to write. The chitin captives in the courtyard were full and rubbed their hands on their clothes. The winged knights did not have anyone watching them, but they secretly watched them with night vision devices. Hu Feng and the other 14 people also finished eating and sat there to divide the money. Li Yi said that he would give them 10,000 coins, so he gave them 10,000 coins. They were all large banknotes of 10 coins, which were not available in Chang'an for the time being. They could spend it outside. As long as it was the Li family Zhuangzi's coupon, no one would refuse. Hu Feng took out 6,000 coins and gave each of his 12 disciples 500 coins. You learned hunting from me and suffered a lot. You even helped me find the mountain guard dog. When you finished your apprenticeship, I only gave you a broken bow. You rented Chang'an and did not have your own house. Each of you has 500 coins. It's not good to rent a house. Hu Feng said to his disciples. The eyes of the 10 people turned red. They wanted to refuse, but they really wanted to buy their own house. Hu Feng counted out 1,200 coins and put them in front of his disciples. When you got married, I didn't give you many things. Some of you already have 2 children. Take it as compensation. Master. Guan Linfang's tears flowed out. Don't be like a girl. Beasts don't believe in tears. Hu Feng said to his disciple. Turning his head, he looked at his closed-door disciple. Little Guang's luck is better than yours. When he finished his apprenticeship, he would have a house if he wanted to. He wouldn't lack money even if he wanted to marry a wife. All of you are senior brothers. Don't think that I've given little Guang too much. Little Guang treats all of you as family. The 2,000 jars were separated out and placed to one side. Hu Feng still had 800 silvers left. He glanced at his disciples and said, on the way here, the chitins said that they took out a lot of life-saving resources. Without a house on the mountain, hunters would die in the mountains, especially newbies. Take this money and hire a woodsman who can go to the mountains to gather firewood in the winter, and bring the things up with us. Let's repair the place where we live, replenish the rice that needs to be replenished, and replenish the firewood that needs to be replenished. If it was too far away, he couldn't do anything about it. He had to find someone to inform the others. In the future, the nearby areas will be our life-saving places. Taking out 800 taels, Hu Feng did not leave a single tael for himself. Master, what about yourself? Little Light counted, but his master didn't have any. When I'm old, I'll go from house to house. If I'm happy today, I'll go to one house. If I'm happy next year, I'll go to another house. Hu Feng looked at his disciples and said with a smile. Master, I'll take care of you. One of the disciples wiped his eyes. Do I need you to take care of me? Let's go find the pandas. Before the new year, we'll repair our house on the mountain. After the new year, we'll go to a place far away. Hu Feng smiled and pointed in the direction of the mountain. He still wanted to earn money from the pandas. The chitins in the courtyard still had the same things as before. Other than the weapons, everything else was still there. One of them got half a bundle of straw. Tonight, they needed to rely on straw to pass the night. Just like what Li Yi said to Guan Shao Tan, the Khitan captives no longer had any thoughts of struggling. The leader of the group, Bacharka, told the others what Li Yi said. The main thing they heard was that they wouldn't be killed. The second thing was that they would have a good life in the future. When the Tang dynasty built their government in Fushun, the local people had a good life. Later, when they fought, the Tang dynasty took their people and retreated. They kidnapped some people back, and their life was different. They thought that people like them wouldn't know how to live, and they needed to catch more people from the Tang dynasty. Now, he had been captured. If they could really learn something, they could go back and hide in the warm places of the Tang dynasty in winter. That was good. As for carrying out the mission, they had to wait for the person in charge to deliver the order. Forget it, the person in charge couldn't save them. It was better not to come over, or they would be caught. After one night, more than 30 Khitan captives caught a cold. Go to the hot spring. Come back and change into new clothes. Make soap in the hot spring. Don't go to the main pool. Squeeze in the other 6 pools. Li Yi knew the reason for their cold. Their body functions were declining. They knew in advance that hunters were going to enter the mountain, so they moved. Just as they finished moving and arrived at the mountain, they were attacked at night. They were frightened, tired, and relaxed. They caught a cold. After taking a bath, he washed his body and his head, which didn't have much hair. After changing into new clothes, he was back to normal. They also drank more hot soup to replenish their water and salt. 390 people went to the hot spring. The waiter of Drunken Immortal House delivered a big bucket of vegetable soup. When Li Yi was eating breakfast, Guazi came over with a plate of steamed buns. Li Dongzhu, are you going to teach them skills? Guazi came with a question. When 2 countries, or 2 tribes, have different beliefs, cultures, and living standards, contradictions will start to appear. Li Yi gave Guazi a lesson. He talked to Guazi about the integration of civilizations, starting from the Central Plains in Hunan to the present. In summary, they must protect their strength, and then integrate others through other means. When the 390 people learn more common knowledge and common sense of the Tang dynasty, they will think that they can lead their tribes to live a good life. When they go back, they will spread the Tang dynasty, learn from the Tang dynasty, and get in touch with the Tang dynasty. After they are taught well, when they go back, we will open up the trade with the Khitans. It can be considered as helping them. Li gave them a plan for the future, a long-term plan. When they go back to spread the good news of the Tang dynasty, they will be killed. Guazi looked at Li Yi and felt that Li Yi had become stupid. It can only mean that you didn't teach them well. Why not teach them to endure first and then slowly change? When they go back, they will shout about the reform. If it were me, I would kill them too. Li thought of the reform of 1898. A group of people learned Western knowledge and spread it. The young emperor was fooled and impulsively carried out the reform. He made a big move at the beginning, but it was over. From his point of view at that time, a group of scholars did not understand the situation and rushed forward foolishly. He knew what the situation was. Of course, he would not let the learning captives go back to change the world immediately. When they go back, they should start from the bottom and lead a small group of people to gain benefits. When the big shots want to gain benefits, they will connect with them. Then they will help the big shots to gain benefits. They will take out a part of the things for the big shots to make money and enjoy. Li Yi explained patiently to Guazi. Guazi looked at Li Yi in surprise. He realized that what Li Yi said now was similar to what Li Yi did. Li Yi did things bit by bit in the Li family Zhuangzi. After that, he met King Song. If he did not meet King Song and His Majesty, he would probably slowly find others, give them benefits, and continue to climb up. Chapter 579. Guazi, who thought that Li Yi was stupid, felt bad. He was the stupid one. He had planned from the beginning. It was impossible for him not to know what to do. Li Dongzhu, thank goodness you're in the Tang dynasty. If you were from other places, the Tang dynasty would be in danger. Guizi sighed. No matter where I am, I will come back. And I will definitely find a place close to Chang'an. I was born a Chinese and I will die a Chinese soul. Li Yi's expression was still so calm. Ah. Ah. Why do you want to go to Chang'an? Guizi was stunned. Chang'an is close to the imperial court. It's easy to bribe. No, it's convenient to be an advisor, take the imperial examination, and become an official. Li Yi gave a reason. Are you going to take the imperial examination next year? Guizi knew that Li Yi led chickens and ducks to deal with the locust plague this year. What about next year? No. Li Yi shook his head. Why? Guizi asked. I don't want to take the imperial examination. Li Yi said casually. You can become an official if you take the imperial examination. Am I not an official now? Secondary class, rank 2. You're just a secondary class, rank 6 official. You're so far behind me. Li Yi's eyes were full of contempt. I have real power. I lead the army. I'm in charge of the winged knights. Guizi was unhappy. So what if he was an official? I just took the imperial examination this year and became an official. Li Yi nodded and gave him a thumbs up. I admire you. Then, official Guo, you must rush back to Zhuangzi before noon today. I know. Guizi nodded. Then he realized that he had to obey Li Yi's order. A secondary class, rank 2 official is higher than a secondary class, rank 6 official. Did you notice? Li Yi asked with a smile. Guizi took a bite of the bun and said in a muffled voice, yes. The next time you meet other troops, I'll let you kill them. It's best if you shoot their legs and arms. You can save them after they lose their ability to fight. One is to get used to killing. The other is to practice battlefield rescue. Shoot the wrong place. As long as they don't die, we'll save them. Don't expect to be promoted. His Majesty will directly give your family a discount. Li changed the topic and talked about the merits. The winged knights took all the credit, and he took the captive. He paid Hu Feng and the others, but he didn't spread the news. Spreading the news would only bring trouble to Hu Feng and the others. 2 hours later, the chitin finished washing himself. Many people rubbed the mud directly, but they couldn't rub it off. They needed to soak it first. After soaking, they used soap to rub each other's backs. After changing into new clothes, all of them looked refreshed and seemed to have recovered from their colds. Each of them carried a small basket containing towels, soap, toothbrushes, and wooden combs. His original leather clothes and boots were discarded, and the Li family's farmhouse took them back. Leather clothes and old leather boots could be made into leather shoes after some processing. Leather boots could be made into cool leather shoes in the summer. Now that Li Yi didn't have the technology to recombine the crushed leather, the scraps of the leather were all composted. The winged knights rode on horseback while Li Yi held his sniper rifle and sat in front of the ambulance. The captives each had a scallion pancake wrapped in oil paper. There were fried eggs, green vegetables, sausages, braised minced pork, and some marinade. They held the basket in one hand and ate the scallion pancake in the other. They were relieved. If they wanted to kill or enslave them, why would they give them delicious food? Have you ever seen someone give soap to a slave? Do slaves need to brush their teeth? Li Yi heard their conversation and shook his head. He wanted to tell them that they did. Not only that, but they were also specially taken care of. They were usually women. There were people who used human skin to make lampshades and cushions. They would take good care of them. Where are they from? Their heads are fine, but their hair is shaved like that. Chitin, you just arrived in the county? Last night, the news spread. 1,000 winged knights killed their way into the mountains and captured the Chitin soldiers. They went out for 3 days and only came back. How could the Chitin soldiers come in? What are they doing here? Doing something bad. They sneaked in from the mountains. Can you stop them? Our winged knights didn't die, right? The winged knights are so strong. When they shouted their name, the Khitans all knelt down and surrendered. Look, they weren't injured either. Right, the Khitans are quite smart. Li Dongzhu was afraid that someone would be injured, so he brought the ambulance over. The citizens of Lantian County stood by the roadside and made way for the main road. When the Khitans heard this, they were speechless. What did they mean by kneeling down when they heard the name of the winged knights? We were beaten up. The Li Dongzhu you speak of could fly and had such a powerful weapon. Yet, he still resorted to such underhanded means. It wasn't that no one died. They died because they didn't have a chance. Those who were scouting ahead were poisoned by the needles and fell to the ground. When they tried to resist, they were poisoned by the smoke and fell to the ground. In the end, the remaining 200 people were surrounded by the 1,000 winged knights in the valley. How could they fight? The winged knights each had a crossbow and looked down from above. If the people in the valley charged up, they would die. Some of the captives were cursing Li Yi for using such a sinister move when he could have killed them directly. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Li Yi. Coincidentally, Li Yi was also looking at him. The captive quickly turned his head back. He was so nervous. He wouldn't shoot, right? Li Yi felt that it was too serious and not lively enough. He took the loudspeaker cable from the ambulance and began to broadcast. Everyone is currently in Lantian County. Lantian County has a long history. The people of Lantian County have settled down here more than 100 years ago. When he said this, not only did the captives like to hear it, but the citizens of Lantian County and the winged knights were also attracted. Li talked about history, one dynasty after another. He talked about products, listed everything, talked about culture, and brought up people one by one. The captives did not feel tired as they walked. At the same time, they felt yearning and regret. There were so many things going on in the Great Tang. Where were his ancestors? What did they have? When they got closer to Chang'an, they would reach Shuangzi. Li Yi's topic changed to Chang'an again. Chang'an has been the capital since ancient times. It started from the Zhou dynasty. Later on, in fact, you can recite it. The Xiaoshang dynasty and the Western Zhou dynasty. The Eastern Zhou dynasty was divided into two parts, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. The Qin and the Han dynasties were unified. The Wei, Shu, and Wu dynasties were divided into three parts. The Sui and the Tang dynasties were parallel. The Tang dynasty is our Tang dynasty. Chang'an is surrounded by 8 rivers. Chang'an has 108 villages. The Ba River has a long history. Li Yi almost blurted it out again. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The others did not know that the history was from the Sui and Tang dynasties. They were attracted by Li Yi's talent. Along the way, Li Yi did not stop. He picked out sentences from the Book of Songs, Chu Ci, Spring and Autumn Annals, and other books. He did not memorize them in advance. Instead, he spoke casually as they hurried. The Khitan captives were envious. They wondered when they could do it. The winged knights were proud. This was Li Dongzhu. Why should they protect him? They should find Yao Chong. Let's see if Yao Chong can speak all the way. We're here. See if there's anyone you know. If there is, point it out, Li Yi said with a smile. The captives' hearts tightened. They looked around, hoping that they would not meet the person who sent the message. Run, brother. You can't win against Li Yi. The person in charge of contacting Yujiang and the Khitan team was having lunch there. It was noon. He saw his own team. Each of them was carrying a basket and surrounded by the winged knights. He lowered his head and did not look. He did not make any eye contact with his own people. He knew that it was over. They had been captured by Li Yi. There was no way to save them. He even suspected that Li Yi's purpose of finding the giant panda was to lure out this elite team. Chapter 580. It's time to eat. Come out and line up to eat. When the Khitan captives arrived, they saw many snacks and people buying and selling things outside. On the other side was a tent. They knew what it was. The messenger who passed the message and orders said that the Southwest barbarians were captives. They were curious to see what the Southwest barbarians ate. The messenger didn't say anything. There were still more than 5,000 captives left behind today. The other 5,000 went to the coal mine. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't pay for the coal. All the coal they dug out was lumps of coal and didn't go through the washing process. The quality of the coal wasn't very good. It was far worse than the Fushan open pit mine. Li Yi didn't have a choice. Otherwise, why would he always target the northeast? The iron mine and coal mine were just right. The 5,000 people who went to the coal mine were the ones who performed well during the snow removal process. The remaining 5,000 people who stayed behind to clean the snow both times were the ones with the lowest points. They were very anxious. If there was no work to do and they didn't get a chance, wouldn't their points be lower next time? When they heard the order to eat, they rushed out as fast as they could. They lined up according to their points. They washed their hands first, then lined up in line. They took their bamboo tubes and plates and waited to get their food. The further back they were, the worse the food they ate. The people who got their food didn't have much food left. No one cared about the Khitan captives. Batcher walked out of the line and stood beside a person who was getting his food. He looked down and saw that the rice was cooked. There was bran in it and some pickled vegetables. He waved to his people, and the other 389 people came forward. They knew that the bran was used to feed livestock and poultry in the Tang dynasty's Fushan. The Southwest barbarian captives used a small bamboo tube to store water and 2 halves of the bamboo tube to store rice. They took it to the side to eat. The 1,000 bull guards were guarding them with weapons. The winged knights also came to help. The squad leaders were better, but the captains were more vegetables. Batcher walked to Li Yi and asked, "Are we eating that too? Aren't you eating scallion pancakes? Are you hungry from the journey? Where do you want to eat? If you eat here, you won't find it cold. There's a place for the Qianyo guards to get food. Go on, take your own plate." Li Yi glared at him. "What do you mean by eat this? How much good stuff is there in the scallion pancakes? We'll give you vegetables to eat in the middle of winter. Brothers, wash your hands first. You have your own soap and towels. Don't use theirs." Bacharka really went to greet the others. The 390 Khitan captives found a place to wash their hands. After wiping themselves clean, they carefully went to retrieve the plates. The 1,000 bull guards communicated with the winged knights who were escorting the Khitan captives. They raised their weapons vigilantly but did not stop them. The Khitan captives learned from the Qianyo guard. They held a plate in one hand and used a spoon to pick the food they wanted from the trough of the dining cart. You're allowed to eat, but you're not allowed to leave any leftovers. You can eat as much as you want. It's free. Don't cheat the Li family Zhuangzi. The Qianyo guards warned. I know. I've heard, Bacharka replied with a smile. The person who was eating noodles with his head lowered was at a loss. What was going on? Are you sure you were caught? Handkerchiefs and soap were understandable. The other southwestern barbarian captives also had them. What's with eating? Serve himself. They didn't care about you when you were running around. The Khitan captives had only eaten a scallion pancake after traveling so far. They were already hungry. They were soldiers and could eat a lot. Now that they had served themselves, they looked around and found a table for the stall owner. They went over and sat down. They placed their plates there and glanced at the place where they got free soup. They ran over to get a bowl and returned to eat. They didn't sit at the same table as the stall owner. They were spread out. The winged knights watched and didn't stop them. Li Yi agreed. 2 chitin captives even sat at the same table as the person who was eating noodles. The person who was eating noodles turned his body slightly and continued to lower his head. This dish is delicious. It's a little sweet. A chitin captive ate braised chicken. He didn't know what it was when he scooped it. When the Qianyo guards scooped it, he followed suit. I'm eating chives. Why is it yellow? It's fried with eggs. The rice is also fragrant. Another captive ate a mouthful and tasted it. He didn't know what chives were. Henalan, where do you think we should stay tonight? Set up a new tent next to the Southwest Barbarians? The person who ate the braised chicken asked. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. Li Dongzhu treats us well. It's different from how he treats the Southwest Barbarians. The person who was called Henalan replied. The person who was eating noodles, you're calling him Li Dongzhu, just like that? You are the elites of the Khitan Empire. Li Dongzhu is indeed telling the truth. Otherwise, how easy would it be for him to kill us? It's fine. Let's eat. The person who was eating braised chicken suddenly recognized the person who was showing his side profile. He quickly lowered his head. Henalan looked up and sighed. Gadamu, we have no choice. Li Dongzhu is too powerful. He can fly. A tree more than 600 steps away. His weapon, called a gun, hit it with one shot. 200 steps away, the pheasant's head was gone. When he dealt with us, he used needles. The needles were poisonous. Those who were pricked fell in 10 breaths. Fortunately, he detoxified the poison. Also, he threw things that emitted smoke. Those who were touched by the smoke couldn't even stand, let alone fight. Yes. In the end, he didn't kill anyone and forced us to surrender. 1,000 winged knights blocked our people in the canyon and even released smoke. What else could the people in the canyon do but surrender? Gadamu added, still not raising his head. The person who was in charge heard clearly. It's not that our army didn't work hard, but the enemy was too strong. He quickly thought it through. There were a total of 390 brothers, and the Tang dynasty sent out 1,000 winged knights. They couldn't win against the winged knights in a head-on fight. The selection and training of the winged knights was different from other armies. They were the private army raised by the Tang emperors, Li Longji. It was said that Li Yi had led the ambulance to train before. If they couldn't do it, they would be treated immediately. He looked up at the two of them and nodded slightly to show that he understood. It was right to surrender. On the other side, Bacharka ran to Li Yi's side. Li Yi brought him a folding table and chair from the car. Bacharka put down the plate. Li Dongzhu, you don't want to eat? It's cold outside. I'll wait for you to eat and then I'll take you to arrange a place to stay. Then I'll go to the cafeteria to eat. There are more dishes in the cafeteria than here. Li shook his head and gave the reason. We're going to live in. Bacharka was shocked. I said that there shouldn't be a war between us. You came here to learn. After you learn, go back and lead your people to live a good life. The tents of the Southwest Barbarians are cold at night and are full of straw. There's a fire tunnel in Zhuangzi, so you can stay warm there. I've arranged it for you. Learn and work for us. Take it as a teaching fee. Disciples learn from their masters and also work for them. The Tang dynasty is such a big territory. How many people do you have in Khitans? If you occupy it, how many Khitans will be left in a county? Li Yi said with a look that said, I'm thinking for you. It sounded very simple. It was natural for disciples to work for their masters. In the end, it was not a problem to say that the Tang dynasty was big and the Khitans were few. Aren't you afraid that we'll suddenly riot? Bacharka put himself in Li Yi's shoes. What's the use of you rioting? Even if you kill 10,000 people of the Tang dynasty, what will happen? You'll still live there. The winter is unbearably cold and there's nothing to eat. Did you come here just to kill people? Instead of finding ways to make your people live better? Li Yi continued to reason. Chapter 581. Bacharka was just a general who led an elite army. How could he have undergone professional training? Li Yi was familiar with this kind of business. He always felt that if he was reborn in the spring and autumn period or the Warring States period, he would definitely be able to maneuver around. At that time, it was all about strategists and all kinds of lobbying. In fact, it was diplomacy and deception. The opponent he was facing now was just the leader of an elite Khitan army. The Khitans were sandwiched between the Tang dynasty and the Turks. The tribes were obviously unable to unite and their strategic goals were unclear. At the same time, the Khitans were suppressed by the Turks. There was actually a country there called the Jin Kingdom, but not the Jin Kingdom. It was called the Bohai Sea. The Bohai Sea was not just a sea, but a country that was not a country. At least not in name. The current leader of the Bohai Sea was called Daswarong. He was showing goodwill to the Tang dynasty and developing. That was where the Khitans wanted to get more living space, get rid of the Turks, and move toward the Tang dynasty. What Li Yi really wanted was all the tribes and land in that area. Bacharka did not know what Li Yi was planning. He ate delicious food and listened to Li Yi continue to describe the wonderful blueprint for the Khitans. After they finished eating, Li Yi directly took them to Zhuangzi and put them in a place with surveillance cameras. They did not know there were surveillance cameras, so they took new bedding and moved into the house. The house was full of bunk beds and several beds. The 390 people were touched and found that the Tang dynasty was really good. In the afternoon, before evening, Li Longji and his family came over. They first took the children for a physical examination. Empress Wang took the children to rest, and Li Longji went to Li Yi's study alone. "Brother Yi, you caught them. You want to treat them well?" Li Longji was very straightforward and went straight to the point. Li Yi shook his head. "Use these people to drive a wedge between the Turks, Khitans, and the Bohai Sea. There are no strategists among them. Treat them well for others." As Li Yi spoke, he took out a map and pointed at the various locations on it. "Third brother, look. The Khitans have sided with the Turks, and the Turks have influence in the surrounding areas. They have also allied themselves with the Tubo." Further ahead was the Prince of Bohai County conferred by His Majesty. In order to transfer manpower, the Tang dynasty wanted to use the Prince of Bohai County to restrain the other tribes. With Bohai County's king in power, there will be no Tang dynasty's influence in the entire northern part of Hebei province and further northeast. Li Yi spoke slowly while Li Longji listened with a frown. "Brother Yi, are you saying that the northern part of Hebei province cannot be ceded?" Li Longji understood. At the same time, he felt that it conflicted with the national policy that had already been formulated. "No, the navy in the Bohai Sea must not be withdrawn. We have to strengthen it. We have to transfer manpower from Hunan province to Dengzhou, Laizhou, and other places." Li Yi's expression was serious as he pointed at the Shandong area. Li Longji closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, "Brother Yi, if you want to provoke a war between the Turks and the Khitans, will Bohai County's Zhuorong react when he finds out that the Tang dynasty is close to the Khitans? In winter, he can't do anything. In summer, the situation will be different." Li Yi shook his head. "Will Zhuorong face any problems in the future?" Li Longji thought of Li Yi's special situation. Since the Five Barbarians' rebellion, the tribes no longer fear the Central Plains. They all think that they can control the situation in the Central Plains. Li Yi said the most fundamental thing, and history later confirmed it. After the Anlushan rebellion of the Tang dynasty, the surrounding tribes rose, including the small Shatua tribe. Then, the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms came out, and the surrounding tribes attacked again. Now, the Khitans were bullied and became the Liao kingdom. After many years of fighting, the Yuan dynasty came out. It was not easy to destroy the Yuan dynasty and become the Ming dynasty. In the northeast, the Qing dynasty rose again. How can they not occupy this place? Give them a chance. The situation will become chaotic. Li Longji completely understood that Li Yi wanted to stir up the situation. On one hand, he was targeting the Tubo tribes, the barbarians of the southwest, and the Turks. On the other hand, he wanted to pull in a large number of tribes in the northern part of Hebei province. Only when there is chaos will there be benefits. Everyone is in chaos. Let's see who can judge the situation more accurately in the process of chaos. Li Yi revealed a relaxed smile. In his mind, there was the Tang dynasty, the northern part of Hebei province, the grasslands above, Turpan over there, the Himalayas in the northwest, and the jungles in the southwest. All the tribes were placed on the map, and he knew what they were doing now. Chaos was to put small flags on the map, look at them one by one, organize them, and send people to reward those who should be rewarded. Those who should be threatened would be threatened, and those who should be fought would be fought. There was also the Umayyad dynasty, India, and Japan. It was the Nara era. Who could understand the current situation better than him? If there was no chaos, how could they fight with the forces in the Tang dynasty? What's the next step? Li Longji's mind was in a mess, so he asked. Announce in the newspaper how good the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the Khitans is. Say that I'm willing to provide education and financial support for the Khitans. Li put on a look that said, I'm really thinking for the Khitans. Give me this map. I'll find someone to draw it. Li Longji rolled up the map and hurriedly left with it. He returned to the imperial city and urgently summoned the 3 prime ministers. Yao Chong and the other 2 were about to get off work, so they ran to Xingqing Palace. Li Longji unfolded the map. Li Yi said, he said it in his own words. In that case, the Turks are likely to question the Khitans, and the Bohai Sea will be on guard. The Khitans will be tricked. After hearing this, Yao Chong had a plan in his mind. They were clearly in a hostile situation between the Khitans and the Tang dynasty, but Li Yi played a strategy of cutting off relations. Zhang Shua helped to come up with an idea. I should take the initiative to reward the Khitans and see how they respond. Lu Huaishan followed up. In winter, the Turks can't send troops to the Khitans. The Khitans will probably consider it and weigh the interests of all sides. The water has been muddied by Li Yi. Originally, when they heard the news, they thought that Li Yi was stupid and couldn't judge the situation clearly. Only now did they understand that Li Yi had made many preparations and attacked from every angle imaginable. No matter what the Khitans chose, Li Yi would teach the captives some purposeful knowledge. After the Khitans were dealt with, these captives would be released to help the remaining Khitans in their construction and continue to resist. If the Khitans survived, these captives would be released to help the Khitans and carry out the reform in the Khitans according to Li Yi's plan. It would either be an external conflict or an internal conflict. At the same time, he could also exchange the people of the Tang dynasty for them. Yao Chong thought for a moment. If they attack the Tang dynasty, what should we do? They can't fight in winter. Wait until summer. When the navy has more money, we can disembark on the coast and cut off their supply route. Li Longji drew a line on the map and pointed out the Bohai Bay and the rivers that flowed into the Bohai Bay. We're old. Lu Huaishan sighed. He realized that Li Yi's grasp of the overall situation was not something they could consider. The Khitans had made a wrong move. The captives they sent were captured, and Li Yi directly used them to sow discord between the Turks and the Khitans. The plan was to take one step at a time. Whenever there was a change, there would be a change. The price was nothing more than a little food. 390 captives eating meat and drinking wine every day, how could they make Li Yi poor? A statesman. Zhang Shua gave his evaluation. Chapter 582. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The Khitans have finally arrived at the Tang dynasty after going through untold hardships. They are here to learn and seek ways to develop the Khitans. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. The Khitans are in constant communication with the Tang dynasty. Ba Hui Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu are willing to teach them personally. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. Understand the relationship between the Tang dynasty, the Khitans, and the Turks. Early in the morning, the paperboys started shouting again, sending out and selling newspapers. No, we didn't. Yu Jiang was about to cry as he read the newspaper. He found that the situation was not right. There was no such thing as coming to learn. They were clearly looking for an opportunity to kidnap Li Yi or steal his technology. The 390 people were better off dead. They were trouble if they were alive. In the Honglu Temple in the imperial city, the Tubo and Turks were worried. The Turks were worried. The Khitans and the Tang dynasty were getting closer, which was not good for them. The Tubo were worried. If the Khitans and the Turks fought, the Turks would not have enough troops to deal with the Tang dynasty. At that time, the Tang dynasty would be able to send troops to fight the Tubo. With new weapons, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would be even stronger. Looking at the newspaper, it was written that the Tang dynasty would soon confer titles to the leaders of the Khitans. There were many Khitans. They might not agree to one, but how could they not agree to all of them? The Tubo people went to find the Turks and asked them what to do. The Turks had already sent people out with several newspapers. It was winter and they did not know when they would arrive. The Khitans' envoys in the Honglu Temple were even more panicked. They wanted to explain to the Turks. However, before they could set off, the officials of the Honglu Temple found them and asked them to enter the palace. Arrange for the 4 of them to stay in a room. Give them tea and snacks. Don't let anyone come in contact with them. Do as Li Yi said. Yao Chong personally gave the order. Last night, Li Longji went back to the Li family Zhuangzi and came over in the morning to give them an idea. 2 hours later, Yao Chong sent people to deliver many gifts to the 4 Khitans as a reward from the imperial court before sending them back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. The Turks and Tubo people were waiting. What did you say? The Turk asked him politely. The 4 of them looked at each other and shook their heads. One of them replied, he didn't say anything. When he went over, he let us drink tea in a room. Then, he gave us something and we came back. Do you even believe your own words? The Tubo people looked at him as if he were treating them like fools. The 4 Khitans sighed helplessly. They knew that they had been tricked. No matter how they tried to explain, there was still a gap between them. If the 4 of you go out now and announce that the Khitans want to attack the Tang dynasty, then we'll believe you, the Turk said. What kind of joke is this? The Khitan looked at the Turks as if they were looking at a fool. He didn't have the book of the Prime Minister. How could he declare war with just his mouth? The Tang dynasty would directly arrest him and the others. Write a letter and send it back. Tell your people there that they are not allowed to accept the title of the Tang dynasty. The Tubo people changed their method. We can only explain the situation. We won't do anything else. The Khitans still refused. They also had dignity. The Tubo people were so far away. What did it have to do with them? If you have the ability, you can send troops from there to attack us. I'll tire you to death. Seeing the Turks and Tubo people leave angrily, the 4 Khitans looked at each other. They found that they could indeed reconcile with the Tang dynasty. It was a good opportunity. The military force of the Tang dynasty was different from before. They had hot air balloons and gunpowder. What if the Tang dynasty sent troops to attack them? His own people were arrested. Li Yi's mind was hard to figure out, but it looked good at the moment. Can we go to the Li family Zhuangzi to see the arrested people? A Khitan suggested. Let's apply. Another person had the same idea. They went to the officials of the Honglu Temple and first applied to see the officials of the Tang dynasty. Then, through the officials of the Honglu Temple, they applied to Li Yi. At lunch, they received a reply that they could. They could choose the time and go whenever they wanted. At lunchtime in the Li family, Zhuangzi, Li Yi, and 390 people went to the canteen to eat. This place happened to be the place where the winged knights ate. There were no villagers eating at all. The soldiers are separated from the others. Soldiers eat a lot. When the villagers see others eating, they will eat until they are full. Li Yi explained to the Khitan captives the knowledge of how eating with others affected people. The Khitans nodded. They also found that they did eat a lot when they were with people who could eat a lot. They looked at the dishes again. There were dozens of dishes, and they could take as many as they wanted. One by one, they went to wash their hands. When they came back, they took a bit of the dishes and tasted them. Li Yi was still at the same table as Bacharka. He ordered 3 dishes: steamed pork with moldy vegetables, minced pork eggplant, and smashed cucumber. The main dish was rice. There were 2 kinds of minced pork eggplant. One was stir-fried. The eggplant strips did not need to be oiled. The minced pork was stir-fried first, and then the eggplant was stir-fried. When it was about time, the minced pork was added. The other kind was stir-frying the minced pork first. When it was done, the whole eggplant was cut in half. The minced pork was placed on top and then steamed. Li chose the second kind. The first kind was too oily. If the eggplant was oiled, it would be even more oily. Of course, no matter which kind it was, a lot of garlic was needed. Bacharka had a lot of dishes on his plate. He took a bit of each dish. After he finished eating, he went to take the rest. He could feel Li Yi's goodwill. Last night, they had gone to listen to him. Some people quietly opened the door to take a look. They did not find anyone watching them. They were completely moved. The Li family Zhuangzi did not guard against them. Li Dongzhu really did what he said. He was too magnanimous. No wonder people said that he was magnanimous and used virtue to win people over. What they did not know was that their actions when they opened the door and poked their heads out, as well as what they said in the room, were all monitored and monitored. The winged knights did not just eat in one place. Sometimes, when they were tired from training, they would find a place to sit down and eat. The adults and children in Zhuangzi would not eat more just because the winged knights ate more. Li Yi was always on guard against them. For the sake of the international situation, he had to pay some price. Li Dongzhu, when do we start learning? Bacharka tested to see if Li Yi really wanted to teach. Let's start after dinner. I'll let you plant soybeans. I'll teach you how to grow bean sprouts first. Each of you has a small pot. Follow the instructions. In the future, after you plant beans, you can fry the bean sprouts. It'll be an extra dish. Then I'll teach you how to grind soy milk and make tofu. I'll teach you how to separate the tofu from the soy milk and how to make it into tofu pudding. Li Yi spoke as soon as Bacharka finished speaking. He even said a lot. Bacharka lowered his head and ate. He felt a little guilty. Look, even Li Dongzhu thought about it, but he did not believe it. After dinner, Li Yi really taught 390 people how to grow bean sprouts. Each of them had a pot and a towel. They soaked the beans, changed the water, and maintained the temperature. The 390 people followed step by step like primary school students. Then they put the pots under the bed in the room and waited to see them before going to bed at night. They changed the water and changed it again the next morning. For them, this was their first time growing bean sprouts. It felt magical. After you learn how to process beans, I'll teach you how to hatch chicks and ducklings. Li Yi was still so gentle and elegant. Chapter 583. Li Dongzhu, we found it. We found the giant panda. On the 10th of December, the bean sprouts had just sprouted a little. Li Yi was taking the Khitan captives to watch and share the joy when a hunter ran over. The old hunter was 53 years old this year and was considered to have lived a long time in the Tang dynasty. His name was Jing Chunlai. He set off with his team and found traces of the giant panda with his own eyes. Li Dongzhu, It's very far. It's about 400 li away. We've climbed over the mountain to the other side. I borrowed a horse on my way back. The young hunter who was sent back to report the situation panted as he told Li Yi about the situation. He was thinking about 1,000 li. If they found traces of the giant panda, it would be 100 li. If they confirmed that there was a giant panda and that the Li family Zhuangzi's men saw it, it would be 1,000 li. Take a rest first. I'll call someone. Li Yi didn't dare to be negligent. The more pandas he raised, the lower the cost. The key was that he knew how to raise them. Pandas were too good at healing people. After letting the hunter rest, Li Yi turned to look for the Khitan captives. Bacharka, there's an activity. I'll take you into the mountains to catch a giant panda. Quick, change your clothes. There's a horse to ride. Li Yi was worried about leaving the Khitan captives in Zhuangzi. What if they cause trouble? Where are the bean sprouts? Bacharka was still thinking about the bean sprouts. The farmer will change the water for you. When we come back, the bean sprouts will be very long. We can fry them to eat. Li Yi understood the excitement of a primary school student when it was their first time growing bean sprouts. Because of the burden of the captives, the team only set off after a full 45 minutes. The winged knights looked at the Khitan captives as if they were weaklings. You call yourselves Khitan elites? Bacharka and the others felt the strong contempt. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They were indeed slow in changing clothes, packing their bags, and assembling the team. The winged knights rode 4 horses each, and the Khitans rode 1 horse each. When they needed to change horses, they asked the winged knights for a horse. It was equivalent to each of them riding 2 horses, with the other one being controlled by the winged knights. They had no weapons, so even if they wanted to run, they couldn't outrun the winged knights who were riding 3 horses. They brought an extra backpack with food inside. A convoy of 50 vehicles set off, with the ambulance among them. The group headed west. They did not go to Lantian County. Instead, they went to Guowu County, which was very far away from Lantian County. There were good iron mines there. From there, they entered the Qinling Mountains. Beyond that was the southern slope of the Qinling Mountains. As expected, the pandas were afraid of the cold and stayed there. The 2,000 winged knights adjusted their scouts and ran back and forth. Bacharka and the others finally felt the pressure. It was not that they had not fought against the military forces of the Tang dynasty before. They were almost at the same level. When they faced another elite team of the Tang dynasty, they saw the gap between them and the other team. As long as they were on the move, they would definitely be in a marching posture, even if they were currently in the capital office. It was impossible for any unit to ambush the winged knights. It was said that the emperor of the Tang dynasty had 30,000 winged knights. If he kept 10,000 and sent 20,000 to fight the Khitans, how would the tribes react? Jing Chunlai sat in a carriage, resting and looking out through the window. He liked to see the winged knights running around. It made him feel at ease. They were the strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty. It was said that Li Dongzhu thought they were not good enough, so he always trained them and sent them out. This was obviously another training. How could Li Dongzhu help His Majesty train the soldiers? At noon, the convoy arrived in Guowu County, which was more than 200 miles away. The horses were fast, and so was the carriage. The key was that the road was flat. Even if they ran, the carriage would change horses. The Khitans were even more terrified now. Within the range of the capital office, the Yulin flying cavalry brought the carriages and ran 800 kilometers at top speed. The convoy stopped, and the guard driving the carriage took Jing Chunlai to pay the money. Jing Chunlai borrowed 2 of the horses he had borrowed. He borrowed one from the only family who had horses at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. From there, he rode to Guowu County. In Guowu County, he exchanged another horse with someone and borrowed another horse. The 2 horses took turns to ride to the Li family Zhuangzi. The horse he exchanged for was given to the person who borrowed the 2 horses. At the same time, he paid for the 3 horses and bought them. The 2 horses he rode back were left in Zhuangzi as working horses. It was impossible to bring them back now. The horses could not run anymore. It was equivalent to paying twice the amount. When they reached the village at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, they would still pay twice the amount. The horses would not return. The villager and Jing Chunlai went to pay the money. The others took out stoves and pots from the carriage and collected water to melt the snow. They used a gasoline torch. The snow melted after a while. They continued to fill the pot with snow. Every time a pot was melted, the horses would drink warm water. Cut alfalfa, stir-fried bean powder, shelled wheat, salt and a little pepper were the food for the horses. This was no longer refined material, but super refined material. Horses really loved to eat. After eating, the winged knights used a long-haired brush to brush the horses. After brushing, they wiped them clean with a pure cotton cloth. The Khitans learned how to operate the horses. They found that if they fed them like this, they could not afford to raise horses. Li Dongzhu, did you pay for the winged knight's horses in Zhuangzi? Batcher looked at the alfalfa that had been cut in advance and felt that it was more expensive than beans. Li Yi's expression was conflicted. He shook his head and said, "No, His Majesty and I cooperated to open Earthly Paradise. We have 10% of the shares. That's the money. What about the 1,000 bull guards outside Zhuangzi?" Batcher thought of another troop. 10% of the money. Li Yi's tone was helpless. What about the winged knight's food and clothes? Batcher was curious. Li looked up at the sky and said, 10% of the money, 10% of the shares can pay so much money? Batcher was surprised. Yes. Li lowered his head. Guo, who was watching and listening, wanted to laugh. He knew what was going on. Li helped His Majesty build Earthly Paradise. At first, it was just 3,000 winged knights. Occasionally, they went to Zhuangzi to eat and drink. 10% of the money was indeed enough. Later, the scale grew. Sometimes, many people went there to eat, and there were also 1,000 bull guards. 10% of the money was not enough, and no one mentioned it. Anyway, if something happened, it would be added to the 10%. The winged knights did not eat the same food as the Li family Zhuangzi in the Forbidden Garden. The Li family Zhuangzi could only provide 5,000 sets of down and cashmere jackets. But those 5,000 sets were snow grassland camouflage, snow camouflage, and snow forest camouflage. There were 3 types, and 5,000 sets of each type. It was all money, and the Li family Zhuangzi was responsible for it. In the entire Tang dynasty, no state or family could do it. Guo felt sad for Li Yi for a while, but he felt that it was nothing. The Li family Zhuangzi provided a lot of things. What was the winged knights doing now? Li Yi asked for the giant pandas, and 2,000 winged cavalry warriors ran around with them. They were supposed to be Her Majesty's private army, but they were doing private work for Li Yi. Her Majesty never used the winged knights. Even when they were sent to follow the caravans and support the southwest, it was Li Yi who benefited. Let's eat, let's eat. After Li Yi was done being sad, everyone packed up the horses. The horses rested there, and it was their turn to eat. While others ate compressed biscuits and meat floss, Li Yi went into the car and took out some rice to heat up. Then, he ate in secret. He did not eat compressed biscuits. There were chili shells in the pot. Chapter 584. Second Uncle Wei, keep the money, but I can't return the horse. In the village at the foot of Mount Qinling, Jing Chunlai took the money and stuffed it into the hands of an old man in his 60s. Chunlai, you can't take it. Horses aren't worth this much. This is enough to buy 2 better horses. I'll take the money for 1 horse. You see, it costs money to raise a horse in winter. I'll take the money for the horse and buy another one in spring. After calculating, I'll save money on the ingredients. How can I take more? The old man refused. He was simple and didn't want to take advantage of others. My master gave it to him. The manners guard who followed him said. Who are you? The old man didn't know how to read and didn't know what the words on Zhuangzi's guard's clothes meant. He took a closer look and muttered, Where have I seen you before? Ba Huili family Zhuangzi's men. Jing Chunlai knew that second Uncle Wei's eyesight wasn't good. Oh, no wonder. I'll take the money. Go up the mountain and be careful not to slide down. When the old man heard that it was money from the Li family Zhuangzi, he happily accepted it. After Jing Chunlai gave the money, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. The old man held the coupon and shouted into the house, Old woman, light 2 new sticks of grass incense for Li Yi's longevity tablet. Just lit, once in the morning and once in the evening. You even did it yourself. Who's here? The voice inside said. Add 2 more sticks. Li Dongzhu is here to send the money. The old man's voice sounded. Zhuangzi's guard stopped and shook his head. He returned to the team with Jing Chunlai. The team arrived at the foot of the mountain before dark. They set up camp and waited for dawn to come up the mountain. The ground was hard in winter, so there was no need to dig ditches. The winged knights went to cut branches to make the deer horses. They moved the tents down from the cart and set up a stove to cook. Guozi personally led the team into the mountain and took advantage of the last bit of daylight to hunt wild animals. The Khitans were responsible for nailing the tents. Zhuangzi's guards unloaded the cart and gave the horses a handful of pepper to eat. While they were working, people from the village came over. The village was called Wei Family Village, and most of the people had the surname Wei. The village chief's name was Wei Li. Since the winged knights were such a large troop, the village chief noticed the situation and came to take a look. Second brother Wei said that the people from the Li family Zhuangzi of Ba Shui are here. Wei Li was 68 years old this year and looked to be in good health. He saw the flags of the winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi. He refused to be helped by others, nor did he use his walking stick. Instead, he took large strides forward. The Khitan looked at the old man and waited for him to bow. Li Dongzhu was a secondary grade 2 official. Then they saw Li Yi jogging over. Uncle Wei, wait. I know you're a hunter. You're good, but the road is slippery. Li Dongzhu. You came here personally. Did anyone see a panda? Wei Li didn't reject Li Yi's help. I saw it. I'll go up the mountain tomorrow morning. Li Yi said with a smile. His attitude was like a grandson. The old man was 68 years old. In the Tang dynasty, he could attend birthday banquets. Even if Li Longji saw him and there was no danger around, he would still help him. Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, he had to do what he had to do. Be careful. The Qinling Mountains are not ordinary. It's a place where people are eaten. You have many people, so you're not afraid of wild animals. Watch the road carefully. If you slip, it'll be too late to save you. Wei Li was brought to the side of the ambulance by Li Yi. There was a shed on top of the ambulance. Someone brought 2 chairs over. Li Yi asked the old man to sit properly and went back to the car to take out the blood pressure monitor. He rolled up part of the old man's clothes and put it on his wrist. He didn't need to use his arm. You're in good health. High blood pressure 120, low blood pressure 65. Strong heartbeat 60. Good. You can live past 120 years old. Li looked at the reading and tried to make it sound better. I don't believe it if others say it, but Li Dongzhu, you said it. I'll try my best to live to 120 years old. Huh. The old man had a good mentality. He had never seen this kind of equipment before and didn't know what it meant. Anyway, if Li Yi said it was good, it was good. If it wasn't good, Li Yi would prescribe him medicine. Uncle, how are you doing? Li Yi's voice was calm and gentle. It's all because of you. We're always collecting things. The village is next to the mountains. Every time you collect things, everyone will go and pick them. Every time you collect, the village can earn back a year's worth of money. It's amazing. Now, every family wants to set up a longevity memorial tablet for you. They know you're afraid, so they set up one for Her Majesty. It's just that sometimes I forget to burn incense for Her Majesty. It's high. It's easy to forget. Wei Li looked very happy. He told Li Yi about the situation in the village. Li Yi, he didn't believe that he would forget to burn incense just because it was higher. He was obviously reluctant to burn incense. Uncle, don't tell me you're going to burn 3 incense sticks. Li Yi felt guilty. Only the dead will burn 3 incense sticks. I'll burn incense for you. When there's no more incense, I'll borrow one from others. If there's too much incense, I'll burn 2. Don't worry, I won't burn 3 incense sticks for you. Wei Li knew the rules. 3 incense sticks were not for the living. They were either ghosts or the dead. Thank you. I'll ask Zhuangzi to make more herbal incense for everyone. Li Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You can send mosquito-repellent incense in summer. Take it as a gift for you. Everyone can have a good night's sleep. Wei Li made a request. No problem. I'm not afraid of the mosquito repellent. I can put it anywhere. Li Yi agreed. The old man raised his hand and touched Li Yi's head. Xiao Yi, everyone has you in their hearts. It doesn't matter if there's incense or not. If anyone dares to speak ill of you in the village, we can't let them leave the village alive. Li Yi let the old man rub his head. Many people did it anyway. He was used to it. He was touched by the last sentence. He believed the village could do it. Wasn't it easy to kill someone? Uncle, since our village is at the foot of Mount Qinling, the location is important. I have an idea. Li Yi decided to help. Say it. Everyone in the village will listen to you. Wei Li retracted his hand and became serious. In the future, more people will enter the mountain. There's only 1 horse in the village. I'll rent 20 horses to the village. The village, Li Yi also became serious. He started to talk about the plan. He told Wei Li that he wanted to develop the auxiliary industry in the Wei family village. He would borrow horses and carriages. The village would gather youtiao sticks and fences to raise chickens. The wings of the chickens would be cut short. Then, they would build houses for hotels and organize the hunters in Zhuangzi to accompany tourists to the mountain for hunting. The Zhang family village would be responsible for finding tourists. Some rich people were willing to play. When the supply situation here is good, the hunters will choose to go in and out of the mountain more often. You're a hunter, so you should understand. Li Yi mentioned hunters in the end. He still had other plans. Hunters and poachers were not the same thing. Poachers only cared about profits. Hunters had rules. They were not allowed to enter the mountain at any time. They were not allowed to kill animals under any circumstances. They were not allowed to kill pregnant animals, breastfeeding animals, learning how to survive with their children, and looking for a mate. These were the rules that the hunters of the Tang dynasty and the previous dynasties followed. They were not the hunting quota of the so-called civilized countries. The rules of the hunter's hut in China had existed for a long time. They were thousands of years ahead of other ethnic groups and countries. When the hunters brought their apprentices, they would first teach them the rules, then teach them the skills. Xiao Yi, you're giving money to our village. Wei Li thought about what Li Yi said. He realized that the village did not need to take any risks. Everything would be taken care of by the Li family Zhuangzi. You're sending me to heaven. Can't I give you some money? Li Yi joked. Chapter 585. The fine snow drifted down slowly, and the pressurized kerosene lamps were exceptionally bright. The smoke from the firewood mixed with the snowflakes, giving people a hazy feeling. In the winter nights, there would always be the howls of wild beasts in the mountains. Many people were already used to it. In the village at the foot of the mountain, adults and children poured out. The sound of laughter mingled with the cries of the baby. No matter what the situation was, the people of the Wei family village were participating in the barbecue party today. The village was next to the mountain, and they had always used charcoal and firewood, so they provided the firewood. The winged knights hunted a lot of wild animals and prepared them in the snow. The wild animals were roasted one by one. To put it bluntly, it was a bonfire party. The bonfire village was in charge of the meat, and the winged knights were in charge of the meat. The seasonings were all placed on plates, and everyone cut meat for dipping. Everyone in the village came to participate. They were only responsible for the firewood and did not need to care about anything else. The weather was cold, and the babies, who were a few months old, cried and woke up from the cold. The winged knights quickly arranged for them to be in an open tent. From here, they could see the barbecue area, and there was no wind. The winged knights took off their cloaks and helped to wrap the babies. The barbecue meat was cut as it was roasted. First, the elders in the village chose the tender parts of the meat and added 2 more cuts. Then it was the women, followed by the children, and finally the adult men. The Khitans looked at them and expressed that they did not understand. Shouldn't the best meat be given to the strongest leader? Then it was the others' turn, and finally the weak's turn. Li Dongzhu, your method of distributing meat is to tell others that the weak can get more. Bacharka was the last to get his meat. Li Yi got his at about the same time as him. He carried a bamboo plate over to talk to Li Yi. What kind of strong are you if you can't protect the weak? In the wolf pack, the wolf king eats the best meat because it has to suppress the other wolves in the pack and use force to do so. Humans are not wolves. A human leader does not need to use force to suppress others. Instead, it is his dedication and sacrifice. For example, I'm very weak and can't fight, but they all listen to me because I don't use force to show my status. Li Yi patiently explained the problems of human civilization to Bacharka. Bacharka nodded vigorously. That's right. Li Dongzhu, you're not good at fighting. We all know that you only know how to use poisonous needles and poisonous smoke. You can only fly occasionally when you have a gun that can kill people from 600 paces away. You're too weak. Bacharka was on the verge of tears as he spoke insincerely. You misunderstood. What I meant was that if you attack me now, I can't beat you. You'll know once you try. Li Yi was still as sincere as ever. To be honest, he was no good at fighting. Bacharka kept shaking his head. Li Dongzhu, I didn't offend you. Don't kill me. I mean, let's arm wrestle. I don't have the strength. Alright, let's not compete. Eat meat and drink wine, but don't drink too much. We have to go up the mountain early in the morning. Li Yi felt helpless. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth? The children in the village were simple and willing to believe. Li Yi ignored Bacharka and the others and played with the children. He was performing magic. He had a magnet in his hand and used small iron beads to guess how many small iron beads were in the bowl. Problems occurred as soon as he performed the magic. He didn't control it well and caused the children to laugh. At this time, Li Yi was no longer mysterious. Instead, the villagers felt that he was a friendly person, like a big kid next door. The children in the village felt that they had a big brother who was willing to play with them. Everything was so natural. There was no barrier between the two of them due to their official positions. As the people grew tired, the laughter gradually faded away. In the early morning, there was no smoke rising from the chimneys of the Wei family village. 1,000 winged knights stayed behind. 1,000 winged knights and 390 people protected Li Yi as he went up the mountain. The light snow was still falling, but because it was not heavy, the footprints left by the previous people were still there. 2 days later, Jing Chunlai led the team and caught up with the person in front of them. It was his cousin, Jing Chuncheng. The age difference between him and his cousin was close to 30 years. The age difference between cousins was determined by the time the elders got married and had children. When the two teams met, the hunters were obviously relieved. They didn't care about logistics. They were afraid that the ownership of the panda would change. If that happened, they would lose their 1,000. There were a total of 16 people in the team. 15 people had been keeping watch. Jing Chunlai went back to report. The old hunter, Jing Chuncheng, saw Li Yi and smiled. It's just in front. It doesn't seem to be in good condition. It's irritable. He pointed ahead. It was actually very far away. He didn't dare to get closer. The team continued to move forward. Li Yi finally saw the panda. The temperature here was higher than in Chang'an. Although it was still below zero, it was not as cold. A giant panda was sweeping down the bamboos and using its claws to dig at the roots of the bamboos. From its reaction, it seemed to be looking for something. Li Dongzhu, look. It's just like that. It keeps hitting bamboo and occasionally eats bamboo, Jing Chunqing said while holding a pair of binoculars. As soon as he finished speaking, the panda seemed to stop moving its limbs. After a while, it turned its head and picked up something that looked like a mouse. It put the mouse down and picked up another one. The two mice looked similar. After a few times, it chose to leave with one of the mice and left the other behind. It's looking for bamboo mice. It's going to give birth. It gave birth to two. It chose the one that it thought was the strongest. Quick, go and bring the one that was abandoned back. No, don't move. Li Yi looked and quickly understood the panda's intention. Especially when he saw the two pink mice. The panda was going to give birth and wanted to find bamboo mice to eat to replenish its protein. Before it could find them, two cubs were born. The mother chose one and abandoned the other. It seemed cruel, but he thought about what Zhu De had written about his mother. My mother gave birth to 13 children. Because her family was poor, she couldn't raise all of them. Only 8 were left. The rest were forced to drown. When it came to survival, even humans were like this, let alone pandas. Li Yi thought about it and turned around. The guard on Zhuangzi put down the box on the aircraft, opened it, and took it out. Li Yi had already put on his gloves and opened the other box. Li Yi stood on it and activated it. With a whoosh, it rose into the air and flew to the position of the abandoned little panda. He landed more than 20 meters away and ran over with the box. He grabbed the panda that looked like it could die at any time and put it into the box. He turned around and ran to the aircraft. The panda with the baby in its mouth was already rushing over. She didn't want the baby, but she wouldn't allow anything else to eat the baby. Don't worry, both of them are yours. We'll know in 2 days. Li Yi greeted and flew around. He didn't dare to return to the team directly. After flying around, he came back. He landed and jumped down. Where's the milk? Quick, feed it. Li Yi took the little mouse out of the incubator. Jing Chuncheng said anxiously, it hasn't melted yet. Dongzhu, I'm done here. The village master reached into his pocket and took out a milk bottle from under his armpit. He used his body temperature to keep the milk bottle warm. He took turns. The others were all frozen, but he had to ensure that the temperature was right at all times. Li Yi took it. The winged knights blocked the surrounding air so that no wind could escape. Chapter 586. As soon as the pacifier specially made for the baby panda was placed in its mouth, it began to drink it. It was drinking milk brewed by Li Yi using the equipment in the hospital. Fresh milk was not good. If it was used for too long, the bacteria would grow. Jing Chuncheng and the others also made a little every day and were always prepared. However, people always had problems at the critical moment. He habitually thought that there was no problem and froze after making the milk. The farmers were obedient and operated strictly according to the rules. They would rather waste than not be able to help when there was a situation. Everyone looked at this mouse-like panda and couldn't compare it with the cute panda. It's too small. It's not proportionate. Guazi was in charge of blocking the wind. At the same time, he raised the temperature of the area using the human body. That's why it's so precious. It's very difficult for pandas to reproduce because of hunting and the weather changes. Lee looked at the little guy drinking milk instinctively and breathed a sigh of relief. The people next to him were pouring water into a leather bag with quicklime. Then, when the temperature rose, they placed the leather bag around the little guy to ensure the temperature. The little guy didn't even open its eyes and just drank milk instinctively. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Lee put it in the incubator. What about the adult and the child? Guazi looked at the mouse and asked. He felt very awkward. Was this the cute panda in the panda garden? The difference was too big. The panda in the panda garden had black eye circles, white head, furry and chubby. What was this? He felt that he had no appetite even if he was roasted. Babies are the same. They don't look good when they're just born. Lee said to the people around him. But how can there be such a big child? Pandas are so big. How can the child be so small? A kitten couldn't bear it. He couldn't understand. When a horse's child is born, it can run after a while. Can your child run after being born? Lee used another animal as an example. God knows how a panda's child could be so small. The guards of the Li family Zhuangzi didn't have any doubts or questions. They knew that whatever Dongzhu said was right. However, there was still a guard leader who asked, Dongzhu, what about the adult and the child? She was born too late, so it's not easy to raise her. The female panda's left hind leg seems to be injured, and her limbs are not coordinated. I could anesthetize it now, but I was afraid that it would harm the child in the few seconds or minutes it was anesthetized. Even rabbits will bite their own children to death when faced with danger. Don't think that pandas will be soft-hearted. Li said the solution he had thought of, but at the same time, it was difficult. Dongzhu, I'll go. You carry me and fly over. You use the anesthetic needle to attack the giant panda. I'll jump down and grab the small one. Guazi stepped forward. He was willing to help the giant panda. If he had succeeded, the family of 3 would have survived. Otherwise, based on the current situation, only the mother would have survived while the children would have died. I know you're strong. You're a genius in martial arts, right? However, one had to use their brains when fighting a war. How could they fight a bear with their bare hands? If I give you the saber, I believe you can kill it, but I want it alive. Think about it from another angle, what did it do before? Li was jealous of Guazi's ability. This person was good at leading troops, and even better at one-on-one combat. It's looking for the bamboo rat, the village guard reminded. Go find the bamboo rat and dig it up. When you find it, send it to Li Dongzhu. Guazi understood. Use poison. Other people's poison was fatal, but Li's poison had a time limit. After the time limit, the poison would recover. The giant panda wanted to eat meat. It couldn't find it by itself, but there were so many people helping it. Li didn't move. He looked at the giant panda in the incubator beside him. He had to catch the big one. Otherwise, if he raised this one himself, the probability of it dying was very high. His technology was very advanced at that time. If he wanted a twin panda to survive, the probability of death was still very high in captivity. Everyone went to look for the bamboo rat, but the bamboo rat was more unlucky. It also had the right to live. Why should it be caught and become food? Li admitted that the bamboo rat was quite cute, but it couldn't be compared to the giant panda. It didn't have dark circles under its eyes. That was called smoky makeup. If the giant panda's eyes were more prominent, the total color would be called a brown bear. If the color was all white, it would be called a polar bear. If the color was all black, it would naturally be a black bear. The value of any bear couldn't be compared to the value of a giant panda with black eyeshadow. Li knew that everyone liked the giant panda not only because of its appearance, but also because the giant panda didn't want to attack people. The giant panda didn't seem to live on meat. It always sat there and gnawed on bamboo. In fact, the giant panda really wanted to eat meat. This had never changed. At the giant panda garden, a bamboo shoot and a piece of braised meat with a little salt were thrown in. When the giant panda smelled it, it always ate the meat first. It was an omnivorous animal and usually ate bamboo rats. Li Dongzhu, we caught 6 of them. Is it enough? Half an hour later, everyone brought 6 bamboo rats. The bamboo rats were very frightened and looked around with their big eyes. If you kill them first, my psychological pressure will be a lot less. Okay, I'll inject the medicine. Li chose to ignore the bamboo rats and injected them with the needles. He muttered as he dealt with the needles, I ignored the bamboo rats. Some countries ignore the lives of other people and even their own people just for their own political career. Thinking of this, he felt much more comfortable. Half an hour later, the giant panda fell. Guazi rushed over with the box as fast as he could and put the small one inside. The others put the giant panda on the shelf that they had set up before and carried it back. Li Yi was responsible for the needles. There was no cage now. The cage was too heavy in the snowy weather, and with the giant panda, it would be slow to move. One day. Li Yi took 2 days to find them, and 1 day to go back. Everyone ran like crazy. They knew that the 2 little guys needed their mother's milk. Now, their mother was anesthetized. The hunters had no money, only their lives. The Kitans finally knew what the 30 people said about being injected with needles. It turned out that the needles could be used to anesthetize them. Dongzhu, the others are back. They also brought back 1,400 captives from the southwest barbarians. The team had just gone down the mountain and hadn't put the giant panda in the cage when someone ran to report the situation. When did this happen? Li Yi asked in his heart. 10 hours ago, the news reached the imperial city. The winged knights who reported the news replied. Based on this speed, the imperial court must have received the news at the same time as Li Yi was last seen. The Khitan captives didn't know the situation, but the winged knights had their own guesses. Guazi understood. Wasn't this normal operation? If there was a big problem, they would definitely look for Li Yi. Li Yi had a look of realization. Rest first, then go back and tell them to protect it well. I'll buy it all. After he finished speaking, one of the 1,000 winged knights who stayed at the foot of the mountain took turns to pass on Li Yi's words. This kind of information transmission method was actually used by the emperor when he was traveling. The information would be sent to where the person was and then sent back. Eat the meat. I've already cooked it for you. I can't give you raw meat, otherwise, you'll bite. After Li Yi explained the situation, he turned around to feed the female panda. The 2 little ones were still counting on the elder to take care of them. Chapter 587. There was a wound on the panda's left hind leg. It wasn't bitten by a wild animal. From the looks of it, it was cut by a sharp stone. There was pus and blood around the wound. Li Yi debrided and bandaged the wound when the panda was numbed. He didn't suture it because there wasn't much blood. After that, he had to change the dressing continuously to let the wound heal on its own. The panda was very irritable after being anesthetized continuously. It only calmed down after its child was given to it. It was now eating cooked meat and drinking milk with the little guy in its arms. It looked at the people outside from time to time and curiously looked at its bandaged leg. The other little panda was excreting in the ambulance. It couldn't do it on its own and needed help. When there was a mother, the mother would lick it. When there was no mother, someone would touch the area around the anus with a cotton swab and brush it. The next trouble is to change it once a day. If you have the smell of its child on you, it will attack you. Li Yi was worried. How could he discuss this with the panda? Dongzhu, drug it when you feed it meat. I found that you can control when it wakes up. Guazi suggested. He was curious about Li Yi's ability to control the dosage. He was still a little bit off before. Now, it was only a few breaths away from how long it took. I can't always give it anesthetics. When we go back, I'll think about it. We have to build a friendship with the wild panda and make it trust you. Li said it was easy, but he had a headache when he thought about it. The team rested for 4 hours and continued their journey in the middle of the night. Master Zheng, here are 3,000 carvings. You can divide it as you see fit. On the way back, Li handed a stack of coupons to Zheng Chunqing in front of the other hunters. Li Dongzhu, isn't it 1,000 carvings? Zheng Chunqing rubbed his hands and looked embarrassed when he heard 3,000 carvings. There are 2 little ones. When we found them, if they didn't give birth, of course, it would be 1,000 carvings. When they gave birth, 3 carvings, 3,000 carvings. Li did the math. The panda gave birth to 2 carvings, so 3 carvings would be the same as 3 carvings. After that, he stuffed the money and got on the carriage. Zheng Chunqing and the other 16 people sat in the other carriages. They couldn't feel the coldness of the night and occasionally giggled. According to their role in the team, the least they could get was 100 or 100,000 coins. If he was lucky, he could earn it in 5 years through hunting. If he was unlucky, it would take him 10 years. On the afternoon of December 16th, the panda was brought back to Zhuangzi after fainting twice. Its child had been replaced once. It seemed to have sensed it, but it did not say anything. Anyway, it was fine as long as there was one. Quick, make the clothes according to the appearance of the giant panda. As soon as Li Yi arrived in Zhuangzi, he immediately ordered the workshop to make the clothes. He had already thought of how to deal with it. To get closer to her, he would start by treating her wounds. They had to change the dressing on the wound. They couldn't always change the dressing after the patient was anesthetized. This was a good opportunity to build mutual trust. In the evening, the clothes were ready. Li had Guozi and the other winged knights put on their clothes and lit up their surroundings. Guozi pretended that his left left leg was injured, and sat beside the cage. Li moved aside to let the panda see. He treated the wound and bandaged it. After Guozi was done, another panda came over. Li continued with the previous steps. The third panda came over with bandages. Li opened the bandages first, debrided the wound, and bandaged it. More and more pandas came over. The panda in the cage looked at the other panda's legs and then looked down at its bandaged leg. It seemed to understand something. Then it was anesthetized while eating. The baby and bandages were changed. The next morning, the bamboo shoots were placed in the cage. The panda lay there eating the bamboo shoots while feeding the baby. When it finished feeding the baby, the pandas from yesterday came again. Li got on the operating stick. The scissors were at the front of the stick. He cut open the bandaged area of the injured panda and slowly operated it. One by one, when all the pandas were dealt with, Li looked at the leg of the real panda in the cage. The panda sat there and looked at its leg. There was still something bandaged on it. Li reached in with the operating stick. The panda watched as the scissors cut open the bandage and took out the dirty bandage. He reached over with an iodophore cotton ball and wiped the wound bit by bit. The panda recognized the wound and knew that it was injured. After wiping it, he used the operating stick to bandage it and tied a beautiful knot. That was it. During the whole process, the panda even lifted its leg. Otherwise, with its weight, it would have been difficult to put the bandage under its leg. Li took a big goose egg boiled in salt water and put it in. The panda quickly picked it up and licked it first. It opened its mouth and bit. After chewing and eating the big pieces, it licked the small pieces and the broken ones into its mouth. After the morning exchange, Li went to arrange for the new 1,400 Southwest barbarian captives. The captives came over yesterday to take a bath and collect clothes and daily necessities. They were not arranged to do anything for the time being, so they were divided into groups. The other Southwest barbarian captives who had no work to do went up to talk to the newcomers about the rules. What did they eat? What rewards did they get? How rare was the opportunity to work? How did they show their superiority when they were assigned to work? The new captives were confused, especially when they looked at their former comrades. They seemed to have lost their fighting spirit and only thought about working all day. Break them up and arrange for them to be in other teams. 1,400 people is not a small number. Li Yi was not willing to waste his energy on the new captives. He would help to deal with the previous captives. The thing he wanted to do the most was to gain the trust of the panda. Otherwise, it would be too tiring to rotate the two of them. Dongzhu, give them good food for a few days to strengthen their bodies. Songda wanted to treat them like the previous captives. No, eat them normally. Anyway, there is not much work in winter. Other than digging coal and clearing snow when it snows, there is no other work. Don't give them the work of cutting ice. Li Yi did not want to give them good food and drinks. It was all money. He spent 70,000 yuan to buy 1,400 captives. Imperial City, Political Affairs Hall. Bai Gu came over for lunch again in the afternoon. Li Yi bought 1,400 new captives. In the future, there will be taxes on the sale of slaves. Bai Gu had a notebook with dates written on it. Today was the 17th of December. There were still 13 days left. When the new year came, the Ministry of Revenue would receive the taxes. Yao Chong looked at the food. He found 3 new pandas. When should we go and take a look? I have never seen a panda cub before. He did not care about the Ministry of Revenue. He was in charge of the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War had money. Li Yi had hired the 16 guards and paid him. Therefore, he had a good impression of Li Yi. In the past, they were quite close. It's good to raise pandas. Lu Huaishan supported Li Yi's decision to focus on the pandas. Zhang Shua agreed. Yes, raise pandas. Persevere and have a peaceful new year. In the remaining 10 days, do not do anything else. Bai Gu ate a mouthful of rice and swallowed it. The Khitan matter is not over yet. This matter involves too many people. I estimate that Li Yi will not be able to come up with anything in the next few months after the new year. You can't say. Whatever you are afraid of will happen. Yao Chong, who also wanted to have a good new year, hurriedly stopped him. Bai Gu laughed. I am waiting for him to come up with a way to make big money so that I can collect taxes. Chapter 588. 1-2-1-2. On the bank of a river in Lantian County, a group of people shouted and pulled baskets up. Bamboo crowns were placed under the baskets, and ropes were tied to the crowns. More than half of the baskets were filled with mud. Zhou Xiaowei's men were guarding at the side, and the people working were slaves from the southwest barbarians. Li finally thought of what work could be done. Each county was assigned more than 1,000 people to clean up the mud in the river. In winter, there was less water to clean up the mud. It was convenient, but it was cold. Out of the 20 counties, 6 counties would be cleaned first. After 6 counties were cleaned up, 6 counties would be changed. In the other 2 counties, slaves who dug coal would be transferred to do it. The left and right guards and left and right valiant guards would take turns to guard, and their wages would be handed over to the Ministry of War. Li Yi was in charge of their meals, and the slaves did not receive money from the county for their work. In fact, they should ask for money from the Ministry of Works, which was considered as helping the Ministry of Works. Li Yi knew that if he did not get the money, Wei Zhigu would not give him money, nor would he give him money. He would just treat it as doing a good deed. What right did he have to raise nearly 12,000 slaves next to Changfen? What if other rich families raised 1,000 guards? Did they want to rebel? The key was that Li Yi knew that many people would erect a long life memorial tablet for him. This was the will of the people. The people could not give him much money, so he simply did not ask for money. The slaves were idle anyway. Lantian County was close, and the team arrived first. They brought baskets, crowns, ropes, and backpacks with daily necessities. When they arrived, they jumped down to work in their boxers. Li Yi did not care if they would get sick after a few decades. When the Tang dynasty asked the people to transfer slaves, the people did the same. Some even went down naked. Li Yi was distressed that the villagers could not do it. The people of the Tang dynasty could do it, but the slaves were nobler than them. When they were working, some people were beaten from time to time. The captives who came later were not fully integrated into the big families, so they were lazy when they were working. Zhou Xiaowei watched and recorded the scores. When the other captives saw this, how could they let it go? If you are lazy, we will be unlucky and beat you. After being beaten, they suddenly became diligent when they were working again. The local people stood on the shore and watched. As they watched, they realized the situation. Everyone, help me weave baskets. Wicker, youtiao, and bamboo baskets are easy to break. Someone shouted that the broken basket would delay their work. In Lantian County, there would be droughts and floods. If the river was cleaned, there would be fewer floods. There was no need to worry about the drought as there were newly dug wells. That's right. Each family will contribute one basket. This is for us to work on ourselves. The person who sells the baskets offers 2 baskets, but you guys are faster. Another person followed suit and shouted. After shouting, he went back home to get a basket of youtiao. It would take half a day to weave a basket of youtiao. The people who specialized in making baskets and selling them were very fast. They had wooden shelves, so it was very easy to make baskets on the shelves. Some of the people in the county town even went to buy baskets. It was not worth it to make one by themselves. If they had time to work, they could earn a few baskets of money. In a village that was not a county town, the village chief organized people to weave baskets. Especially those who were not in good health and could not do heavy work, the village provided for them. No one would be at a disadvantage if they helped out at the side basket. Otherwise, if the Ministry of Works found someone to clear up the silt, he would have to jump in himself to dig. Now that there were people working for free, why couldn't they contribute a basket? Dongzhu, the team of Khitan envoys in Chang'an is here. There are only 4 of them. They said that they can come over at any time. Songda found Li Yi, who was passing bamboo shoots to the pandas and communicating with them. Come in. I'll meet them here. Li Yi passed a bamboo shoot to the pandas. The pandas who were taking care of the children reached out and took it. They hugged it and started chewing. They did not want the outer layer and only ate the inner layer. They were taking care of their children and needed to eat good food. You still have to eat bamboo. It's not that I can't afford to feed you guys. It's your gastrointestinal needs. I know you like to eat meat more, but eating too much meat is not good for your health. Look at me, sometimes I eat vegetables. At night, I want to exchange a baby with you. If you keep drinking milk powder, the baby's body is not healthy enough. Li Yi sat there and looked at the road and talked to the pandas. Pandas could not bathe, so the smell was not good. Li Yi sat in the limelight. Bang! Bang! The pandas slammed the cage. They had finished eating and were waiting for Li Yi to send the next one. Li Yi was talking, so the pandas reminded him. Here. Do you know how much a big bamboo shoot like this costs now? This is stored in the ice cellar. The others are soaked in salt water. I didn't bring them for you. Those that have been soaked in salt water have to be soaked in salt water. They are all skinless and can be eaten by people. In the ice cellar, you need to light a kerosene lamp first. Use the kerosene lamp to reduce the oxygen in the air and increase the carbon dioxide. Li Yi started to explain to the pandas how to store the bamboo shoots they ate. After the amount of ice in the ice cellar was set, a few kerosene lamps were put in to light, and the cellar was sealed. When the kerosene lamp burned to a certain extent and there was no more oxygen, it would be extinguished and sealed in the cellar. The kerosene lamp burned in the cellar and consumed oxygen. The carbon dioxide increased and the metabolism of the bamboo shoots slowed down. It was equivalent to Li Yi's air storage at that time. It was better than a cold storage. The pandas ate and listened. Anyway, they did not understand. They only knew that they were happy to be able to eat fresh bamboo shoots in winter. You gave birth late. Other pandas' babies are already old enough to eat soy sauce. Look at yours. Someone is here. When Li Yi and the pandas were talking, 4 people came over. There were 3 officials from the Honglu Temple. They were responsible for recording what they heard and saw. Li Dongzhu, no, Dr. Li. My name is Tian Qingyuan, the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple. These 2 are the Vice Minister of the Honglu Temple, Lu Tong, and the Registrar, Changsun Wanyan. Tian Qingyuan introduced himself and the other 2 officials. He was a secondary class rank 4, the Vice Minister was a secondary class rank 6, and the Registrar was a secondary class rank 9. Li Yi stood up and returned the greeting. Tian Qingyuan continued to introduce the 4 Khitans. The Khitans did not have surnames. They just gave themselves names. They are Brother Bo, Sire, Na Duo, and Chi Kanhan. He finished the introductions in 1 sentence. The 4 of them bowed. Li Yi returned the greeting again. The 4 of you are here in Zhuangzi to witness the friendship between the Tang dynasty and the Khitans. Songde, invite Bacharka and his brothers over. Songde left. 8 maids and eunuchs placed a small table and chairs, as well as a plate of fruit and tea. It's not cold here. We have pandas, so there's a heating system underground. The room is stuffy and can't hold many people. Li Yi explained why he did not invite them into the room. Bang, bang. The pandas smacked the wood. There was no more. There was more. Li Yi picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it to the pandas. The pandas took it and sat at the edge of the cage, watching the group of people eat as they ate. It meant that they could talk among themselves. I won't talk to you. Remember to pass me food. Not long after, 390 people arrived. They were reading the Hanyu Pinyin page of the newspaper. They were talking to each other as they walked over. When they arrived, they bowed to Li Yi almost simultaneously. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi returned the greeting with a fist salute. The 390 people looked at their own envoys in Chang'an and nodded slightly as a greeting. The 4 envoys were speechless. They felt stifled. Whose side are you on? We should be your superiors. Shouldn't you be closer to us? Go and get some stools. I can't take care of you all by myself, Li Yi said casually to the Khitan captives. The 390 people dispersed. They knew where the stools were. Chapter 589. 390 people came back, each with a folding stool. They lined up and sat down with their legs together, chest out, hands naturally placed on their legs. The 4 Khitan envoys secretly praised, beautiful, this is our Khitan non-commissioned officer. Dr. Li, Brother Bo's face darkened, when did our Khitan sign an alliance with the Tang dynasty? Li picked up a bamboo shoot and handed it to the panda, you can eat meat. Your stomach is not good, you can't stop eating bamboo shoots. You have to learn from others, adjust yourself and see the situation clearly. You still have children to raise, eat some other bamboo. You can't communicate with us, so we spoil you. Otherwise, if you were a human and could understand human language, I wouldn't feed you like this. I'll give you 2, don't keep hitting the cage. Li said as he handed over another bamboo shoot. The panda was indeed happy. It put the new bamboo shoot on its legs and continued to eat. Li turned around and looked at Brother Bo, you can sign an alliance? You have to report this, and they will send a prime minister's letter to contact you. Brother Bo's imposing manner was instantly dispelled by Li Yi's words of feeding the panda and scolding the locust tree. I mean, we haven't formed an alliance. What you said in the newspaper gave people the feeling that we have formed an alliance. Brother Bo stuttered. You care about that? Tubo has already formed an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Didn't you betray us just like that? The friendship between two countries is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how you write or say it. The key is whether you are willing to develop together and exchange what you need. If you Khitan are willing to have friendly relations with the Tang dynasty, then you are in an alliance. If you are thinking about something else, then you are enemies. Look at how I treated the Southwest barbarian captives, then look at how I treated my 390 brothers. I believe you, but how many people do I have? They are all Khitans. You can capture me with one order. Li Yi spread his hands and looked around. Around him were 8 palace maids and eunuchs, 3 people from Honglu Temple, and 1 steward, Songde. The others were 4 Khitan envoys and 390 Khitan captives. With Li Yi's reminder, the 3 from the Chamberlain of Dependencies showed serious expressions of panic. The eyes of the 4 envoys lit up as they looked at their non-commissioned officer. 390 people sat there, looking straight ahead as if they didn't hear anything. Li Yi, do you admit to your crimes? Ambassador Shikagahan felt that his chance had come and shouted. Li Yi looked at the 390 men. Your envoys have too much internal heat. You should eat a piece of watermelon to calm yourself down. If you want to eat, 6 of you can eat one. You can count and get the watermelon. Yes, sir. Bacharka stood up. 390 plus 8 plus 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 was 407. Dongzhu, 407 people, 68 watermelons, 1 person short, Bacharka reported. Take 69 watermelons and give one to the panda. Li Yi nodded and ordered. Yes, come with me. 68 people, each person will carry 1 watermelon. Don't let it fall to the ground. Watermelons in winter are precious. Bacharka yelled, and everyone stood up. He pointed his finger at the crowd. 68 people were selected to follow him to the greenhouse to pick watermelons. Li Yi smiled at Shikagahan. Watermelons in winter are not very sweet due to the short amount of sunlight. They also need to be dipped in flowers. It's just that they are fresh. Actually, I still have watermelons soaked in salt water. It's not bad to eat now, but I'm sure all of you want to eat freshly picked watermelons. Wait a moment. When they come back, let's try it and give a few bites to the panda. Shikagahan lowered his head and didn't want to say a word. At this moment, he felt like a river of sorrow. He wanted to threaten Li Yi, but in the end, his non-commissioned officer couldn't be moved. Whatever Li Yi said was the law. The 3 officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies widened their eyes in disbelief. The Khitan captives had only been captured a few days ago. How did they become Li Yi's subordinates? The other Khitan envoys also didn't say a word. Nothing was more sorrowful than a dead heart. Songde was expressionless. He was the same as before. The eunuchs turned to look at the panda. The palace maids had smiles on their faces, and their eyes were twinkling. The watermelons were brought back. The variety wasn't as big as the ones Li Yi brought back. Li Yi also didn't exchange for a bulking agent to spray. It looked like a Hami melon. If 6 people ate one, it was indeed one. The watermelon knives were brought over and cleaned. The Khitan captives cut the melons. The first piece was brought to Li Yi by Bacharka. Brothers, don't be polite with me. Many of the county's greenhouses have cold melons, which are watermelons. Everyone can eat as much as you want. Li Yi received it and shouted. Okay. Only Li Dongzhu has the ability to eat watermelons in winter. It's right to learn from Li Dongzhu. In the future, the Khitans will eat watermelons in winter too. The captives cheered. When they saw the greenhouses, they wanted to learn how to grow watermelons in their hometown. As for the 4 envoys. What a joke. What's the use of them? After delivering the melons to Li Yi, they delivered the melons to Songde and the 8 palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs thanked them. Songde patted the shoulder of the person who delivered the melons. Next was the 3 officials from Honglu Temple, the captives themselves, and finally the 4 envoys. There should be one extra piece. Li Yi's piece was just the right size for 2 pieces. Everyone took small bites and tasted the watermelons in winter. The 4 envoys tasted bitterness in their mouths. They were the last to receive the melons. Did they have status? Bang! Bang! The panda slammed the cage. Here. Li Yi handed over a bamboo shoot. The panda didn't take it. It looked at the watermelon in his hand. It smelled something. Its nose was sensitive. When it looked at others eating, it sniffed. There was something good. Here. Do you want a knife? Li Yi put down the watermelon in his hand. He held the extra watermelon with one hand and reached in, ready to give it to the panda at any time. The panda didn't have any intention to attack him. It hugged the watermelon with 2 paws and smashed it on the floor of the cage. The watermelon cracked. It slammed its paws down. Crack! The watermelon broke into pieces. It picked up a piece and started chewing. The watermelon juice dripped onto its paws. It even licked it. Why don't we sign an agreement first? You have concerns about the alliance between the Khitans and the Tang dynasty. You and I will sign a friendly trade agreement. The Li family Zhuangzi will sign a friendly trade agreement. I will provide you with help, and you will collect what I need from the Khitans. It won't involve the 2 countries. Li Yi said to the 4 envoys. He was starting to play political tricks. 2 countries hated each other. If they could have ping-pong diplomacy, they could directly start a trade. To give face to the governments of both countries, the Li family Zhuangzi would be the lubricant. When interests were involved and there was a balance between the 2 countries, the alliance between the 2 countries would be broken. Once a trade alliance was formed, the Khitans could only be bullied with their economic and financial knowledge. You don't have to give an answer now. Go back and weigh the pros and cons. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, you can maintain the status quo. If you feel that it is mutually beneficial, we can avoid the problem of the 2 countries. Li Yi's voice became gentle. It was comfortable to listen to. The 4 envoys found it difficult to make a decision. They needed more time to consider. They had to analyze 390 non-commissioned officers' problems. What was going on? Why did the non-commissioned officer listen to Li Yi? There is no hurry. Let's have lunch here. I have chili. Try it, Li Yi continued. Chili was not only popular in Sichuan. It was cold in the northeast, including Chang'an. Chapter 590. The Khitan envoys didn't eat at the Li family Zhuangzi. They were in a hurry to leave and go back to think of a solution. The 3 officials from Honglu Temple wanted to eat, but since the envoys left, they naturally had to leave. Fortunately, when they left, they each carried a small basket with watermelon and a few cucumbers in it. After lunch, Li Yi instructed people to connect another cage with the previous panda cage. After throwing a boiled egg inside, the panda brought the child to a new place. The original cage had to be cleaned. Not only could pandas eat, but they could also digest. The pandas in the panda garden were clean. It was the work of humans. After changing to a new place, the panda found a corner and sat there to taste the eggs. It didn't matter if its gastrointestinal tract was suitable for digesting meat. It would eat meat, raw and cooked meat. Some wild pandas would even enter other people's sheep pens to eat. Taking advantage of the suitable position, its leg leaned against the side of the cage. Li Yi called the winged knights to dress up as pandas and began to change the dressing and bandage the panda's wound. After a few operations, he carefully approached the panda in the cage. The panda looked at him. He used a pair of scissors to cut the gauze on the panda's left hind leg. He lifted the panda's leg and removed the gauze. Then, he dipped it in iodophor and wiped the panda's wound. There was still pus and blood on the wound, but there wasn't much left. When pandas moved, body fluids would be secreted and pus and blood would be produced. After cleaning it, He wrapped it up and tied a beautiful knot. The panda was very cooperative throughout the process and didn't make any aggressive movements. Li Yi asked the panda to lift its leg with all his strength, and the panda also did so. It could feel the condition of its leg. Every time it was treated, it felt much better. Some wild pandas were treated once. The next time they were sick or injured, they would go to others for help. People would give them food to eat and treat their wounds. Pandas were actually quite smart sometimes, including escaping from prison. When they saw the keepers, they would walk back on their own and act as if nothing had happened. The only disadvantage was that they couldn't control their strength and would always hurt the keepers. Unlike dogs, dogs knew not to bite hard when playing with their owners. It was also not as good as a horse. When a horse ate the food fed by a human, the human's palm would be flat. The horse knew not to bite the human's hand. Of course, it was probably because pandas had been raised by humans for a short time. Dogs and horses had been raised for many generations. There were also cats. When cats were at home, they would not show their claws. A cat that scratches people with its nails is like a dog that bites its owner. If it needs to be thrown away, it needs to be killed. Let's switch babies tonight. They're all your babies. When they're 2 or 3 months old, the chances of them dying will be lower. Li pretended to be mysterious as he handed over a cooked chicken drumstick. The giant panda sniffed the meat and reached out to take it. It opened its mouth and started eating. When the bones were crushed and there was no more meat left, it looked at Li. Li shrugged. No, just one. The giant panda stared at him for a while before continuing to eat the bamboo shoots. I owe you, right? It's much more troublesome than raising a dog, Li said angrily. The giant panda ignored him. After finishing a bamboo shoot, it licked its baby to help it excrete and then fed it milk. I truly admire you for being able to survive until now. Li shook his head and left. The giant panda's behavior gave people the feeling that the baby in its hands would be in danger at any time. Sometimes, it would press the baby under its body. Other times, it would forget about the baby. However, if you took its baby away and let it smell the scent of its baby on you, it would definitely attack you if it couldn't find the baby. When the giant panda breeding base swapped twins, it was usually to build trust and care. Then, it would be done within a minute. The giant panda would be irritable if it was a minute away. It was another matter if it pressed its baby under its body. It couldn't let others touch it. While he was summarizing his experience with the giant panda, the 4 Khitan envoys returned to the Honglu temple. They were not in the mood to eat and sat there worrying. They realized that the relationship between the Khitans and the Tang dynasty and the Turks had been influenced by Li Yi. They didn't know what medicine Li Yi fed the non-commissioned officer of the Khitans. The non-commissioned officer actually listened to Li Yi. It seemed that Li Yi did not guard against the non-commissioned officer. The 390 people of the Khitans didn't even think of capturing Li Yi when they had such a good opportunity. That was Li Yi. If they captured him and brought him back to the Khitans, the 4 of them sat there and drank tea, using whatever methods they could think of to discuss. The Li Yi they saw today was different from the rumors. His methods were smooth. The 3 people from the Honglu temple also had the same idea. The 3 of them ate in Xingqing Palace. It was already past lunchtime. Li Longji had just started eating, as well as Yao Chong and the other 2 prime ministers. It was the end of the year and there were many things to do. If the local officials wanted to come back, they would write a prime minister's letter and show it to the political affairs hall's prime minister. They would talk about some strategies to govern the country and try to be close to the prime minister's ideas, hoping that the prime minister would promote them. Or the prime minister couldn't make a decision and had to wait for His Majesty. The prime minister's letter said that the prime minister had to be shown to His Majesty. Many officials were promoted in this way, including Yao Chong. Yao Chong took advantage of Li Longji's visit to Xinfeng to meet him in Tongzhou, which was 300 li away. He gave Li Longji a lot of strategies to govern the country, and Li Longji made him the Minister of War and a disciple of the Secretary of State. The Minister of War was an actual position, and a disciple of the Secretary of State received the same treatment. Later, the Secretary of State was changed to the Crepe Myrtle province, and Yao Chong was appointed as the Crepe Myrtle magistrate. He was the real Prime Minister. In the past, if someone wrote a Prime Minister's letter with beautiful words and pointed out the Tang dynasty's shortcomings, Yao Chong would feel very good. But now, he was a bit annoyed. He realized that he didn't like to discuss politics directly. He liked to talk about the development of the Tang dynasty, which was the Li Yi model. Li Yi gave people the impression that he was very easygoing. He never jumped out to talk about the shortcomings of the imperial court. If you didn't ask him, he would just do his own thing. If you asked him, you could ask him anything, and he would tell you what to do. If you wanted to talk about poetry with him, he would accompany you and occasionally compose songs for fun. If he didn't attack, anything could be discussed. The key was that he had money. He had money himself. If you said that a department didn't have money, he would help think of a way to make money. In comparison, the provincial governors of the various prefectures were simply idiots. They didn't even know how to govern a province, and they wanted to criticize the Tang dynasty's national affairs. They should learn from Li Yi. When Li Yi made a move, it was like a surging tide and irresistible momentum. While Yao Chong was thinking that others couldn't compare to Li Yi, the vice minister of the Honglu Temple, Tian Qingyuan, had already finished talking about the process of going to the Li family Zhuangzi. Dr. Li can order the Khitan captives to do things. This subject has nothing to say. Tian Qingyuan concluded. Li Longji's expression was indifferent. He didn't look surprised. This was a normal operation. The Deputy Minister of Secondary Class, rank 6, and the Deputy Minister of Secondary Class, rank 9, had been in a state of excitement. They didn't have the chance to meet Li Longji because he wasn't even rank 5. Today, not only did they meet him, but they also had a meal together. Yao Chong. Li Longji asked Yao Chong. This subject thinks that Li Yi is calculating. No, he's doing things methodically. He should be used. Yao Chong admitted that Li Yi made the imperial court's affairs into the affairs of the people. It was political wisdom. Other people's affairs were the people, but his people were the imperial court. As long as the Khitans dared to establish contact with him, the Khitans would be more or less done. Chapter 591. Did you see the little panda? Li Longji nodded at Yao Chong and suddenly changed the topic. I saw it. It looks like a skinless rat. Recorder Chongsun Wanyun was so excited that she forgot that it was dinner time. Is Li Yi easy to talk to? Li Longji asked again. How should I put it? Him. If you're tough when he talks, he'll fight back. You'll definitely lose this round. But he doesn't go overboard. He won't go overboard and can even discuss things with you. He gives you the feeling that you've gone overboard. He can't help but fight back, but he won't treat you as an enemy. Honglu Deputy Lu Tong followed. He felt that Li Yi was such a person. When interacting with Li Yi, if you didn't go overboard, Li Yi would give you face. He would fight back to the extent that you attacked. Fight but not break? Lu Huaishan asked. Yes, yes, yes. Prime Minister Lu is right. Lu Tong felt that those words were used well. Continuous maneuvering. Zhang Shua gave his evaluation. Yao Chong nodded. Indeed. It's just that he's always pulling the bow but not using it. He pretends to be mysterious. Humph. He was used to finding fault with Li Yi. If he didn't find fault with Li Yi, he would probably fall sick. He picked Li Yi from the political side. Bai Gu, on the other hand, picked from the financial side. The two of them, one prime minister and one minister of the Ministry of Revenue, sat there, looking very conflicted. Lu Huaishan couldn't handle the big matters. He had always been dealing with the small matters. He had a different impression of Li Yi. The payment for the 16 guards should be settled at the beginning of January. He mentioned the money. Yao Chong, he raised his wine cup. Your Majesty, Dr. Li benefited the people by capturing prisoners and personally capturing enemy troops. He should be rewarded. Yao Chong was worried that Li Yi would find an excuse not to pay after knowing that his attitude was bad today. If he didn't pay, could he capture or kill him? What official position? Li Longji tried not to laugh. Vice Captain Rong. Yao Chong said an official's name, Wu Sanguan. Lu Huaishan gave him a look of disdain. Deputy Captain Pei Rong was a 9th rank officer. Compared to Guanlu Dafu's secondary 2nd rank, the difference was like mountains and rivers. What was the use of this position? Can I get some salary? Was it enough for him to eat vegetables in a greenhouse? Sure. Li Longji smiled and nodded. I will arrange it tomorrow. Yao Chong took the initiative to take on the responsibility. He didn't need to find someone else to be a 9th rank official. He just casually gave it to him. The Chamberlain of Dependencies, Lu Tong, and the Registrar, Sun Wanyun, were dazzled. What were you guys talking about? He felt that there were many things in the story, but why couldn't he understand? Was there a need to discuss such a serious matter in Xingqing Hall when he was a 9th grade martial scholar? In any case, Sun Wanyun didn't think that a 9th rank official like him would be remembered by the emperor and the 3 prime ministers. The 2 of them finished eating first and sat there, not daring to move. Fortunately, a palace maid brought them tea, so they drank it and listened. Li Longji and the others talked about the panda and didn't talk about the imperial court at all. Because there were people who weren't qualified to listen, they couldn't be chased away. All the topics had to be returned to normal. The Prime Minister and Li Longji were very familiar with this. You couldn't hear what wasn't meant to be heard. Your Majesty, please place the panda garden in the western part of the city for people to see. Pandas look simple and honest, and their behavior is cute. Yao Chong proposed to open a separate garden. He admitted that it was interesting to see pandas. Especially pandas that hadn't fully grown up. They were only a few months old and looked like big dogs, but they were more interesting than dogs. Sitting there sleeping, their heads slowly moved forward. As soon as their heads touched the ground, they flipped over and woke up in a daze. There was no way to describe their feelings at that moment. Laughing, they couldn't wait to take one home. The panda garden was located in a corner of the Li family Zhuangzi, in the eastern part of the city. It was quite a distance from the western part of the city to the eastern part of the city. It wasn't easy for many people to get there. Zhang Shua nodded, then frowned. How do we calculate the cost? A panda garden costs quite a lot. Ask Li Yi. Lu Huaishan felt that it was a small matter. For Li Yi, it was just spending a bit of money. However, he wanted to see what Li Yi thought. If he wasn't willing, who could force him? Li Longji didn't say whether it was okay or not. He was going to bring the Empress and his son to take a look at it tonight. It involved the temporary change of policy against the Khitans, so he had to ask clearly. Li Longji knew that Li Yi's promise that he didn't have any thoughts of bypassing the founding of the state was just a spur of the moment. It was probably the attitude of the 4 Khitan envoys that made Li Yi realize that he couldn't force the plan. And his brother Yi's greatest ability was to change. If you changed, he would change and follow you. After everyone finished eating, Yao Chong went to arrange for the 9th rank and lower military officials. He personally made the arrangements to show that he valued it. He really wanted to go over and give Li Yi a certificate, but he couldn't. It would be exposed. Before the sky turned dark, Li Longji's family of 3 arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Quick, push the small house I made for Shang to play in over here. Li Yi saw the little boy, changed into his white coat, and opened his arms. The little boy looked at him in confusion. He seemed to have thought of something and opened his arms to ask for a hug. Li Yi carried the baby and asked someone to bring the small house over. It was a small 1-story house with a fine felt inside. The little boy could crawl now. It was a gift specially prepared for him. The house was 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters in diameter. It was too small for an adult, but for the little boy, it was his territory. It was 1 meter tall, and the adults could see the child inside. The baby was really happy. After entering, he crawled around. There were 6 places where he could poke his head out. Each place was guarded by a person to prevent the child from falling. If he fell, he would be quickly put back. Below was a net with cushions. The area was 7 square meters. The child crawled and poked his head out. When he found someone, he giggled and crawled back to hide. He looked out from another opening. If it was an adult, it would be quite boring. However, the little boy felt that he had found the most interesting game. Li Longji held Empress Wang's hand and watched his son crawl around happily. He didn't know what to say. After a while, he sighed. Brother Yi is old and can plot for the world. Brother Yi is young and can only laugh for the baby. During the day, he pushed the Khitan envoys to the wall and gave them strategies to plot for the country. At night, she could actually play with a baby and have fun. This contrast was too big. It was so big that it was difficult for ordinary people to accept. When the little boy was tired, he poked his head out. When he saw his mother, he smiled. Empress Wang hugged him in her arms. Soon, the little boy fell asleep. Uncle, let's go see the panda later. Empress Wang wiped her son's sweat and prepared to change his clothes. Half an hour later, the sky was a little dark. Guozi changed into a white coat and disposable gloves. Like a thief, he followed Li Yi to the panda's cage. In addition, the winged knights carried the incubator. Today, they were going to force the exchange. They couldn't numb it anymore. Total numbness was too harmful to the panda's nerves. Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage. The baby changed into a pure cotton clothes and slept soundly in the carriage with a warm water bag. Everyone was very nervous. This was an operation for the sake of a life. Guozi was the main attacker. He had to be fast. The assessment of the martial arts examination was now testing him. Get the lights ready. Z, you have less than 10 breaths to complete the operation. Calm down. Give me the honey snack. I'll give it to him. Li Yi ordered and stretched out his hand. He also wore disposable medical gloves. Chapter 592. Those who have nothing to do with this, please step back, Li Longji said in a deep voice. The people around them moved aside. The panda was obviously nervous too. It was probably thinking, what's going on? Why are there so many people tonight? It looked at Li Yi. The creature it was most familiar with was Li Yi. Li Yi gave it good food to eat and even treated its wounds. Li Yi also looked at the panda with sincerity in his eyes. It was indeed sincere. This was a panda trying to change babies. There was no calculation. Everything was for the 2 cubs to grow up. The panda base at that time had given him data. The survival rate of twin pandas without breastfeeding was almost 0. Unless they found other female pandas to provide some milk, the survival rate was not high either. They had to be bigger before they could be artificially fed. Analyzing the composition of the female panda's milk, it was about the same. It felt like any kind of milk would do. This could only prove one thing. His life science at that time was still too weak. Could it analyze DNA, analyze nutrient composition, and analyze the type of antibody? If he wanted to analyze the antibody, he had to try using a virus instead of directly drawing conclusions from a certain cell tissue. The death rate of pandas was very high. Under artificial care, how many people could guarantee that not one would die after raising 100 pandas? What did it mean for 1 out of 100 people to die? But pandas would always die. Those overseas had to be announced, and those in the country were selectively announced. With such a thing being carefully cared for, the death rate was higher than other creatures. Li Yi did not want any of the pandas to die. The key operation was about to begin. A snack with a lot of honey was handed to Li Yi. Li Yi took a deep breath, opened his palm, and reached into the cage. There were fewer people around, so the panda was not so emotional. It looked at Li Yi and lowered its head to smell. Honey attracted more than 90% of creatures. Humans loved it, insects loved it, and animals loved it. Did bears love it? The panda stretched out its 2 claws and broke it. It quickly licked it. The lights suddenly turned on. The panda's eyes were dazzled. It shook its head and prepared to recover. Guazi grabbed the baby panda in the incubator with one hand and reached in with the other to grab the other. The exchange of hands was completed in the span of a single breath. The strength of his hands was perfectly controlled. The color of the lights was adjusted. Silk was placed in front of the strong light, and the light gradually weakened instead of directly shifting. That way, the giant panda would face a short period of darkness. After a few breaths, the giant panda regained its vision. The first thing it did was look down at its baby. Very good, the baby was here. It sniffed and revealed a puzzled expression. It was her baby, but... Alright, she would carry it and feed it. She remembered that she had already fed the baby, but why did it still look hungry? Everyone's foreheads were covered in sweat. Everyone was facing a life. Impressive. Li Yi once again addressed Guazi without mentioning her surname. I have to take a shower, right? I can't have the smell of a panda on me. Guazi smiled happily, revealing 2 rows of teeth. The panda licked the baby and fed it again as it looked at Li Yi. It seemed to know something. It was not stupid. It could tell from the smell that there was a difference. Li Yi didn't say anything. He picked up an ocarina, adjusted the position of his lips, and played the Japanese song, Original Scenery of Hometown. Originally, it was a bamboo flute, so it was easy to master. But many of the traditional musicians of his time insisted on playing the ocarina and the flute. The sound was deeper and more mellow than the original ocarina. Li Yi also didn't know if it would work. He only knew that camels suffered too much when giving birth. When they didn't want a baby camel, the locals would play the horsehead zither. What effect could the zither have? It would make the camel cry and then breastfeed its baby. Li Yi chose the ocarina with a low pitch, so it sounded distant and long. A type of music couldn't be directly judged whether the treble or the bass was good. The emotions expressed were different. The tone of a cello and a violin were different. There was no absolute position to judge which one was good from the tone, only the position in one's heart. And a musician shouldn't have such a position. Li Yi didn't think that the ocarina was bad. Being simple didn't mean it was bad, but he needed the low range of the ocarina. He used the ocarina to play the Japanese song of his time, not in a hurry. As the panda listened, the expression in its eyes changed. It seemed to be enjoying it. It seemed to be saying that the baby felt a little different, but it was no problem. This thing that always gave it delicious food was pretty good. It held the baby with one hand to breastfeed it. The other hand continued to pick up the honey pastry that had fallen to the ground when it was dazzled. It was really sweet. It felt good to eat it. Was there anything else? Li Yi was psychic at this moment. He played the ocarina and signaled with his eyes. Tao Hong put her gloved hand into the ocarina with trembling hands. On her palm was a pastry smeared with honey. The panda crushed it the first time, but it learned to control its strength the second time. It carefully grabbed the pastry from Tao Hong's palm. It glanced at Tao Hong, put the pastry into its mouth, and chewed happily. Tao Hong clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest. She looked intoxicated. She felt a sense of accomplishment. The panda didn't bite her, nor did it slap her hand with its big paw. Li Yi finished the song. The panda didn't give him a thumbs up, but the people around felt that it was good. Brother Yi, Chang'an is big. Zhuangzi is in the east of the city. People in the west come and go to see the pandas. It's a long way. During dinner, Li Longji mentioned what Yao Chong said. Li Yi estimated the number of pandas he owned. He nodded. I can build a Liuli village. Even if I can't make a lot of money, I can still afford to raise pandas. There's still money to be made? Li Longji was puzzled. He was in a good mood because he thought it was for the people. How did it have anything to do with making money? How could he make money? Looking at Li Longji's puzzled gaze, Li Yi smiled. The number of tourists staying in Zhang Family Village has increased. I have a share in Zhang Family Village, so I'll take the bigger share. People who come to see the pandas stay and have food and drinks. It's all money. Li Longji suddenly understood. I should have collected tickets and spent a few hundred yuan to see the pandas, but I can't. Li Yi smiled helplessly when he talked about tickets. Other than collecting tickets for watching football, there were no tickets for other things. If it was another Zhuangzi who had pandas, he would collect tickets. If the people wanted to see the pandas, they would pay. Li family Zhuangzi couldn't do it. The people would be puzzled. Li Dongzhu, you want to collect money for letting people see the pandas? With a good reputation, there were advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were that the people would stand on Li family Zhuangzi's side when something happened. The disadvantages were that they couldn't earn high profits from the people, especially if it looked like they didn't have any capital. Zhang Family Village could collect a lot of money for food and drinks, but Li Yi couldn't. He only had shares in the village. The people felt that the money was earned by Zhang Family Village, but Li Dongzhu didn't. Li Dongzhu was a kind person. Li Longji smiled. It seems that Liuli Village can't collect tickets. You take 2 pandas, and Liuli Village will be open to the public. Female pandas with boys. Boys are more mischievous and active. They look interesting. In addition, the imperial court should order that no one can raise pandas in private or hunt them. Li thought of something. Pandas that were washed clean were cute. The rich people were tempted. They couldn't raise pandas. Chapter 593. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Sixli village in the west of the city is renting 2 giant pandas from Li family Zhuangzi in Bashui. They will enter the garden in 3 days. Selling newspapers. People who live in the west of the city don't have to go to the east to see giant pandas. Sixli village in the west of the city is bringing in 2 giant pandas. Newspaper boys ran around the streets and alleys in the morning, shouting non-stop. Recently, giant pandas had become the mainstream topic in the city. Anyone who had seen a giant panda would tell others how fun it was. Li Qingqi arranged for people to clean up the giant panda garden. He did spend a lot of money. 1 giant panda cost 1,000 taels, and it was only a 1-year rental fee. Recently, he had been learning from Zhang family's village and opening up vegetable greenhouses to people to pick vegetables. The effect was not very good. Everyone knew that Sixli village was not open in the past, and there was no Li family Zhuangzi around. After bringing in 2 giant pandas, others came. I am now proficient in both the pen and the sword. Li Yi threw another book on the table. Early this morning, a 7th-rank officer came and gave him the book at the bridgehead of Ba Qiao and left with a basket of vegetables. Deputy Rong, a 9th-rank officer, rewarded Li Yi for his action of personally capturing Khitan captives for the Tang dynasty. For a soldier from the House of Subjugation, it was a good treatment to be rewarded with a Deputy Rong. Under normal circumstances, capturing 2 captives was enough. At the same time, they were rewarded. Li Yi knew from the attitude of the person who delivered the book that he did not care about anyone. Dongzhu, the Khitan envoys from yesterday are here again. Songda ran over and looked at the book on the table with a serious expression. Let's go to the reception room. Li Yi began to tidy up his clothes. When he arrived at the reception room, the 4 Khitan envoys from yesterday and the 3 officials from Honglu Temple were all there. The 3 officials had normal expressions, but the 4 Khitan envoys looked like giant pandas. Their eyes were black and had dark circles. Their eyes were also bloodshot. Obviously, they did not sleep last night. Everyone, please. Li Yi sat down, and the palace maids served tea again. No one touched the teacups. The four Khitan envoys looked at each other. Brother Bo looked at Li Yi and spoke. Li Dongzhu wants to establish a trade alliance with the Khitans. He changed the way he addressed Qin Wanru. It's economic and cultural exchanges. We'll further deepen our exchanges and cooperation, learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, promote our mutual development, and stabilize our mutual interests. Li Yi gave another way of expressing it. It has nothing to do with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty? Na Duo asked. How can you say that it's unrelated? I'm from the Tang dynasty. Without official permission, I am not allowed to contact people from other tribes who are not in a state of peace. Li Yi waved his hand, denying that it was a private action without the authorization of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The four of them picked up their teacups to drink. Their hearts were tired. Why did Li Yi's words sound so awkward? Putting down the teacup, Na Duo glanced at the three people from Honglu Temple. How can the imperial court of the Tang dynasty allow this? Submit a letter. Your Khitan envoys have submitted a letter requesting the Tang dynasty to open up economic and cultural exchanges among the people. Both parties shall ensure the personal and property safety of the members of the civil exchange teams. They promised not to arrest or put on trial the other party's personnel before the other party committed any illegal acts. Recognize the political rights of the other party's team during the exchange activities. Li Yi stated his request casually. The four of them continued to think about the meaning of Li Yi's words and analyze whether there was a trap. They looked at each other and found that there was no problem. What's next? Shikagahan thought it was okay. Submit the letter. After submitting the letter, both parties will agree on the list of the members of the exchange team. We can transfer the members back to the areas under our control at any time. Li Yi also picked up his teacup. He looked at the tea but didn't drink it. You mean transfer them back to their respective countries? Brother Bo thought of the spies. Should he make them official? It's the forces under our control, not the countries. The Tang dynasty doesn't recognize the Khitans as countries. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't want to talk about countries. Then we can't form an alliance with the Tang dynasty. Seal was not happy. You're not forming an alliance with the Tang dynasty. You're doing business with me. You said it before. Li Yi changed the topic to the beginning. The four of them, we said business, but you said something about economic and cultural exchange. Then you said we need to submit the letter. Now we're talking about business. You said business. You Khitans haven't established a country yet. The tribes are restricting each other. You represent a group of tribes. Li Yi mentioned the identities of the four people. Each of them represented several small tribes. They were working together as envoys to the Tang dynasty. Then what? Na Duo didn't want to continue the topic. Submit the letter first. We'll talk about it later. You have to take one bite at a time. Li picked up his teacup and put it down again. You can go back and have a rest. Then think about how to write the letter. He failed to send the guests away again. The 7 people left again. The 3 officials of the Honglu temple each had a small basket of vegetables. The 4 Khitans muttered on the way back. They felt something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. It seemed normal. Li Yi was rich. He was willing to buy things from the Khitans and make money for his own people. It was good for the 390 disobedient non-commissioned officer to learn the skills of the Tang dynasty. When they returned, they could use what they had learned. When they returned to the Honglu temple, the 4 people hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food and lay down to sleep. The 3 officials entered the palace as quickly as possible to find Yao Chong. Yao Chong and the other 2 prime ministers took them to see Li Longji. What do you think? Li Longji finished listening to the vice minister of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Tian Qingyuan, and looked at Yao Chong and the others. Yao Chang's eyelids drooped slightly. I think that as long as the Khitan envoys submit the letter, it's for the sake of state affairs. Dr. Li's actions are for others to see. Li Longji nodded and looked at Zhang Shua. I think so too. I want to know what Dr. Li's follow-up plan is so that the imperial court can cooperate. Zhang Shua pondered for a moment before answering. We'll discuss this later. Li Longji did not want to ask Li Yi right away. He looked at the last prime minister. Lu Huaishan nodded, indicating that he understood. It's my turn. Even if the Khitan envoys submit the letter, the Khitan side can overturn it at any time. The envoys' actions are used for propaganda to drive a wedge between the Turks and the Khitans. Lu Huaishan thought about it. What the four Khitans said, the Khitans on the other side did not allow them to say. It was a unilateral action of the Tang dynasty. Unless the Khitans sent someone back and the other side agreed, it would be a normal prime minister's letter. The prime minister's letter was also useless. Tubo even submitted a letter to form an alliance, but in the end, they turned around and attacked. The alliance letter was useless. It's very difficult to breed pandas privately. You guys think of a way to issue a letter stating that they are not allowed to breed, kill, or capture pandas privately. This matter cannot be issued. Li Longji did not ask about the national policy. Speaking of national treasures. For the time being, pandas were not the national treasures of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty did not have any restrictions or requirements on hunting animals. Wherever there was a big tiger, the county would have to organize people to kill it. Li Longji left the matter of how to implement the additional restrictions of the imperial court to the three prime ministers and see how they would handle it. On the other side, the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were waiting for the Khitans to submit the letter. Songda ran over with the hunters again. Dongzhu, we found traces of pandas. One big one and three small ones. From the footprints, we can see that they are different. They are looking for pandas. It's almost Chinese New Year. Li Yi said as he changed his clothes and prepared to leave. The winged knights and the Khitan captives gathered again. Li found Guizi and entered the car to talk. I'll leave these three to you. I'll leave some medicine for you. Li Yi instructed.